perhaps the most harrowing and disturbing episodes of British colonial history. Today we talk about the Black Hole of Calcutta. In the summer of 1756, after the Nawab of Bengal, Siraj ud-Daulah, stormed and captured Fort William, 146 British prisoners were thrown into a suffocatingly small dungeon, measuring a mere 18 by 14 feet. Over the course of a torturous night, cramped in unbearable heat and gasping for breath in a pitch-black cell, the prisoners were driven to the brink of madness. By dawn, the ordeal had claimed 123 lives. Only 23 emerged alive, with their spirits shattered by a night of horror. The tragedy quickly became a byword for the brutalities of colonial rule, igniting a wave of indignation across Britain and bolstering the East India Company's resolve for more stringent military campaigns. Thus the Black Hole of Calcutta, while mired in a great deal of historical controversy over its exact details, which we will get to, it remains a darkly iconic symbol of a uniquely dark time, and a warning of what can happen when the tables are turned. Hello and welcome everyone. A bit of a grim one today. I've always wanted to talk about it. I've not talked about it yet, so here we are. Now, as always, best way to support the channel, like and subscribe, tell your friends, you know what it's all about. I don't need to remind you. So let's all get nice and comfortable, and we can go back to the mid-18th century, where we find ourselves in those golden days of colonialism, where the sun never set on the British Empire. So, at this time, the mid-18th century, India was complicated, to say the least, multifaceted and fragmented. Now, despite the Mughal Empire retaining nominal authority, it had been in this state of progressive decline, with numerous regions governed by independent or semi-independent princely states. These European powers, who had just shown up to stake their own claims, especially the British and the French, were fervently extending their influence, competing for dominance over the subcontinent's trade routes and resources. Now, onto the British East India Company, along with the French East India Company, where they had established significant trading posts along the coasts of India. Of course, it's a pretty good halfway point when you're trading with other places. Now, Bengal emerged as a particularly vital region. Why is this? Well, it was mainly due to its abundant resources and prosperous textile industry. Which brings us to Calcutta, which is now not rendered in the spelling which is presented in the thumbnail and title, but now rendered rather with a K instead of C, and pronounced Kolkata, I believe. Well, that was the capital of the Bengal Presidency, and, of course, a pivotal settlement of the British East India Company, functioning as both a commercial centre and a strategic defensive outpost. Now, a quick little word on the East India Company. Think of it as a giant company that grew into a giant corporation that grew into effectively a governing body of its own. The first one that was really too big to fail conducted its own diplomacy, effectively a government unto itself. Of course, that was one of the reasons why they had to pull the reins on it later on, but this is not really about the British East India Company, it's more about the Black Hole and the events in Calcutta especially. I'll do a full video on the East India Company later on, but think of it as just a giant evil corporation, if you want to boil it down to those base terms. Now, the East India Company constructed Fort William in Calcutta to safeguard its valuable assets and conduct all of its business in a secure manner, and probably a secretive one too. Nevertheless, the political environment was laden with tension. The newly appointed ruler of Bengal, the Nawab Siraj ud-Daulah, was a youthful but ambitious leader, intent on establishing his dominance and diminishing the increasing power of the European companies that were encroaching in on his domain. He'd grown progressively weary of both British and French, and he perceived all these actions as a menace to his sovereignty. One could hardly blame him. It's hard to describe it as anything else. Well, in the context of the global conflict termed the 7 Years' War, the British and the French were having quite a hard time getting along, which is really not like them. Well, in 1756, apprehensive that conflicts could extend to India and therefore threaten trade and money, the British East India Company commenced a strengthening of the defences at Fort William without obtaining the consent of the Nawab. Now, this is a very big problem. When you're a guest in somebody's house, you don't start rearranging the furniture. Of course, it was seen as a provocation. Now, Daulah perceived this action as a blatant challenge to his authority. So, he insisted that both the British and the French halt the fortification of their positions in Bengal. Although the French had acquiesced quite wisely, the British did not. They exhibited reluctance, and their apparent insubordination exacerbated the Nawab's ire. Well, exacerbated by the British apathy towards his demands, Siraj assembled his forces and advanced towards Calcutta, resolute in his intent to subjugate the company. As his forces neared, the British garrison at Fort William, led by the inept officials of the East India Company, commenced a panic. Governor Drake, the British commander, absconded with numerous other officers, rendering the fort inadequately staffed and susceptible. In a final effort to maintain control, the remaining soldiers were placed under the command of John Zephaniah Holwell. We'll get to him in a moment, a senior official of the East India Company and former military surgeon, who had led a small contingent of defenders, including several Anglo-Indian soldiers and civilians seeking refuge within the fort. Well, notwithstanding their endeavours, the British defence completely disintegrated. The defection of multiple Indian sepoys further undermined their already tenuous position. On June the 20th, 1756, the forces of Siraj Daulah captured Fort William. The detained British officers, soldiers, and civilians were subsequently confined into the poorly ventilated dungeon that would gain notoriety as the video's namesake. Well, Holwell actually left us with a great account of this, which we'll get to in a moment. Before we do, we'll just go on about the general feel before the fort's collapse and after. Now, of course, the British were not really used to losing battles in colonial territories. When you're on a winning streak, there's quite a bit of confidence that goes into it. And of course, the more you win, the more confident you are with the trend. Well, following the fort's capture, Holwell sought an audience with the Nawab, who initially reassured him of the prisoner's safety, stating that on the word of a soldier, no harm will befall them. Well, that's not a bad deal, isn't it? However, harm befell them, despite all the reassurances. As night fell on June the 20th, 1756, the situation deteriorated. The Bengali jailers, unable to find a suitable location to detain the prisoners, decided to confine them in that small little dungeon, already known as the Black Hole, the space measuring by 14 by 18 feet, about 4 meters by 5.5 meters. Holwell and the other prisoners were disrobed and shoved into the cramped little cell, along with dozens of soldiers and even civilians. On the following morning, when the dungeon was finally opened around 6 a.m., only about 23 of them remained alive, having endured extreme heat and suffocation throughout the night, and no doubt quite a bit of panic. The exact number of prisoners who entered the Black Hole and the casualties from the incident remain debated, and we'll get to the debate from the Indian side later on in the video. Now, Stanley Walpert estimated that 64 of them were actually imprisoned, and 21 of them survived, whereas D.L. Pryor suggests that around 43 from the garrison were missing or had died to causes unrelated to suffocation. There is also the added presence of many non-combatants at the time of the fort's capture that made it difficult to establish an accurate casualty count. Well, Holwell, in his account, the one who was there and saw the whole thing, attributed the maltreatment and deadly conditions of the Black Hole to the lower-ranking jemadars, who harbored resentment and sought vengeance for the losses they had suffered during the siege. Despite the horrors of the night, both Holwell and historian Stanley Walpert agreed that Siraj ud-Daulah never ordered the imprisonment, nor was he made aware of it until after the fact. Well, so, from here, we're going to read the entire account from Holwell, and then we're going to get onto a different account, which sort of tells it a little bit differently. One from Robert Orme. So first, the account of Holwell. The dungeon was a strongly barred room, and it was not intended for the confinement of more than 2 or 3 men at a time. There were only 2 windows, and a projecting veranda outside, and thick iron bars within impeded the ventilation, while fires, raging in different parts of the fort, suggested an atmosphere of further oppressiveness. The prisoners were packed so tightly that the door was difficult to close. One of the soldiers stationed in the veranda was offered 1,000 rupees to have them removed to a larger room. He went away, but returned, saying that it was impossible. The bribe was then doubled, and he made a second attempt with a like result. The Nawab was asleep, and nobody dared wake him. By 9 o'clock, several had died, and many more were delirious. A frantic cry for water now became general, and one of the guards, more compassionate than his fellows, caused some water to be brought through the bars, where Mr. Holwell and 2 or 3 others received it in their hats and passed it on to the men behind them. In their impatience to secure it, nearly all was spilled, and the little they drank seemed only to increase their thirst. Self-control was soon lost. Those in remote parts of the room struggled to reach the window, and a fearful tumult ensued, in which the weakest were trampled or pressed. They raved, fought, prayed, blasphemed, and many then fell exhausted on the floor, where suffocation put an end to their torments. About 11 o'clock, the prisoners began to drop off, fast. At length, at 6 in the morning, Siraj ud-Daulah woke and ordered the door to be opened. Of the 146, only 23, including Mr. Holwell, from whose narrative published in the Annual Register and the Gentleman's Magazine for 1758 this account is partly derived, remained alive. And they were either stupefied or raving. Fresh air soon revived them, and the commander was then taken before the Nawab, who expressed no regret for what had occurred, and gave no other sign of sympathy than ordering the Englishman a chair and a glass of water. Notwithstanding this indifference, Mr. Holwell and some others acquit him of any intention of causing the catastrophe, and ascribe it to the malice of certain officers. But many think this opinion unfounded. End of the account. And next we have the account from Robert Orme, wrote from London in 1778, recalling the events of 1756. The principal officer commanded the prisoners to go into the room, of which stood behind them along the veranda. This was the common dungeon of the garrison, who used to call it the Black Hole. Many of the prisoners, knowing their place, began to expostulate, upon which the officer ordered his men to cut down those who hesitated, on which the prisoners obeyed. But before all were within, the room was so thronged that the last entered with difficulty. The guard immediately closed and locked the door, confining 146 persons in a room not 20 feet square, with only small windows, and these obstructed by the veranda. It was the hottest season of the year, and the night uncommonly sultry, even at this season. The excessive pressure of their bodies against one another, and the intolerable heat which prevailed as soon as the door was shut, convinced the prisoners that it was impossible to live through the night in this hostile environment. Violent attempts were immediately made to open the door, but without effect, for it opened inward, on which many began to give vent to rage. Mr. Holwell, who had placed himself at one of the two windows, exhorted them to remain composed both in body and mind, as the only means of surviving the night. His remonstrances produced a short interval of quiet, during which he applied to an old Jamatudar, who bore some marks of humanity in his countenance, promising to give him 1,000 rupees in the morning if he would separate the prisoners into 2 chambers. The old man went to try, but returning in a few minutes, said that it was impossible. Mr. Holwell offered him a larger sum, on which he retired once more, and returned with the fatal sentence that no relief could be expected, because the nabob was asleep, and not one dared to wake him. In the meantime, every minute had increased their suffering. The first effect of their confinement was a profuse and continued sweat, which soon produced intolerable thirst, succeeded by excruciating pains in the breast, with difficulty breathing, little short of suffocation. Various means were tried to obtain more room and more air. Everybody stripped off his clothes. Every hat was put into motion. And of these methods, affording no relief, it was proposed that they should all sit down on their hams for some time, and after remaining a little while in this posture, rise all together. This fatal expedient was thrice repeated before they had been confined an hour, and every time several, unable to rear themselves up again, fell and were trampled to death by their companions. Attempts were again made to force the door, which, failing as before, redoubled their rage. But the thirst increasing, nothing but water, water, became soon after the general cry. The good Jamodar immediately ordered some skins of waters to be brought to the windows, but instead of relief, his benevolence became a more dreadful cause of destruction, for the fight for the water threw everyone into such excessive agitation and ravings that, unable to resist this violent impulse of nature, none would wait to be regularly served, but each with the utmost ferocity battled against those who were likely to get it before him. In these conflicts, many were either pressed to death by the efforts of others or suffocated by their own. This scene, instead of producing compassion in the guard without, only excited their mirth. They held up their light to the bars in order to have the diabolical satisfaction of seeing the deplorable contentions of the sufferers within, who, finding it impossible to get any water while it was thus furiously disputed, at length suffered those who were nearest to the windows to convey it in their hats to those behind them. It proved no relief either to their thirst or their other sufferings, for the fever increased every moment with the increasing depravity of the air in the dungeon, which had been so often respired, and was saturated with the hot and deleterious effluvia of putrefying bodies, of which the stench was little less than mortal. Before midnight fell, all who were alive had not partaken of the air at the windows, were either lethargic in stupefaction or raving with delirium. Every kind of invective and abuse was uttered in hope of provoking the guard to put an end to their miseries by firing into the dungeon, and whilst some were blaspheming the Creator with frantic execrations of torment and despair, heaven was implored by others with wild and incoherent prayers, until the weaker, exhausted by these agitations, at length lay down quietly and expired on the bodies of their dead or agonizing friends. Those who still survived in the inward part of the dungeon, finding that the water had afforded them no relief, made a last effort to obtain air by endeavoring to scramble over the heads of those who stood between them and the windows. With the utmost strength of every one was employed for 2 hours, either in maintaining his own ground or in endeavoring to get that of which others were in possession. All regards of compassion and affection were lost, and no one would recede or give way for the relief of another. Faintness sometimes gave short pauses of quiet, but the first motion of anyone renewed the struggle through all, under whichever, and anon someone sunk to rise no more. At 2 o'clock, not more than 50 remained alive, but even this number were too many to partake of the saving of air. The contest for which and for life continued until the morning, long implored, began to break, and with the hope of relief gave the few survivors a view of the dead. The survivors then at the window Finding the entreaties could not prevail on the guard to open the door, it occurred to Mr. Cook, the Secretary of the Council, that Mr. Holwell, if alive, might have more influence to obtain their relief, and two of the company, undertaking to search, discovered him, having still some signs of life. But when they brought him towards the window, everyone refused to quit his place, excepting Captain Mills, who with rare generosity offered to resign his, on which the rest likewise agreed to make room. He had scarcely begun to recover his senses before an officer, sent by the Nawab himself, came and inquired if the English chief still survived, and soon after the same man returned with an order to open the prison. The dead were so thronged, and the survivors had so little strength remaining, that they were employed near half an hour in removing the bodies which lay against the door before they could clear a passage to go out one at a time. When one of 146 who went in, no more than 23 came out alive, the ghastliest forms that were ever seen. The Nawab's troops beheld them, and the havoc of death from which they had escaped, with indifference, but did not prevent them from removing to a distance, and were immediately obliged by the intolerable stench to clear the dungeon, whilst others dug a ditch on the outside of the fort, into which all the dead bodies were promiscuously thrown. Mr. Holwell, unable to stand, was soon carried to the Nawab, who was so far from showing any compassion for his condition or remorse for the death of the other prisoners, that he only talked of the treasures which the English had buried, threatening him with further injuries if he persisted in concealing them. He ordered him to be kept a prisoner. The officers, to whose charge he was delivered, put him into fetters. The rest of the survivors were told that they might go where they pleased, but an English woman, the only one among them, was reserved for the seraglio of the General Mit Jaffier. The dread of the remaining any longer within the search of such barbarians determined most of them to remove immediately, as so far as their strength enabled them from the fort, and most tended towards the vessels which were still in the fight. A single sloop, with 15 brave men on board, might, in spite of their efforts of the enemy, have come up, and anchoring under the fort, have carried away all who suffered within the dungeon. And thus the end of the account of Robert Orme, writing in 1778 from London. Sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? Does not sound like a pleasant place to be. Well, of course, in memory to the victims, the British erected a 15-metre obelisk, and it still stands today in St. John's Anglican Church in Calcutta. Shortly after the incident, John Zephaniah Holwell had originally installed a tablet at the site of the Black Hole to honour those that perished, but at some point the memorial disappeared, and to this day we don't know where it's gone. But in 1899, Lord Curzon, upon becoming Viceroy of India, noticed the absence of a memorial, and he took steps to rectify it. He acknowledged Holwell's earlier tribute and commissioned a new monument, completed in 1901 and placed at the corner of Dalhousie Square, which is now called the BBD Bagh. I believe that's what I looked it up as, at least. Well, that is the supposed location of the original black hole, although it looks quite different. It still looks rather unpleasant if you look at the pictures. Now, as the Indian independence movement gained momentum, the presence of the British monument in Calcutta became a contentious issue, even though it was a memorial. Now, there were prominent nationalist leaders who vigorously called for its removal, as it was viewed as a symbol of British colonial oppression. After all, the British weren't putting up memorials to the Indians who died, weren't they? I suppose you can look at it that way. Either way, it's a memorial, though. We shouldn't be taking memorials down. Well, leaders from both the Congress Party and the Muslim League actually united in their opposition to the monument. So in July 1940, led by student activist Abdul Wasek Mia, the monument was finally removed from Dalhousie Square and then relocated to the current location of St. John's Anglican Church. Now, as for the original Black Hole itself, which was once the guard room of the old Fort William, well, that vanished when the fort was dismantled to make way for the construction of the new Fort William, located in the Maidan to the south of BBD Bagh. The former site of the guard room is now actually an alley between the General Post Office and a nearby building in the northwest corner of Bagh. There was a commemorative tablet that once marked the location of the Black Hole, but that's been moved since to the Postal Museum, so I'm afraid there's not much to see. But of course, there are two sides to every story, and there's equally an argument that exists to the extent of the tragedy, particularly in form of criticism towards Holwell's account. Now, Holwell depicted that harrowing scene in which the asphyxiated prisoners frantically sought for air through the dungeon's two minuscule windows, which by the morning only 23 of them were alive. Now, this has been questioned a little bit. Of course, this account certainly incited intense outrage in Britain, which we'll get to in a moment, and also exacerbated anti-Indian sentiments. And when sentiments are that exacerbated, well, you can sort of use it to get away with anything, can't you? Nonetheless, the authenticity of Holwell's account has been increasingly scrutinized over time. Numerous historians have contested the specifics, proposing that the account was amplified to strengthen British determination and rationalize the very harsh measures on India. In 1915, historian J.H. Little expressed reservations regarding Holwell's credibility as a witness, highlighting discrepancies in his account and implying that Holwell might have exaggerated his involvement to depict himself as a hero. Well, the Indian historian Brijan Gupta in the 1950s presented another alternative account of the events. Now, he contended that the prisoner count was probably nowhere near the original count of 146. He thought it was rather about 64, with 21 of them enduring the night. Now, Gupta presented evidence including that the Nawab of Bengal neither authorized the imprisonment nor was even cognizant of the fatalities until subsequent to their occurrence. The ambiguity regarding the specific details of the black hole does not significantly reduce its symbolic significance, however. Although the figures are contested, with estimates ranging from 64 to 146, it's still pretty terrible, no matter which way you look at it. And narrowing it down to 64 does not make the situation any less horrifying. Well, we already know how terrible it all is, but what happened next? Well, it's not like everybody just went home and forgot about it, right? Regardless of the exact number, this was not just some lost battle. This was an injury of British pride. This was barbaric. When news of the tragedy reached Britain in early 1757, it ignited this firestorm of shock, anger, and of course demands for retribution. The primary catalyst for this reaction was John Zephaniah Holwell's account, which he published promptly upon his return to England. While the British public, who were already harbouring anxieties about their nation's global standing and the security of its overseas interests, were deeply moved by Holwell's story, which also gave this account of the Nawab of Bengal as this cruel and tyrannical figure, a kind of nightmare-like creature coming to punish the Brits. We can't have that scary monster. Well, newspapers, pamphlets, and broadsheets disseminating his account widely often embellished the details to heighten the sense of outrage. This incident was framed not just as a tragic loss of life, but a moral atrocity, a crime against God himself, the worst thing ever. You gotta sell the newspapers, don't you? Especially when it's committed against innocent Britons by a barbaric foreign ruler. Well, it tapped into and reinforced these existing stereotypes of Eastern despotism and cruelty, and public support was more or less galvanized for decisive action. Parliamentarians and influential figures within the British East India Company seized upon public sentiment to advocate for stronger military and political presence in India. The company's trading operations had already been suffering at this time due to competition with the French and the unstable political climate in Bengal. The Black Hole incident provided both the impetus and the moral justification for the company to take more aggressive measures to secure its interests. In response, the East India Company organized a military expedition to Bengal, appointing Robert Clive, a seasoned officer, known for his previous successes in southern India, to lead the campaign. Clive arrived in Madras, which is now modern-day Chennai, around mid-1756, and upon learning of the fall of Calcutta and the Black Hole tragedy, swiftly prepared a force to retake the city. By December of the same year, 1756, Clive had assembled a contingent of around 2,500 soldiers, including both British regulars and Indian sepoys who were employed by the company. Remember, they were getting their own mercenaries to the East India Company. Now, Clive's forces landed near Calcutta in January 1757 and quickly recaptured the city with minimal resistance, as Siraj ud-Daulah had not anticipated a British response, or at least not one so rapidly. However, Clive's ambitions extended beyond merely retaking Calcutta. You see, he recognized an opportunity to significantly expand British influence in Bengal. Strike while the iron is hot. You know how it is. Well, to achieve this, he engaged in a series of clandestine negotiations with the discontented Bengali nobles and commanders, who were reportedly quite unsatisfied with the Nawab Siraj ud-Daulah's rule. Now, central to these machinations was Mir Jafar, the commander-in-chief of the Nawab's army. Clive and his agents promised him the throne of Bengal in exchange for his support in overthrowing the Nawab. This conspiracy laid the groundwork for the decisive confrontation at the Battle of Plassey on June the 23rd, 1757. At Plassey, Clive's forces faced the Nawab's army, which was significantly larger, numbering around 50,000 troops compared to Clive's 3,000. However, due to prior arrangements, Mir Jafar and a substantial portion of the Nawab's army actually refrained from engaging in the battle. When the time came, weapons went down and shoulders were shrugged. Nobody was going to take up arms against the Brits. Well, this act of betrayal left the Nawab's forces demoralized and disorganized. Clive capitalized on the chaos, and his well-trained troops routed the remaining forces. Now, the victory at Plassey was not just a military triumph, but it was the pivotal moment that marked the beginning of British colonial dominance in India. Following the battle, Mir Jafar was installed as the new Nawab of Bengal, and he was largely a puppet ruler. Of course he was. Under the thumb of the East India Company, you do as you're told. The company gained control over Bengal's vast revenues and resources, which significantly enhanced its financial and political power. Now, back in Britain, news of Clive's success and the avenging of the Black Hole tragedy was met with widespread acclaim. Clive? Well, he was hailed as a national hero, and the East India Company, well, their stock price soared. The investors were happy with that, I'm sure. The narrative of British bravery and moral righteousness overcoming the Eastern treachery reinforced the public's support for even more imperial expansion. The company's shareholders and British politicians alike saw the potential for immense wealth and strategic advantage in extending British control over Indian territories. Well, all in all, the Black Hole incident and the subsequent British actions also had lasting impacts on British-Indian relations. India would never be the same either. Neither would Britain. Colonialism was about to change. The event was enshrined in British culture as a symbol of barbarism and the supposed civilizing mission of British colonialism. It justified in many of the eyes of the Brits the expansion of their empire as a force for order and progress in a land portrayed as rife with cruelty and despotism. So, over the following decades, the East India Company continued to consolidate its power, using a combination of military force, political manipulation, and economic control. The Regulating Act of 1773 and the India Act of 1784 further solidified British government oversight of the company's activities, effectively integrating its Indian territories into the British Empire. But that is a complicated tale for another day. I think we've talked enough about the Black Hole of Calcutta, the befores, the afters, the what-ifs, and the maybes. But it's exactly as I said before. Now, sometimes with these sorts of tragedies, you have people who are on certain sides of politics who want to shrug shoulders and say, well, they shouldn't have been there, so their suffering is somehow justified. No, that's not right to say that. It doesn't matter. A human suffering is a human suffering, no matter where they are or what circumstance it is. It's never good. The suffering of somebody else shouldn't make somebody else happy. A little off topic, but I have to say these sorts of things. Sometimes with these videos you get people saying, well, they deserved it because of this and that. No, we're not going to go down that road. The Spanish conquest of the Inca Empire from 1532 to 1572 marked a profound transformation in the Americas as Francisco Pizarro and a small group of conquistadors overcame numerical odds to capture Inca Emperor Atahualpa during the Battle of Cajamarca. Leveraging superior military technology and forming alliances with subjugated tribes, the Spaniards secured a substantial ransom for Atahualpa's release, only to execute him later and push further into Inca territory. And the fall of Cusco, the capital of the Inca Empire in 1533, significantly advanced Spanish control, though complete conquest took years due to pockets of resistance from Inca loyalists like Manca Inca and Tupac Amaru. The conquest dismantled one of the pre-Columbian America's largest empires and established Spanish colonial dominance, profoundly influencing the region's culture, language, and government. Allow me to welcome you to the channel. Today we're going to look at some more colonial history. Bit of an interesting one, if not a little bit sad at the same time. But we're going to talk about it from start to finish. As always, if you want to support the channel, just enjoy the content. You can also click the like and subscribe, that'll help me out. And if you want to go further to that, there's a few links in the description. But with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed and we can begin for today. We start with the conflict between Atahualpa and Huáscar during the Civil War, which had had a detrimental impact on the empire just before its confrontation with the Spanish. Indeed, it's not the case that everything was all sunshine and lollipops before the colonial rulers came to take over. In fact, there was always war. There was always fighting. Now, historians are, however, uncertain about the potential outcome of a united Inca Empire's conflict with the Spanish in the long run, something that can't really be said for sure. And it is this uncertainty that arises from various factors, including the significant loss of life, mainly caused by diseases, which led to more than a little social upheaval, as well as the superior military technology possessed by the new conquistadors. Now, just to name a few of the advantages that the Spanish conquistadors had, we're talking dogs, horses, metal armor, swords and cannons, and they had firearms, albeit rudimentary ones. This is still quite early in the history of firearms, but they were still quite effective. Now, not as effective at mowing down dozens and dozens of people at a time, but a lot of the time, if you didn't know what it was, and you heard an extremely loud noise, louder than thunder, and all of a sudden the guy next to you has had his head exploded, well, that had a very deep effect on morale, confusion. A lot of the time during these colonial exploits, firing a warning shot was enough to scare people away, and that is indeed what they did quite a bit. Now, Atahualpa seemed to have greater popularity among the people compared to his brother, and he was undoubtedly more esteemed by the army, which was primarily stationed in the newly acquired northern province of Quito. Initially, each brother, that being Atahualpa and Huáscar, held power over their own territories. Atahualpa ruled over the northern region, while Huáscar governed the city of Cusco, which was the capital, and also the extensive southern territory, which included the vicinity, by the way, of Lake Titicaca. Now, this region in particular provided a substantial amount of soldiers for Huáscar's forces, and following a period of diplomatic maneuver and strategic positioning, a state of open conflict had broken out. You see, Huáscar appeared ready to swiftly and definitively finish the war, when his faithful warriors actually managed to capture Atahualpa, who was participating in a celebration in the city of Tumebamba. Nevertheless, Atahualpa promptly fled, and he managed to make his way back to Quito. When he got back, he managed to gather a minimum of 30,000 highly skilled soldiers. Although Huáscar was able to gather a similar quantity of warriors, they possessed significantly less battle experience. Thus, from there, Atahualpa dispatched his troops to the south, led by his top generals. They achieved continuous strings of triumphs against Huáscar, swiftly advancing to the outskirts of Cusco. These two generals, by the way, were Chalcochima and Quisquis. During the initial day of conflict for Cusco, the troops that remained faithful to Huáscar secured an early upper hand, and things were looking pretty good. However, on the second day, Huáscar himself led an imprudent and unexpected assault, which the generals Chalcochima and Quisquis were already very well aware was coming. Now, surprise attacks usually lose their effectiveness when everybody knows they're about to happen. Kind of defeats the purpose. And no one likes to ruin the surprise, don't they? Well, because of this failure, Huáscar was apprehended during the subsequent conflict, leading to the total disintegration of the resistance. Soldiers demoralized and defeated, and the general strung up in chains. How to come back from that one? Thus, the triumphant commanders dispatched a message to Atahualpa, utilizing a Chasqui messenger who had relocated from Quito to the luxurious hot springs near Cajamarca. The courier delivered news of the ultimate triumph on the very day that Pizarro and his limited group of explorers, accompanied by a few native supporters, descended from the Andes into the town of Cajamarca. So, the news of one victory being overshadowed by a very unpleasant thing to come. Now, Francisco Pizarro and his brothers, that being Gonzalo, Juan, and Hernando, were very enticed by the reports of a wealthy and extraordinary empire. Thus, they departed from the then destitute Extremadura, similar to several subsequent migrants. As Francisco Pizarro wrote in his diaries, "There lies Peru with its riches, here Panama and its poverty. Choose, each man, what best becomes a brave Castilian." Castile is in reference to the area of Spain, Castile. Now, in 1529, Pizarro was granted authorization by the Spanish monarchy to undertake the conquest of the territory which was known as Peru. Historian Raúl Porras Barrenechea asserts that the word Peru does not actually originate from Quechuan or Caribbean languages, but rather from Indo-European, or perhaps a combination of several linguistic influences. In any case, at the time, unbeknownst to Pizarro, while he was seeking approval for his journey, the group he intended to confront was already suffering severe damage from the illnesses introduced by previous Spanish interactions in the Americas. But of course, back then, they didn't really know much about germ theory. It was very hard to know exactly what was going to come, so this wasn't a deliberate thing. It wasn't like they were planning to show up and spread smallpox everywhere. It's just what happens when you encounter something that you haven't encountered before. This happens to people who go traveling for the first time and they drink some kind of fruit juice and you break out in all these little red dots all over your skin. And you have to go and get things like antihistamines and all the rest. So it's not to the extent of having 90% of your population wiped out by smallpox, but to a smaller extent, we do have these problems even in the modern day. That's why some places you have to get vaccines to go to and so on. Now, upon Pizarro's arrival in Peru in 1532, he observed significant changes in the region compared to his visit just 5 years prior. In the midst of the wreckage of the city of Tumbes, he endeavored to comprehend the circumstances unfolding before him. He acquired knowledge of the civil conflict and the epidemic that was plaguing the Inca Empire from 2 indigenous youths which he had instructed in the Spanish language, of course for the sole purpose of serving as his translators. Pizarro successfully founded the initial Spanish colony in northern Peru, naming it San Miguel de Piura, following 4 arduous journeys. Well, upon the initial discovery by the indigenous people, Pizarro and his companions were actually mistaken for Viracocha Cunha, also known as deities. Thus the natives provided a description of Pizarro's warriors to the Inca. According to reports, Capito was described as being of large stature with a long beard and entirely covered in garments. The indigenous people provided a detailed account of the men's weaponry, specifically their swords, and explained how they used them to slaughter the sheep. The men abstained from consuming human flesh, and instead consumed sheep, lamb, duck, pigeons, and deer, which they prepared by cooking. Of course, this was a little bit different to what the Incas were used to, so it's an observation from their side. Now, Atahualpa had apprehension about the potential capabilities of the newly arrived Caucasian individuals, stranger danger of the highest order. Now, if they were ruthless conquerors, or indeed destroyers of nations, then Atahualpa thought it was prudent that he should simply escape. But if the individuals were in question, the Viracocha Cunha Luna Alijak, which translates to gods who are benefactors of the people, well, then instead of fleeing, obviously, he should stick around and give them a warm welcome. Well, after returning to Tangarala, the messengers were dispatched by Atahualpa to the Spanish, with Quinquinchara, a warrior from the Orion tribe, serving as a translator. Well, upon completing the journey with the Spanish, Quinquinchara reunited with Atahualpa to engage in discussion over the divine nature of the Spanish men. Quinquinchara concluded that they were men based on his observations of their eating, drinking, dressing, and engaging in sexual activities with women. Now he observed them not performing any miracles. Quinquinchara conveyed to Atahualpa that their forces were actually limited, consisting of between 170 to 180 individuals, and that they had actually restrained the native prisoners with metallic cords. Now, when Atahualpa inquired on how to handle the visitors, Senkunjara recommended their execution, as he believed that they were actually malevolent bandits who would seize anything they desired, and actually referred to them as Supaikuna, or devils. And that's a 1-star review from him. Well, he suggested confining them in their sleeping quarters and actually setting it on fire. That's one way to get rid of them. So, following the triumph of Atahualpa and the apprehension of his sibling Huascar, Atahualpa was actually abstaining from food at the Inca baths located outside of Cajamarca, and Pizarro and his forces arrived in the city on November 15th, 1532. Pizarro dispatched Hernando de Soto to the encampment of Atahualpa. De Soto traveled on horseback to visit Atahualpa, who had never encountered this unfamiliar animal before. Of course, horses are not native to that part of the world. Now, accompanied by a youthful interpreter, Soto delivered a pre-written oration to Atahualpa, confirming to him that they had arrived as emissaries of God, with the purpose of imparting the veracity of God's teachings. And he stated that he was conversing with them in order for them to, and I quote, lay the foundation of concord, brotherhood, and perpetual peace that should exist between us, so that you may receive us under your protection and hear the divine law from us, and all your people may learn and receive it, for it will be the greatest honor, advantage, and salvation to them all. Furthermore, they extended an invitation to the Inca leader to pay a visit to Pizarro himself at his residence located in the vicinity of the Cajamarca Square. Upon observing Atahualpa's fascination with his horse, De Soto proceeded to showcase his exceptional equestrian skills in close proximity. Atahualpa was quite impressed with this, and to show his kindness, he offered them a few drinks and gifts. Well, Atahualpa's response was prompted only by the arrival of Hernando Pizarro, the brother of Francisco Pizarro. He responded with the information that he had received from his scouts, stating that the Spanish had been engaging in intensive acts of murdering and enslavement of numerous individuals and residents who were along the shores. But Pizarro refuted the report, and Atahualpa, with scant facts and really no proof either way, dropped the issue, albeit quite grudgingly. Well, the next meeting, the men reached a consensus to convene the next day at Cajamarca. On the morning of November 16th, 1532, Pizarro strategically positioned his forces in an ambush around the Cajamarca Plaza, the destined meeting place. Currently, Pizarro commanded a total of 168 soldiers, that being 106 infantry and 62 cavalry. Upon the arrival of Atahualpa, accompanied by approximately 6,000 followers, who by the way were not armed, the friar Vicente del Valverde and the translator Felipillo encountered them and began to present the teachings of the authentic religion, as they called it, the requerimiento, and request also that his tribute as a subordinate of King Charles. Unfortunately, the translator was not as good as they thought he was. He was doing his best, though, but there were still some issues in communication. The friar presented the Bible to Atahualpa as the definitive source supporting his recent statement, but Atahualpa was not impressed, and he reportedly declared that he refused to be subordinate to any man. And, well, you can't really blame him. He's the king, after all. Well, I suppose the emperor, if we're talking about the Inca Empire. So why exactly would he be subordinate to anyone or anything? Well, that was his logic. Well, the Spanish did not like that answer. Pizarro incited an assault, which initiated the Battle of Cajamarca. The conflict commenced with the discharge of a cannon and the war cry, Santiago. The Spaniards discharged a series of gunshots at the defenseless group of Incas and advanced in a coordinated manner. Pizarro employed devastating cavalry attacks against the Inca army, which greatly surprised them and confused them when accompanied with all of the noisy and devastating gunfire. Nevertheless, a significant number of firearms employed by the Spanish proved challenging to wield effectively in close-quarters engagements. Either way, the impact was catastrophic. The astonished Incas put up such a weak opposition that the conflict has frequently been described as a massacre, resulting in the death of 2,000 Incas, and only one Spanish soldier being injured. Well, while there are differing historical reports regarding the events, it appears that the primary Spanish motives for the raid were a desire for plunder and clearly a lack of patience. The Inca probably didn't fully comprehend the conquistadors' requirements. Remember how I said that translator was a little, well, untrained. Well, Pizarro was very aware of the significant numerical disadvantage of his forces, but he did recognize that seizing the emperor and keeping him as a hostage would certainly provide him with a crucial advantage. You see, the majority of Atahualpa's forces were in the Cusco region, along with Quisquis and Chalcuchima, excuse me, the two generals that he trusted the most, and they were battle-hardened as well. They'd certainly seen their taste of battle in that civil war. Of course, this posed a significant drawback for the Inca. Their downfall was partly caused by a lack of self-assurance and a need to publicly display bravery and a commanding presence. The primary perspective is that the Inca civilization was ultimately overcome as a result of their inferior weaponry, utilization of open battle strategy, susceptibility to diseases, internal turmoil, the audacious tactics employed by the Spanish, and, of course, the capture of the Inca emperor. Of course, the Spanish had a shield of metal all over them. The Spanish armor proved to be quite efficient, at least against the majority of the Andean weaponry, although it was not completely impervious to maces, clubs, or slings. Subsequently, the majority of the indigenous people adopted a more guerrilla-style approach, selectively targeting the legs of the conquistadors in instances where they were not wearing armor. Nevertheless, subsequent conflicts such as the Mixton Rebellion, the Chichimeca War, and the Arauco War necessitated the conquistadors to form alliances with indigenous tribes during these later expeditions. Like we mentioned at the start, pockets of resistance. Now, in February of 1533, Almagro arrived in Cajamarca and joined with Pizarro, bringing along 150 more men and 50 more horses. Following the Spanish conquest of Atahualpa during the massacre of Cajamarca, his wife was permitted to accompany him, and the Spanish troops instructed him in the game of chess, which he apparently quite enjoyed. Got to do something to fill the time in prison. While Atahualpa was held captive, the Spanish, despite being vastly outnumbered, coerced him into commanding his generals to retreat by menacing to execute him if he refused. Checkmate. Well, as per request of the Spanish envoy, Atahualpa proposed to fill a spacious chamber with gold and pledged to provide twice that quantity in silver. Although Pizarro seemed to agree with this proposal and permitted the accumulation of money, he actually had no intention of setting the Inca free. Now, in order to preserve peace, he relied on Atahualpa's sway over his generals and the populace. The transportation of the riches from Cuzco commenced on the 20th of December, 1532, and continued without interruption thereafter. On the 3rd of May, 1533, Pizarro obtained all of the riches he had asked for, which was then melted, purified, and transformed into bars. In January of 1533, Hernando Pizarro embarked on a mission to collect precious metals from the temples in Pachacamac. Upon his return in March, he successfully seized Chalcochimac in the Juaja Valley. Pizarro dispatched a comparable mission to Cuzco, that's Francisco Pizarro, which resulted in the retrieval of several gold plates from the Temple of the Sun. Now, there was an issue that arose regarding the fate of Atahualpa. While Pizarro and Soto allegedly opposed his execution, the rest of the Spanish vehemently insisted on it. The Spaniards then became worried due to the false interpretations offered by the interpreter Felipilo. They were also informed that Atahualpa had commanded covert assaults, and his soldiers were concealed in the vicinity. Soto embarked on a reconnaissance mission with a limited number of troops to search for the concealed army, while the trial of Atahualpa took place in his absence. The charges included polygamy, incestuous marriage, and idolatry, practices that are, of course, disapproved of in Catholicism. But, well, they were pretty prevalent in Inca culture and religion. Well, the individuals who opposed the conviction and assassination of Atahualpa contended that he should be subjected to judgment by King Charles, as he held the position of sovereign prince. Atahualpa was compelled to undergo baptism to prevent being executed by burning, and with the aspiration of eventually reuniting with his family and eliminating the Spanish throughout the ceremony, they addressed him as Francisco. Well, it all didn't work out for poor old Atahualpa. He was executed by the Spanish captives on the 29th of August 1533 by method of garroting, which is not a gentle way to go. He was then interred with Christian rituals in the chapel of San Francisco at Cajamarca, but was promptly exhumed. The deceased's body was retrieved, most likely as per his previous wish, and transported to his ultimate resting location in Quito. Well, eventually, De Soto got back, and he was not impressed. In fact, he had discovered no substantiation nor even a hint of any clandestine assembly of Atahualpa's men. Pizarro proceeded with his contingent of 500 Spanish soldiers towards Cuzco, escorted by Chalcuchimac. The latter was executed by burning in the Juaja Valley on charges of clandestine correspondence with Quizquiz and orchestrating acts of defiance. Manco Inca Yupanqui allied with Pizarro following the demise of Tupac Hualpa. Pizarro's expedition penetrated the core of the Tawantinsuyu on November the 15th, 1533. Now, Benalcazar, who was a lieutenant under Pizarro, and from the same region by the way of Extremadura, had already left San Miguel with a force of 140 infantry and a small number of horses for his expedition to conquer Ecuador. Oh, by the way, Ecuador is named because it's on the equator. Just a bit of trivia for you there. Now, in the vicinity of Riobamba, Ecuador, at the base of Mount Chimborazo, the conquering Spaniards encountered and triumphed over the formidable Inca warrior Rumiñahui, thanks to the assistance of Cañari tribesmen who acted as guides and even close friends. Rumiñahui retreated to Quito, and during his pursuit of the Inca army, Benalcazar was reinforced by a contingent of 500 soldiers under the command of the Guatemalan governor Pedro de Alvarado. Driven by a strong desire for wealth, Alvarado embarked on a journey towards the southern region without the official permission of the crown. He arrived on the coast of Ecuador and proceeded to travel inland towards the Sierra. Upon discovering that Quito was devoid of its inhabitants' valuables, Alvarado promptly joined and united the Spanish army. Alvarado consented to sell his fleet of 12 ships, his military personnel, along with weapons and munitions, and subsequently returned to Guatemala. Well, following the assassination of Atahualpa, Pizarro appointed Tupac Hualpa, Atahualpa's brother, as a figurehead Inca monarch. However, Tupac Hualpa passed away unexpectedly, resulting in Manco Inca Yupanqui assuming power. Initially, he assumed power as a supporter of the Spanish and commanded admiration in the southern territories of the empire. However, there was significant turmoil in the northern region close to Quito, where Atahualpa's military leaders were gathering soldiers. The assassination of Atahualpa resulted in the absence of any remaining hostage to dissuade the northern soldiers from launching an assault against the invaders. Under the leadership of Atahualpa's generals, Rumiñahui, Zope Zubahua, and Quizquiz, the indigenous troops were ultimately vanquished, so bringing an end to all coordinated uprisings in the northern region of the empire. Manco Inca initially maintained amicable relationship with Francisco Pizarro and the Spanish conquistadors, but nevertheless in 1535 he was entrusted to the care of Pizarro's brothers, Juan and Gonzalo, in Cuzco. Unfortunately, they subjected him to such severe mistreatment that he eventually revolted. Can't really blame him. He managed to depart Cuzco by using the excuse of retrieving a statue made entirely of gold from the adjacent Yucca Valley. One can only imagine. Hey, can you let me go? I just have to pick up this giant gold statue and I'll bring it back to you. Just let me leave and don't follow me. How could they fall for that? Well, Manco Inca sought to exploit the discord between Almagro and Pizarro in order to regain control of Cuzco, commencing his efforts in April of 1536. Now, the siege of Cuzco persisted until the subsequent spring, and over that period, Manco's army successfully annihilated 4 reinforcement columns that were dispatched from Lima. However, they finally failed to achieve their objective of expelling the Spaniards from the city completely. The Inca leadership, you see, lacked the complete backing of all of their subjugated populations. What's that saying about a house divided? Well, additionally, the deteriorating morale among the Inca, along with the more advanced Spanish siege weapons, prompted Manco Inca to recognize that his aspiration to recapture Cuzco was becoming increasingly futile. Thus, he ultimately made the decision to retreat back to Tambo. Now, we actually do have some archaeological evidence which confirms the occurrence of the uprising incident, and it demonstrates that the Spanish conquistadors did receive assistance from the indigenous allies. In fact, as early as 2007, the bones of approximately 70 individuals, including men, women, and teenagers, were discovered in the line of a proposed freeway near Lima. Forensic evidence indicates that European firearms were responsible for the deaths of several natives, and this was most likely during the 1536 revolt. However, the majority of the natives were murdered by weapons that were locally made and used by the indigenous population. Following the Spanish reoccupation of Cuzco, Manco Inca and his forces withdrew to the stronghold of Ollantaytambo. There, he skillfully led several assaults against Pizarro's forces stationed in Cuzco, and even achieved victory over the Spanish occupiers in a direct confrontation. But upon realizing that defeat was really inevitable, Manco Inca strategically withdrew to the rugged terrain of Vilcabamba and founded the new Neo-Inca state. It was here that he and his successors maintained a degree of authority for several decades. Tupac Amaru, the final ruler of the Inca Empire, met his demise at the hands of the Spanish in 1572. The conquest was completed over a span of around 40 years. Several Inca endeavors to reclaim their empire had taken place, although none had achieved success. Therefore, the Spanish invasion was successfully accomplished, with the assistance of elements such as the smallpox epidemic and a significant communication and cultural barrier. Well, it makes you wonder if their translator had been a little bit more competent, if they might have just talked it out like men. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not saying it's completely his fault for not studying hard enough and not brushing up on his Inca language. But, well, it really makes you think sometimes with the alternate history and all that sort of thing. It's interesting. Well, either way, the Spanish had decimated a significant portion of the Inca civilization and enforced their own cultural practices upon the indigenous inhabitants. But the battle wasn't over. In fact, with nobody left to fight, the Spanish could only fight each other. A protracted power battle ensued between Francisco Pizarro and Diego del Almagro, culminating in a civil war that ultimately led to the demise of Almagro. In 1541, Almagro's faithful supporters and his offspring sought revenge for his death by assassinating Pizarro. The assassination took place in Pizarro's palace, when a group of assassins, many of whom were actually former soldiers of Diego del Almagro, engaged in a deadly battle. These individuals had been deprived of their rank and possessions following the demise of Almagro, so they really had nothing left to lose. Well, in spite of the conflict, the Spaniards did not disregard the process of colonization. The establishment of an audiencia real, which is a kind of a form of a high court, solidified the Spanish royal control over these areas. And Lima was formally established in January of 1535 as the foundation for the subsequent establishment of political and administrative institutions. In 1542, the Spanish established the Viceroyalty of New Castile, which was later renamed the Viceroyalty of Peru. However, the establishment of the Viceroyalty of Peru did not occur until the arrival of Viceroy Francisco de Toledo in 1569. Toledo terminated the indigenous Neo-Inca state in Vilcabamba by carrying out the execution of the Inca Tupac Amaru. He relocated the native population into Spanish-style communities, a process known as reductions, facilitated economic growth through the establishment of commercial monopolies, and enhanced the output of the Potosi silver mines by using the Inca practice of compulsory labor. That's one way to put it. Compulsory labor. Well, the assimilation of Spanish culture into Peru was accomplished not only by Pizarro and his fellow commanders, but also by the numerous Spanish individuals who arrived in Peru with the intention of exploiting its wealth and settling on the territory. These encompassed a diverse array of immigrants, including Spanish merchants, peasants, artisans, and Spanish women. The Spanish introduced African slaves to work alongside captured Incas in labor-intensive activities, such as agriculture and silver mining. Each of these individuals brought their own distinct elements of culture to incorporate into Peruvian civilization. Now, the entrance of the Spanish, of course, had devastating long-term consequences on the inhabitants of South America. Although all native groups were affected by European invasions during this era, the Inca population saw an extremely severe and swift drop, pretty much immediately after contact. The population of the Inca Empire had a significant decrease from around 10 to 12 million in 1520 to less than 3 million in 1570. Furthermore, the population continued to decline after 1570, and it never really stabilized. The primary factor responsible for the drastic reduction in the indigenous population was the introduction of deadly diseases from the Old World, transmitted by colonizers and conquerors. Now, due to their lack of prior exposure, the indigenous population had developed basically no resistance and had significantly elevated mortality rates. Their immune system basically had no idea how to fight these diseases. A great number of individuals perished as a result of illnesses compared to any military force or armed confrontation. Due to the Incas' much weaker writing legacy compared to the Aztecs or the Maya, historians face a lot of challenges in accurately assessing population reduction or post-conquest events. However, there is a debate among researchers about whether the Inca contracted these ailments before the arrival of the Spanish. Now that's a plot twist. Some claim that the disease may have been introduced to the Inca Empire by traders and travelers prior to the Spanish presence. Now, either way, the epidemic, believed to be hemorrhagic smallpox, which sounds as bad as it is, arrived in the Andes around 1524. Although specific figures are not provided, Spanish records show that the population was severely decimated by disease, rendering them significantly weakened in their ability to oppose the foreign armies. But it seems a little bit convenient with the timing, don't you think? That being said, plagues and illnesses like this always pop up every now and then. You can't really stop them. But certainly quite convenient to line up so well. Either way, historians hold diverging views regarding the nature of the illness that occurred in the 1520s. A minority of experts argue that the epidemic was caused by a native disease known as carrion's disease, while others believe that it was indeed smallpox. According to a study conducted in 1981, it was found that the Andes saw 3 distinct decreases in population throughout the period of colonization. The initial mortality rate ranged from 30 to 50% during the initial smallpox pandemic. And that's a flip of a coin, isn't it? During the occurrence of a measles outbreak, there was an additional decrease of 25 to 30%. During the period from 1585 to 91, when there were simultaneous outbreaks of smallpox and measles, there was a significant decrease of 30 to 60%. Altogether, the decreases add up to a 93% fall from the population that existed before contact in the Andes region. Of course, the mortality rate among youngsters was notably elevated, guaranteeing that the consequences of the epidemic would persist into the subsequent generation. But in addition to the widespread sickness that had devastated the local inhabitants, they also endured significant enslavement, pillaging, and destruction as a result of battle. The Spanish forcibly appropriated numerous women from the indigenous population to use as domestic workers and sexual partners. During their conquest of South America, Pizarro and his troops looted and subjugated a large number of individuals. Certain indigenous communities freely submitted to vassalage in order to overcome the Inca Empire. The Huanca, Cañari, Chanca, and Chachapoya indigenous clans joined forces with the Spanish in their resistance against Inca domination. The fundamental approach of the Spanish towards local communities was that choosing to become vassals voluntarily would ensure safety and peaceful cohabitation, whereas persisting in opposition, well, that would lead to further casualties and devastation. They only really gave them one choice. And of course, the decimation of Christianity had a notable impact on the population of South America too. As Pizarro and the Spanish conquered the continent and established their dominance, they compelled numerous individuals to convert to Christianity. And by compelled, you know what I mean. Of course, asserting that they had instructed them in the principles of the sole authentic faith. Following the decline in local inhabitants and the surrender of the Inca Empire, The Spanish missionaries were basically free to carry out their work without any obstacles following the colonization. And in a single generation, the entire continent succumbed to Christian influence. Well, maybe not those people out in the middle of the Amazon. And finally, the presence of the Spanish had an unforeseen influence on the physical terrain. Recent research actually indicates that the Spanish invasion had this great impact on the coastline of Peru. You see, prior to the arrival of the Spaniards, the people living in the dry northern coast of Peru covered large sandy ridges with fortuitous types of protections, millions of discarded mollusk shells. Now this protective layer shielded the ridges from erosion for approximately 4,700 years before the Spanish even arrived, resulting in a vast, undulating landscape that can be seen actually from outer space. However, the incidental protection of the landscape was abruptly terminated when diseases introduced by the Spanish colonists significantly reduced the local population. Additionally, colonial authorities relocated the remaining survivors inland, without any human intervention to maintain the protective covering. The recently formed beach ridges eroded and disappeared. Archaeologist Torben Rick explains that although certain areas of the northern coast of Peru may actually appear untouched and very natural, if you take a closer look, you'll find that ancient civilizations deliberately manipulated the landscape by constructing beach ridge systems. Maybe it's time that you do go take a look. It's a beautiful place. I've not been myself, but I've heard wonderful things about Peru. Every time I do a video like this, I'm reminded of places I've not been yet. The Lewis and Clark Expedition, led by Meriwether Lewis and William Clark from 1804 to 1806, a landmark American journey commissioned by President Thomas Jefferson following the Louisiana Purchase. Tasked with exploring the newly acquired territory, the expedition sought to chart the lands west of the Mississippi, establish trade and diplomatic relations with native tribes, and find a practical route to the Pacific Ocean. It was an arduous journey, took the core of discovery, as the expedition team was known, from St. Louis, Missouri, to the shores of the Pacific Northwest and back, covering more than 8,000 miles. The expedition was pivotal for the gathering of scientific and geographical knowledge, documenting various plant and animal species previously unknown, and creating detailed maps of the vast territory. But key to their success was Sacagawea, a native interpreter, whose knowledge of the terrain and languages proved to be invaluable, particularly in the negotiations with the native tribes. And thus, the Lewis and Clark expedition significantly contributed to the expansion and development of the United States by providing valuable insights into the natural resources and strategic landscapes of the West. Hello and welcome to the channel. So we talk about some American history today, Native American, and the newer American, but it all molds into one great and exciting tapestry, which is very interesting to talk about. I didn't learn too much of it because I was educated in Australia, so it's good to actually familiarize myself with it as we go through all of these stories together. Now, as usual, before we start, if you like the content, just click the like and subscribe button. It's so easy. We're trying to get the goal of, I don't know, 85,000 subscribers. Hopefully by the time you listen to this, we're there. Anyway, with that in mind and with the customary begging out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed. And we can begin our story back to that early days of the 1800s. So, the Corps of Discovery. You know it as the Lewis and Clark Expedition, and we'll refer to it as such. It was conducted between 1804 and 1806. Now, just after the Louisiana Purchase from 1803, which they bought off Napoleon, by the way, needing to finance his wars. But we already know that from the introduction. And we're going to talk a little bit about Thomas Jefferson. I'm sure everyone's familiar with that. Well, he had a long-standing fascination with the Western frontier, fueled by his readings on various explorers' journeys, and there were plenty of them, certainly a golden age for exploration. Now, during the 1780s, while serving as minister to France, Jefferson met one John Ledyard in Paris, and they discussed a possible expedition to the Pacific Northwest. Of course, this was very much influenced by the great Captain James Cook's voyage to the Pacific Ocean, and also Lepage du Prat's History of Louisiana. Jefferson developed this desire to explore a route to the Pacific, a kind of wanderlust, this curiosity about the world that was, well, you could only really get it in the 1800s, that age of discovery, where there was still so much left to discover. Well, Alexander Mackenzie's expedition in 1793, in which he became the first non-indigenous person to cross mainland North America north of Mexico, further convinced Jefferson of the need to secure the Western Territory for the U.S., especially to counter the British influence in the lucrative Columbia River fur trade. So, in preparation for the expedition, Israel Whalen, a Philadelphia supplier, procured essential items for the journey based on a list provided by Meriwether Lewis. This included portable soup, pigtail tobacco, spirit of wine, gifts for Native Americans, along with medical supplies, mosquito netting, and oilskin bags. 2 years into his presidency, Jefferson requested Congress to fund an expedition across the newly acquired Louisiana Territory to get to the Pacific. Now, although he made his intentions known to the French, British, and Spanish officials, he did use a covert message to seek funds, and this was mainly due to opposition from the Federalist Party. Well, it worked out well for him. Congress ultimately allocated £2,324 for provision, with Lewis overseeing the procurement. And so, in 1803, Thomas Jefferson commissioned the Corps of Discovery and appointed Army Captain Meriwether Lewis as its head, who then persuaded William Clark to co-lead the expedition. You see, Lewis, he was not new to the game. He had exceptional abilities and was a great frontiersman, while Jefferson endeavored to equip him for the extensive trek as the expedition secured sanction and money. Jefferson spoke about his selection of Lewis as follows. It was impossible to find a character who, to complete a science in botany, natural history, Mineralogy and astronomy joined the firmness and constitution, and character and prudence, habits adapted to the woods, and a familiarity with the Indian manners and character requisite for this undertaking. All the latter qualifications Captain Lewis has. Stunning review from Jefferson. So, in 1803, Jefferson dispatched Lewis to Philadelphia to investigate medicinal remedies under Benjamin Rush, a physician and former commander of the American Revolution. He also facilitated Lewis's advanced education under one Andrew Ellicott. He was an astronomer, and a damned good one, who taught him the utilization of sextant and other navigational devices. And just remember that a lot of this was new. Around the turn of the 19th century, people were still figuring out a lot of these ways to explore in these far-flung places, dodging diseases and animals and natives and everything else. Of course, it wasn't very good for the natives trying to dodge the people who were exploring them, but, well, it was an interesting situation for everybody, let's just put it that way. Well, Lewis was always keen to learn, so he acquired the knowledge on the description and preservation of plant and animal specimens from one Benjamin Smith Barton. He received advances in calculating latitude and longitude from Robert Patterson, and Caspar Wister provided insights on fossils and the quest for potential living remnants. Lewis, however, was not unacquainted with science, not a newcomer by anyone's standards. You see, he had exhibited a noble aptitude for learning in all areas, particularly under the tutelage of Jefferson. At Monticello, Jefferson maintained an extensive library focused on North American geography, to which Lewis was given unrestricted access. He dedicated time to examining maps and literature, in addition to discussing matters with Jefferson in great detail. Now, the keel boat utilized during the inaugural year of the expedition was constructed at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the summer of 1803, according to the specifications laid out by Lewis, and on August 31st, it was finalized. The ship was promptly filled with supplies and equipment, absolutely everything they could need, perhaps not everything they wanted. Now, during their time in Pittsburgh, Lewis acquired a Newfoundland dog named Seaman to accompany them. Newfoundlands are sociable, sizable working dogs, and proficient swimmers, fond of water, and frequently seen aboard fishing vessels, as they can aid in aquatic rescues. Now, Seaman showed his worth as a crucial member of the expedition, assisting with hunting and safeguarding against bears and other potential threats. He was also the sole animal to accomplish the entire journey. And so, in October 1803, Lewis and his crew embarked in the afternoon, navigating the Ohio River to rendezvous with Clark near Louisville, Kentucky, at the Falls of Ohio. Their objectives were to investigate the extensive land which was just obtained from Napoleon himself in the Louisiana Purchase, and establish commerce and U.S. authority of the Native American populations along the Missouri River. Jefferson aimed to assert a U.S. claim of discovery over the Pacific Northwest and Oregon region by recording an American presence prior to European governments asserting ownership of the land. Now, there are some historians who assert that Jefferson recognized he would own a stronger claim to the Pacific Northwest if the crew collected scientific data on flora and fauna. His primary efforts were focused on discovering a navigable waterway to the Pacific coast and facilitating trade, however. His directives to the expedition specified as follows, and I quote, "The object of your mission is to explore the Missouri River, and such a principal stream of it as by its course and communication with the waters of the Pacific Ocean, with the Columbia, Oregon, Colorado, or any other river may differ the most direct and practicable water communication across this continent for the purpose of commerce." Of course, the expedition didn't go empty-handed. They carried advanced weaponry for the time, including an Austrian-made .46 caliber Girandoni air rifle, which had a 20-round magazine and was powerful enough to take down a fully grown deer. They also bought flintlock weapons, knives, blacksmithing tools, mapping instruments, flags, gifts, medicine, other essential supplies for the journey. Now, their route followed the Missouri River to its source, continuing to the Pacific Ocean via the Columbia River, likely inspired by Montcalm Ab's earlier transcontinental journey as describing Lepage's History of Louisiana, a copy of which Lewis had brought with him for reference. Lepage's account had led them to believe that crossing the Rocky Mountains would be simple. Really? It did not have many mention of the difficulties of this terrain. Didn't tell them about all of the rocks that they would encounter. So, all met up, all together. The Corps of Discovery began their official expedition from Camp Dubois, also known as Camp Wood, around 4 p.m. on May 14th, 1804. The Corps of Discovery was made up of around 45 individuals, including the officers, the enlisted men, civilian volunteers, and Clark's enslaved man, York. Yeah, had to bring the slave along too, of course. Well, as they traveled up the Missouri River from St. Charles, they passed through what is now Kansas City, Missouri, and Omaha, Nebraska. On August 20th, 1804, Sergeant Charles Floyd passed away. Probably appendicitis. Not a good way to go. Becoming the only member of the expedition to actually die, which is actually rare for expeditions of those types in those times. Now, he was buried near a river bluff, which was named Floyd's Bluff in his honor, located in present-day Sioux City, Iowa. His grave was marked with a cedar post bearing his name and date of death, and the group named a nearby river Floyd's River. In the final week of August, the expedition reached the Great Plains, an area rich in wildlife such as elk, deer, bison, beavers, and pronghorn, offering both new experiences and challenges as they continued westward. And they also forged relationships with around 24 Native American nations, whose assistance was crucial to prevent famines during the severe winters and to avoid becoming irrevocably lost in the huge Rocky Mountain ranges. Now, the Americans and the Lakota Nation, referred to by the Americans as Sioux or Teton-Wan Sioux, encountered difficulties upon their meeting, raising concerns about a potential conflict between the two parties. It's been stated by Harry Fritz that all prior travelers to the Missouri River had cautioned about this formidable and assertive tribe, intent on obstructing free trade along the river. The Sioux anticipated a reprisal incursion from the Omaha tribe to the south, A recent CO incursion resulted in the deaths of 75 Omaha men, the destruction of 40 lodges, and the capture of 4 dozen prisoners, so they were not to be trifled with at all. The expedition engaged in discussions with the Lakota at the junction of the Missouri and Bad Rivers, known in our time as Fort Pierre, South Dakota. Now, one of their horses actually went missing, and the finger was solely pointed at the CO natives. Subsequently, the two parties convened, resulting in a dispute during which the CO requested that the men either remain or provide further gifts or tribute prior to being permitted to traverse the country. Now, Clark gave them a pretty bad review, describing them as warlike, and referred to them as vilest miscreants of the savage race. His words, not mine. Well, they nearly engaged in physical conflict multiple times, until the chief of the Lakota, Black Buffalo, convinced Lewis to allocate additional tobacco to the gathered warriors. Lewis acquiesced, permitting the party to go upstream into the Arikara communities. Now, during the winter of 1804 to 05, the expedition constructed Fort Mandan, located near contemporary Washburn, North Dakota. Prior to its departure on April 7, 1805, the expedition dispatched the keelboat to St. Louis, carrying a collection of species, which some of them had never even been observed east of the Mississippi. A leader requested Lewis and Clark to supply a boat for transit through their native territory. The Americans promptly advanced westward upriver and established a winter encampment within the territory of the Mandan people. Now, following the establishment of the expedition's camp, a considerable number of local tribe members visited, with some of them even remaining for the night. For several days, Lewis and Clark convened with the chiefs of the Mandan tribe. They encountered a French-Canadian fur trapper named Toussaint Charbonneau and his young spouse, Sacagawea. And here, of course, we finally encounter the great interpreter. Harmony was achieved between the expedition and the Mandan chiefs through the exchange of a Mandan ceremonial pipe. By April 26, Captain Lewis composed a progress report detailing the expedition's activities and observations of the Native American nations encountered thus far in his work, a statistical view of the Indian nations inhabiting the territory of Louisiana, which delineated the names of various tribes, their geographical locations, trading practices, and which waterways they utilized, among with a few other little bits and pieces. Now, President Jefferson would subsequently submit this report to Congress. So, after this, they traversed the Missouri to its source, crossed the Continental Divide at Lemhi Pass, proceeded north to Travelers Rest, and navigated the Bitterroot Mountains at Lolo Pass. They traversed on foot before continuing by canoe up the Clearwater, Columbia, and Snake Rivers, passing Calilo Falls and contemporary Portland, located at the junction of the Willamette and Columbia Rivers. They also utilized William Robert Broughton's 1792 notes and maps for navigation when arriving at the lower Columbia River. The observation of Mount Hood and other stratovolcanoes verified that the expedition was indeed nearing the Pacific Ocean, and thus nearing their goal. The crew first observed the Pacific Ocean on the 7th of November, 1805, reaching there 2 weeks thereafter. The expedition encountered the onset of its second harsh winter while camping on the northern bank of the Columbia River, in a tempestuous region designated by Clark as Dismal Niche. That's a terrible name for a town, isn't it? Well, insufficient nourishment was also a significant factor, so maybe he was in a bad mood. Now, the elk, the primary sustenance for the group, had withdrawn from their customary habitats into the mountains, and the party was now too impoverished to acquire sufficient provisions from the adjacent tribes. On November 24th, 1805, the majority of the group agreed to relocate their camp to the southern bank of the Columbia River, sort of near present-day Astoria in Oregon. Now, both Sacagawea and the enslaved individual York participated in the voting process. Fort Clatsop, or Clatsop rather, was established on the south bank of the Columbia River, 2 miles upstream on the west bank of the Nettle River, which is today known as the Lewis and Clark River. Well, at least that's how most people call it. They undertook this action not alone for shelter and security, but also to formally assert the American presence in the area, hoisting the American flag high above the fort. That's one way to make a statement. Throughout the winter at Fort Clatsop, Lewis dedicated himself to the process of writing. He wrote numerous pages of his notebooks with significant insights, primarily about botany, due to the prolific vegetation and woodlands that adorned the region of the continent. But the other men, their health began to deteriorate, with numerous individuals afflicted by colds and influenza. Aware that marine fur traders occasionally frequented the lower Columbia River, Lewis and Clark consistently inquired with indigenous Chinooks for trading vessels. They discovered that Captain Samuel Hill had visited early in 1805. A miscommunication led Clark to document the name rather as Haley. Captain Hill, however, returned in 1805 and anchored approximately 10 miles from Fort Clatsop. The Chinook informed Hill about Lewis and Clark. However, no direct interaction occurred. Now, there was also a Russian maritime expedition that was led by the statesman Nikolai Rezanov, which reached the mouth of the Columbia River during the presence of Lewis and Clark. Rezanov and Lewis and Clark were seemingly unaware of each other's existence. Rezanov arrived from present-day Sitka, Alaska, with the objective of founding a Russian agricultural colony to address the chronic food shortages in Russian America. Well, when we say Russian America, we mean Alaska. And he devised plans to relocate the capital of Russian America from Sitka to the lower Columbia River. However, his vessel, Juno, could not navigate the Columbia Bar. Subsequently, he traveled to California, initiating a series of events that ultimately resulted in the establishment of Fort Ross, California. Perhaps a topic for another video. Now, Lewis, back to the main topic, was resolute in his intention to stay at the fort, until April 1st at least, yet he remained eager to depart at the earliest possible moment. By March 22nd, the inclement weather had abated, and the subsequent morning, March 23rd, 1806, the voyage commenced. The Corps commenced their return journey by navigating canoes up the Columbia River, thereafter traversing overland. Prior to his departure, Clark entrusted the Chinook with a letter intended for the next ship captain, who was the same Captain Hill that had been in proximity over the winter. He delivered the letter to Canton and arranged for its forwarding to Thomas Jefferson, who consequently received it prior to the return of Lewis and Clark. The expedition proceeded to Camp Chopunish in Idaho, situated along the north bank of the Clearwater River, where they gathered 65 horses in anticipation of traversing the Bitterroot Mountains, which separate contemporary Idaho from western Montana. Nevertheless, the range remained snow-covered, hindering the expedition's ability to traverse it. On April 11th, as the Corps awaited the snow's abatement, Lewis's dog, Seaman, was abducted by Native Americans. But don't worry, they got him back. Good boy. Well, concerned that similar actions could ensue, Lewis cautioned the chief that any more misconduct or malevolent actions would lead to immediate execution. On July the 3rd, prior to traversing the Continental Divide, the Corps divided into two factions to allow Lewis to investigate the Marias River. Lewis's quartet encountered individuals from the Blackfeet Nation. Throughout the night, the Blackfeet attempted to appropriate their weapons, but during the conflict, the soldiers killed 2 Blackfeet warriors. Lewis, George Drouillard, and the Field brothers traversed over 100 miles in a single day before establishing camp once again. Now, at the same time, Clark had infiltrated the area of the Crow tribe. During that night, half of Clark's horses had vanished. However, they didn't observe any of the Crow warriors. Lewis and Clark remained apart until they arrived at the junction of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers on August 11th. Upon the group's reunion, one of Clark's hunters, Pierre Cruzat, erroneously identified Lewis as an elk and discharged his firearm, wounding Lewis in the thigh. I don't know exactly how he could make that mistake, but he did. At least that was the excuse. Well, upon reuniting, the Corps efficiently navigated home across the Missouri River, and they arrived in St. Louis on September the 23rd, 1806, safe and sound. Well, apart from the leg being almost blown off, but hey, you take it in stride. Now, in March 1804, prior to the expedition's commencement in May, the Spanish in New Mexico were informed by General James Wilkinson that the Americans were intruding against land asserted by Spain, and the Spanish did not like that. Following the commencement of the Lewis and Clark voyage in May, the Spanish had dispatched 4 armed contingents, including 52 soldiers, mercenaries, and Native American helpers on August the 1st, 1804, from Santa Fe, New Mexico, under the command of Pedro Vial and Jose Yarvet, with the intention to intercept and detain the entire expedition. They arrived at the Pawnee encampment along the Platte River in central Nebraska and discovered that the expedition had previously been there some days prior. The group then traversed 70 to 80 miles daily, and Vial's attempt to intercept the Lewis and Clark expedition proved to be futile. I wonder if they had known at all that the Spanish were the hounds barking at their backs. And so, when all is said and done, it was a great success. They accomplished the mission. They acquired knowledge of the Northwest geography and created the initial precise maps of the region. In fact, about 140 of them, which is a formidable task. But it wasn't just the maps. The trip recorded natural resources and flora that were previously completely unknown to Euro-Americans, albeit quite known to indigenous populations, but they didn't bother to ask them. Now, Lewis and Clark were the inaugural Americans to traverse the Continental Divide, the first to see Yellowstone, to enter Montana, and to generate an official account of these many places. Their expedition to the Pacific Northwest, accompanied by maps and declarations of sovereignty through medals and flags, constituted the legal measures required to assert ownership of each indigenous nation's territories in accordance with the doctrine of discovery. Throughout the journey, they established communication with over 70 native tribes and documented more than 200 novel plant and animal species. Jefferson instructed the expedition to assert sovereignty and exhibit military prowess to guarantee the subordination of local tribes to the United States, according to the practice of European conquerors in other regions. Subsequent to the voyage, they generated maps which facilitated the continued exploration and colonization of this extensive region for the next years, always being used as a reference. In 1807, Patrick Gass, a soldier in the U.S. Army, released a narrative of the expedition in his own words. He received a promotion to sergeant through the expedition. Paul Allen edited a 2-volume chronicle of the Lewis and Clark expedition, published in 1814 in Philadelphia. However, he omitted the true author, the banker Nicholas Biddle. The comprehensive report was not disclosed to the public until fairly recently, you see. The first authorized edition of the Lewis and Clark Journal is located in the Maureen and Mike Mansfield Library at the University of Montana. Now, a little bit more about the primary objectives mandated by Jefferson. You see, it was all about conducting a reconnaissance to document the locations, military capabilities, activities, and cultures of the diverse Native American tribes residing in the territory just acquired in the broader Northwest. It aimed to convey to the indigenous populations that their territories, whether they liked it or not, were now under the ownership of the United States and their great father in Washington, who had become their ruler. Of course, many of these native tribes extended their support by imparting knowledge of the wilderness and facilitating food acquisition. The team possessed an unmarked leather-bound journals and ink to document these contacts, along with scientific and geological data obtained in their interactions. They received an assortment of presents, too, including medals, ribbons, needles, mirrors, and other items designed to alleviate tensions during negotiations with Native American chiefs that they would meet along the journey. Numerous tribes had amicable interactions with the British and French fur traders during their occasional meetings along the Missouri and Columbia rivers, and generally, the expedition saw a surprisingly minimal amount of violence, except for a few instances. Those poor Blackfoot men who got killed. Well, on September 25th, 1804, there was that heated conflict with the Teton-Sioux tribe, sometimes referred to as the Lakota people, led by chiefs like Black Buffalo and the Partisan. The leaders approached the expedition and demanded tribute for passage across the river. The 7 indigenous tribes of the Lakota people governed an extensive inland territory and anticipated tributes from outsiders seeking to traverse their rivers or cross their territories. It seems pretty fair, doesn't it? It's just a little bridge toll. Well, Harry Fritz states in his work, All prior Missouri River travelers cautioned about this formidable and assertive tribe, intent on obstructing free trade. Well, the CO anticipated a reprisal incursion from the Omaha tribe to the south. Communication was, of course, challenging, to say the least, as the sole CO language interpreter for the expedition, Pierre Dorion, remained with the other group and was engaged in diplomatic matters with a different tribe. He's never there when you need him. As a result, both chiefs from different tribes received several gifts, that is, the partisan chief and the CO chief. Nevertheless, none was content, and they sought additional gifts for their troops and tribe. At that moment, several warriors from the partisan tribe seized their canoe and one of the oars. Lewis asserted his authority, commanding a show of force and displaying arms. Captain Clark wielded his sword and threatened severe retaliation. But, fortunately, prior to the escalation into a violent and bloody conflict, the chief, Black Buffalo, wisely commanded his warriors to withdraw, and everybody went home with their heads still attached to their shoulders. So that's a win-win. Of course, eventually, they successfully negotiated their passage without additional incident, aided by superior gifts and a bottle of whiskey. I wonder if they drank it before the agreement was struck. Well, either way, during the mission, the team studied and documented the customs, lifestyles, and all the little eccentricities of the numerous native tribes that they encountered. According to European standards, the Native American lifestyle was quite severe and unyielding, as observed by the expedition participants. Following several interactions and prolonged camping among the Native American tribes throughout the winter months, they quickly acquired first-hand knowledge of their practices and social structures. One custom that differentiated Native American cultures from Western societies was the practice whereby men could acquire multiple wives. Of course, this was contingent upon their ability to support them, frequently selecting spouses from their immediate familial circle. For example, the men in the Mandan tribe often married their sisters, which, well, it's a bit... Don't want to push my beliefs onto others, but okay. Now, female chastity was not esteemed very highly either. Fathers frequently sold their infant girls to adult men, typically in exchange for horses or mules. In CO countries, women were frequently exchanged for horses and other goods. However, this practice was not observed among the Shoshone nation, which esteemed its women more highly. Now, I am inclined to believe a lot of this, because they didn't tar all of the natives with the same brush. Now, if they had have put everybody into a big basket and said they're all barbarians, they're all terrible when they all need to be civilized, maybe a few eyebrows would be raised, for obvious reasons. But when they talk about each tribe specifically, and say one tribe does this, but the other does not, well, perhaps we can take it as the reality of the situation. Well, they also observed that Native American nations, and numerous ones of them, were perpetually engaged in conflicts with other tribes, particularly the very warlike Sioux tribe, who, despite maintaining a generally friendly relationship with the European fur traders, had audaciously proclaimed and rationalized the near total annihilation of the once quite formidable Cahokia nation. And it wasn't just them either. We're talking the Missouri, Illinois, Kaskaskia, and Peoria tribes who inhabited the regions surrounding the upper Mississippi and Missouri rivers. So war and conquest was not something new to these parts of the world. Just like with any other part of the world, it's a tale as old as time. Now, of course, we have to talk a little bit about Sacagawea, who was a Native American woman who accompanied her husband and, well, owner, if we want to use those sorts of words, since she was purchased, to Saint Charbonneau on a trip to the Pacific Ocean. Now, on February 11, 1805, shortly after her initial interaction with the expedition, Sacagawea entered labor, which was prolonged and excruciating. Thus, the Frenchman Charbonneau proposed administering a potion made from rattlesnake rattle to facilitate her delivery. Lewis, of course, possessed the required goods, and shortly after giving the medication, she gave birth to a healthy child named Jean-Baptiste Charbonneau. Now, on June 16, 1805, upon reaching the Marias River, Sacagawea fell very ill. She found relief by consuming mineral water from the sulphur spring that flowed into the river. Despite her frequent mention in literature, much of what is told about her is, if not outright fictional, it's at least somewhat exaggerated. Many scholars assert that she observed certain geographical aspects, yet she was not the guide for the expedition. But she was significant to them as an interpreter and in other capacities, identifying local flora and fauna, this sort of thing, things that a Native American would know in those lands more than the newcomers. Very practical. Now, the presence of a woman and her baby son would have provided reassurance to certain indigenous cultures, as she significantly contributed to diplomatic relationships by engaging with chiefs, alleviating tensions, and conveying the semblance of a peaceful endeavor. Now, Meriwether Lewis' writings conveyed a fairly unfavorable perspective of her, although Clark held her in greater esteem and offered assistance to her children in later years. Now, in the journals, the terms of squaw or savages were employed to describe Sacagawea and other indigenous peoples, so it definitely was not a friendly dynamic between them. Of course, it wasn't just Sacagawea who was along for the ride too. There was an African man named York who was enslaved, but who participated in the voyage as the personal servant as his enslaver, William Clark. York significantly contributed to the expedition's success too, and they weren't trying to hide that he did it. He garnered popularity among the Native Americans, who had never encountered a man who looked like him. He also assisted with hunting and the arduous task of towing boats upstream. Notwithstanding his efforts to the core of discovery, Clark declined to give him his freedom upon returning east, which is not very nice of him at all. While all the other explorers reaped perks of twofold compensation and extensive land grants, York was the only one who got nothing in return, dragging all those boats for nothing. Following the conclusion of the mission, Clark permitted York a short visit to Kentucky to see his wife before compelling him to return to Missouri. It is improbable that he ever reunited with his wife. 10 years post-expedition, York remained a slave, laboring as a wagoner for Clark. Of course, the final years of his life are a little contentious. In the 1830s, there was a man of African descent who claimed to have accompanied the Lewis and Clark expedition, who was residing as a chief among the Native Americans encountered during a trip in present-day Wyoming. But this is not really confirmed. Well, as for Lewis and Clark, upon returning from their trip, they encountered difficulties in preparing their writings for publishing. Clark successfully convinced Nicholas Biddle to edit the journals, which were subsequently published in 1814 as The History of the Expedition under the Commands of Captains Lewis and Clark. Not a very catchy name. Now, Biddle's narrative account, however, excluded significant material pertaining to their discoveries in flora and animals. Biddle's narrative was the sole published record of the original journals for the subsequent 90 years, resulting in many of Lewis and Clark's findings being inadvertently rediscovered and renamed. Of course, the general public became aware of the comprehensive scientific discoveries made by Lewis and Clark only after the publication of the original journals of Lewis and Clark expedition by Reuben Gold Thwaites in 1904 to 1905. In fact, in the 19th century, mentions of Lewis and Clark were hard to find in historical texts, even during the United States Centennial in 1876, resulting in the trip being mostly overlooked. Lewis and Clark, beginning to attract attention at the onset of the 20th century, were mentioned a little bit more. Well, thank you very much for joining me today. Bit of an interesting trip back into the early history of the United States. Only a few decades after they were united. Well, united as much as they could be back then. Let's see how united they'll be in a few months' time. Best of luck to all of you with that unpleasant situation. Hernan Cortes, born in 1485, Medellin, Spain. The Spanish conquistador who led the expedition that toppled the great Aztec Empire and brought large parts of Mexico under Spanish rule in the early 16th century. Utilizing a combination of military prowess, strategic alliances with indigenous tribes like the Tlaxcalans, and ruthless tactics, Cortes captured the Aztec city of Tenochtitlan in 1521, after taking Emperor Moctezuma II as a hostage. Actions that not only expanded Spanish territory significantly, but also initiated the cultural and genetic blending that would define the future of Central America. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to see you again. If you want to support the channel, you're already doing it, but a like and subscribe goes a little further. For those who want to go above and beyond, take a look at the video description. You'll find where you need to go. Now, without further ado, let's get started. I'll invite you to relax, take a deep breath, and we can begin our full biography of Hernan Cortes. Hernan Cortes was born in 1485 in the town of Medellin, located in the Kingdom of Castile, which is part of the modern-day province of Badajoz in Extremadura, Spain. He was the son of Martin Cortes de Monroy and Catalina Pizarro Altamirano. And before we go on, I do apologize to Spanish speakers. I will do my best with the pronunciations. His father, born in 1449, was an infantry captain who came from a distinguished family with noble lineage, but only a modest financial resource. Hernan's mother, well, she brought more notable connections into his early life, as through her Hernan was the second cousin, once removed, of Francisco Pizarro, the future conqueror of the Inca Empire in modern Peru. The intricate web of his family history reveals his maternal grandmother, Leonor Sanchez Pizarro Altamirano, was the first cousin of Pizarro's father, Gonzalo Pizarro y Rodriguez. On his father's side, Hernan was related to Nicolas de Ovando, who was the third governor of Hispaniola. His paternal great-grandfather, Rodrigo de Monroy Almaraz, held the title of 5th Lord of Monroy. Now as for Hernan, his early years were unfortunately marked by frailty and illness. It was not an easy ride. In fact, his biographer and chaplain, Francisco Lopez da Gomara, noted that Cortes appeared pale and sickly during his childhood. And when he was 14 years old, he was finally sent to study Latin under an uncle who lived in Salamanca. This phase of his education is often misconstrued by later historians, by the way, who sometimes incorrectly state that he was enrolled at the University of Salamanca. In reality, his studies were conducted under the private tutelage of his uncle, who was a formidable scholar. Well, despite this education, Cortes returned to Medellin after only 2 years, frustrating his parents' hopes that he would pursue a legal career, which was indeed a very profitable choice. However, the knowledge that he acquired in Salamanca, combined with his subsequent training and experience as a notary in Valladolid and then in Hispaniola, provided him with a thorough understanding of Castilian legal codes. This knowledge would later become crucial, as Cortes used it to help justify his controversial and unauthorized conquest of Mexico. Of course, we'll get to that later. At the age of 16, Cortes was already showing signs of the ruthlessness, haughtiness, and a little bit of mischief that would characterize his later behavior. Gomara's descriptions paint a picture of a young man who felt stifled and constrained by the provincial life in his small town. During this period, the news of Christopher Columbus's discoveries in the New World was beginning to captivate the imagination of many young Spaniards, and among the thousands of captivated youths was Cortes. The tales of adventure and the promise of new lands filled with wealth and wonders fueled his ambition and desire for exploration. As he grew into a young man, his restless spirit and ambitious nature became more pronounced. Drawn to the stories of wealth, power, and lands yet to be discovered across the Atlantic, the growing fascination with the New World, combined with his strategic mind and understanding of legal and military tactics, set him on that path that would eventually lead him to become one of the most significant figures in the conquest of the Americas. He had initially planned to sail to the Americas with Nicolas de Ovando, that distant relative and newly appointed governor of Hispaniola. a Caribbean island now split into Haiti and the Dominican Republic, a long, long way from home. However, an injury had delayed his departure, leading Cortes to spend the following year traveling around Spain, likely frequenting the southern ports of Cadiz, Palos, Sanlúcar, and Seville. By 1504, Cortes was ready to embark on his journey and became a colonist in the New World. Upon reaching Hispaniola, Cortes traveled aboard a vessel captained by Alonso Quintero. Quintero was somewhat famous or infamous for his duplicitous nature, attempting to outmaneuver his superiors to gain personal advantages out there in the new colonies. This behavior possibly influenced Cortes, and may have been a blueprint for his future actions and approach to leadership. In 1504, upon his arrival in Santo Domingo, the capital of Hispaniola, the young Cortes, at just 18 years old, signed up and registered as a citizen of the colony. This registration granted him a plot of land for building and farming, marking the beginning of his new life as a colonist. If only it were that easy in our modern time. Just show up, okay, sign your name here, here is your free plot of land. Have a good day, sir or madam. Well, shortly after his arrival, Governor Nicolas de Ovando recognized Cortes's potential and awarded him an encomienda. That was indeed a grant of land, but also indigenous labor. And we all know what that means. Well, he was also appointed as the notary of Azua de Compostela, a position that would leverage his legal knowledge and administrative skills. Over the next 5 years, his role in the colony began to grow more and more prominent. In 1506, he participated in the military conquests of Hispaniola and Cuba. His contributions to these campaigns certainly did not go unnoticed. The expedition leader rewarded him with a significant estate and a number of slaves from the Taino tribe. This period was crucial for Cortes, as it helped establish him as a formidable and resourceful figure in the colonial administration. People were starting to recognize his name, even at such a young age. Well, in 1511, he had turned 26, and he joined up with Diego Velázquez de Quelar, an aide to the governor of Hispaniola, on an expedition to conquer the island of Cuba. Velázquez, recognized for his leadership and military skill, was subsequently appointed as the new governor of Spain. In this burgeoning colony, Cortes was assigned the role of clerk to the treasurer, a position that entrusted him with the crucial responsibility of ensuring that the Spanish crown received its customary fifth of the profits from the expedition. Impressed by Cortes's capabilities and potential, Velázquez helped secure a high-ranking political role for him within the colony. Thus, Cortes quickly rose to become the secretary to Governor Velázquez, and was appointed municipal magistrate of Santiago, not once, but twice. His growing influence was further cemented by an encomienda that allowed him to utilize indigenous labor, as they call it, for his mining and cattle operations. This rise in status transformed Cortes into a pivotal figure in the colony, attracting those who sought an alternative leadership to Velázquez, and there were a few of them to be found. Well, by 1514, some 3 years later, his ambition and assertiveness became evident as he led a faction demanding an increase in the allocation of indigenous workers to the settlers. His burgeoning prominence in the colony's affairs, however, led to strained relations with Governor Velázquez. During this period, Cortes became romantically involved with Catalina Juarez, who was Velázquez's sister-in-law. While Velázquez perceived Cortes's actions as a trivial pursuit of Catalina's affections, straining their relationship further. Under pressure from Velázquez, Cortes married Catalina, but he was reportedly reluctant to do so, hoping that this alliance would appease the governor and solidify his own position within the colonial hierarchy. Despite his substantial roles and influence in Cuba, it wasn't until nearly 15 years after his arrival in the Indies that Cortes began to look beyond his already well-established status. He missed the first 2 expeditions to Mexico, led by Francisco Hernández de Córdoba and Juan de Grijalva, under Velázquez's orders in 1518. However, when the news of Grijalva's successful establishment of a colony on the mainland, rich in silver and gold, by the way, reached Velázquez, the governor decided to send reinforcements. Cortes was appointed captain general of this new venture in October 1518, but he was warned, "You best act swiftly before Velázquez changes his mind." Utilizing his administrative experience, which was admittedly quite extensive, knowledge from previous expeditions, and of course skilled rhetoric, Cortes quickly assembled a fleet of 6 ships and 300 men within the space of 4 weeks. Not bad. Velázquez was growing jealous, and this jealousy led him to contemplate reassigning the expedition to another leader. Cortes, however, was undeterred, rapidly expanding his fleet and forces in other Cuban ports, demonstrating his readiness and determination to explore and claim new territories for the Spanish crown. In 1518, Hernan Cortes was appointed by Diego Velázquez to lead the expedition into Mexico and explore and potentially colonize the region. However, the long-standing rift led to a last-minute revocation of Cortes's charter. Well, despite this, Cortes decided to just ignore the governor's orders completely. That's right, he basically scrunched up and threw it in the bin, proceeding with his expedition in February 1519. And this was indeed a clear act of mutiny. Well, Cortes first made a stop in Trinidad, Cuba, to recruit additional soldiers and acquire more horses. His fleet by then consisted of 11 ships, 500 men, which did include quite a large number of experienced slaves, 13 horses, and they even had a few cannons with them. With this force, Cortes landed on the Yucatan Peninsula, in territory controlled by the Maya. Upon his arrival, Cortes encountered Geronimo de Aguilar, a Spanish Franciscan priest who had survived a shipwreck and a subsequent period of captivity among the Maya before a daring escape. Aguilar, who had learned the Chontal Maya language during this ordeal, became an invaluable interpreter for Cortes. Talk about a coincidence. Though Cortes at this time had somewhat limited military experience, he proved to be an adept and strategic leader. Natural talent, or perhaps beginner's luck, depending on who you ask. Well, in March of 1519, he formally claimed the land for the Spanish crown, and then moved to confront the natives in Tabasco. Here, after a fierce battle, in which he overcame local resistance, Cortes received a significant gift: 20 young indigenous women. Well, these women were promptly baptized into Christianity. Among these women was one called La Malinche, also known as Malintzin or Doña Marina, who would become not only Cortes's mistress, but the mother of his son, Martin. And Malinche was, by the way, fluent in both Nahuatl and Chontal Maya, enabling Cortes to communicate with the Aztecs through Aguilar's translations. A bit of a chain of linguistics, but they'll get there eventually. By Easter Sunday of 1519, Cortes and his men were at San Juan de Ulua, where they encountered governors Tendile and Pital Pitoque from Moctezuma II's Aztec Empire. The meeting marked the beginning of significant interactions between Cortes's forces and the Aztec leadership. In a bold move to solidify his position and authority, Cortes and his men took control of Veracruz in July of 1519. By doing so, he effectively rejected the authority of the governor of Cuba, positioning himself directly under the command of King Charles of Spain. In a dramatic gesture to ensure the commitment and focus of his men towards their new mission in the New World, Cortes scuttled his ships, making any possibility of retreat impossible. Well, upon arriving in Veracruz, Hernan Cortes sought to establish relations with the local indigenous groups, many of whom were vassals of the mighty Aztec Empire, and many of whom who did not like being vassals of the mighty Aztec Empire. Well, eager to make direct contact with Moctezuma, the powerful Tlatoani, or ruler of the Aztecs, Cortes sent out emissaries to arrange a meeting. Now, Moctezuma, cautious and perhaps apprehensive about the intentions of these foreign visitors, declined the invitation, and not just once, multiple times. But once again, Cortes was very good at ignoring people telling him not to do things, so he was resolute and refused to be deterred. In mid-August 1519, Cortes made the bold decision to march directly towards Tenochtitlan, the heart of the Aztec Empire, leaving behind a contingent of 100 men in Veracruz to secure the rear, and proceeded with a force that included 600 soldiers, 15 horsemen, 15 cannons, and a large number of indigenous porters and warriors. Well, during his journey to Tenochtitlan, Cortes demonstrated strategic skill, by forming alliances with various indigenous groups who were subjugated by or hostile to the Aztecs. This included the Totonacs of Campoala and the Nahuas of Tlaxcala. The Tlaxcalans, in particular, were initially hostile, engaging the Spaniards in a series of fierce battles between September 2nd and 5th of 1519. Bernal Diaz, a soldier under Cortes, vividly recounted how they were completely surrounded at times. However, Cortes, through a mix of military pressure and diplomatic gesture, a carrot and stick method, if you could say so, including the release of prisoners with the messages of peace, gradually convinced the Tlaxcalans of the advantages of an alliance, particularly given their shared hatred of Montezuma and the Aztecs. Well, of course the Spanish were saying what they needed to say, just to get some people on their side. Politics. Everyone's playing their own game. Well, by October 1519, Cortes had cemented his alliance with the Tlaxcalans, who provided him with about 1,000 warriors as he continued his march. His next major stop was Cholula, the second largest city in central Mexico. It was here that Cortes' approach took I suppose we can say, a darker turn. Now, under circumstances that still remain debated by historians, we must mention, whether as a preemptive measure against suspected treachery, or as a deliberate act of terror to intimidate the Aztecs, Cortes orchestrated a mass-scale slaughter of unarmed Cholulan nobles, and subsequently set part of the city ablaze. The rightly named Fall of Cholula marked a significant point on the campaign, as Cortes continued his advance towards the Aztec capital. November the 8th, 1519, Cortes and his now sizable force entered Tenochtitlan, receiving a surprisingly peaceful reception from Moctezuma. The Aztec ruler adopted a strategy of cautious hospitality, allowing the Spaniards into the city, possibly to better understand their weaknesses and ultimately plan their destruction more effectively. Not a bad plan. Let's see how it works out. Montezuma's approach involved lavishing the Spaniards with gifts of gold, which, far from assuaging them, only inflamed their lust for plunder, effectively giving them a little gold as a gift, to which the Spaniards would reply, "You have gold?" Well, Cortes, sensing the complexities of his position, and after hearing of attacks on Spaniards along the coast, took the audacious step of simply grabbing Moctezuma and seizing him as a hostage, a move that allowed Cortes to exert control over Tenochtitlan, indirectly through the Aztec emperor. The situation escalated even more when Cortes received word that another Spanish force, sent by Velázquez and led by Panfilo de Narvaez, had arrived to arrest him for his mutiny and insubordination. Leaving behind 200 men in Tenochtitlan, Cortes marched with his forces to confront Narvaez. In a testament to his leadership and persuasive powers, he defeated Narvaez's superior numbers, and even convinced most of the defeated soldiers to simply change sides and join his cause. And that's exactly what they did. Looks like the pen is mightier than the sword in this case. Well, back in Tenochtitlan, tensions reached a boiling point when Pedro de Alvarado, left in command by Cortes, committed a massacre. And he decided to commit this massacre in the Great Temple. One can imagine how much of an insult this was. Out of all places he could have chosen, well, he shouldn't have massacred anybody, but you know what I mean. This, of course, sparked a massive uprising. The whole city was in chaos. Cortes rushed back and found the entire city in full revolt. Well, under somewhat murky circumstances, Moctezuma was killed. Spanish accounts claim that he was stoned by his own people. Well, that's what the Spanish say. While others suggest that he was slain by the Spaniards when his role as a mediator failed. Effectively, they did not need him anymore. Well, perhaps we will never know. A very sad percentage, I believe it's somewhat around 98% of Mesoamerican literature is lost. Yes, they had writing, by the way. Don't let anyone tell you that they didn't. Well, confronted with an untenable situation, Cortes and his men were forced to flee Tenochtitlan in the harrowing escape known as the Noche Triste, on the night of June 30th to July 1st, 1520. During this desperate exodus across the Tlacopan Causeway, the Spaniards suffered heavy losses, and much of the gold that they had stolen was abandoned. This marked a low point for Cortes, but it was far from the end of his campaign to conquer the Aztec Empire. He'd certainly lost the battle, but, well, you know how the rest of the saying goes. Following the devastating defeat at Noche Triste, Hernan Cortes and his diminished band of adventurers, demoralized and rather upset with themselves being defeated by what they thought was an inferior enemy, together with their indigenous Tlaxcalan allies, faced a grueling battle at Otumba. There, against overwhelming odds, they did manage to secure a critical victory over the pursuing Aztec forces, and this victory was pivotal, allowing them to retreat to the safety of Tlaxcala, though they suffered significant losses. 870 Spaniards fell in the battle. While back in Tlaxcala, Cortes received much-needed reinforcements from Cuba, bolstering his forces for the formidable challenge that lay ahead. Recognizing the need for a strategic approach to conquering Tenochtitlan, Cortes embarked on a campaign of attrition. He systematically cut off supplies to the city and worked to bring under control the cities allied with the Aztecs. This strategy was aimed at weakening Tenochtitlan's support base and making it more vulnerable to direct assault. In a masterstroke of military engineering, Cortes ordered the construction of several brigantines. These ships were brought in Tlaxcala and then transported in pieces to be reassembled on Lake Texcoco. The vessels allowed him to control the lake and approach Tenochtitlan from different angles, giving him a crucial tactical advantage. The use of brigantines also meant that Cortes could avoid the deadly close-quarters combat of urban warfare, instead opting to systematically dismantle a section of the city to secure a slow but steady advance. The Aztecs, led by their fierce ruler Cuauhtémoc, mounted a spirited defense, especially in the district of Tlatelolco, where they even managed to ambush the Spanish forces and inflict heavy casualties. Despite these efforts, this area would be the final stronghold to fall to the Spaniards, marking the end of organized resistance. The siege of Tenochtitlan, marked by months of fierce combat, finally ended with the city's fall. The once mighty Aztec capital was left a smoldering ruin, a testament to the brutal effectiveness of Cortes's campaign. On August the 13th, 1521, with the capture of Cuauhtémoc, the last Tlautani of Tenochtitlan, the Aztec Empire capitulated. Cortes, with no little audacity, claimed the vanquished city for Spain, renaming it Mexico City. Yeah, spoiler alert, right? A symbolic act that marked the beginning of a new era. Well, from 1521 to 1524, Cortes assumed personal governance of Mexico, setting about the task of rebuilding the shattered city and laying the foundations for Spanish colonial rule. And his was a rule that was marked by efforts to stabilize and expand Spanish influence, but also by the complexities of administering a vast and diverse new territory. In the early months of 1521, even as military plans unfolded, Cortes faced internal dissent and conspiracies against his leadership. One notable plot was led by Antonio de Villafana, who was accused of plotting Cortes's assassination. The conspiracy was swiftly quelled, and Villafana was hanged, a clear message that Cortes would brook no threat to his authority. Despite his monumental role in establishing New Spain, as they would call it, he often felt underappreciated and under-rewarded by the Spanish crown, a sentiment that is evident in the narrative he presented in his letters, and is echoed in Francisco Lopez de Gamora's later biography. However, a deeper examination suggests that Cortes's own ambitions, entitlement, and overt self-promotion contributed significantly to his increased strained relationship with King Charles, who would suffer no such thing. It's in poor taste, you know. But Cortes was indeed rewarded by King Charles, who appointed him governor, captain general, and chief justice of the newly conquered territories, collectively known at this point as New Spain of the Ocean Sea. However, the appointment was not without its constraints. To Cortes's dismay, the king also appointed 4 royal officials to work alongside him. These officials were not mere assistants. They served as overseers, ensuring Cortes's adherence to royal policies and mitigating his autonomous control. In a letter to Emperor Charles V, dated October 15th, 1524, Cortes candidly expressed his dissatisfaction, emphasizing that the conquest of Mexico was solely his doing, and openly admitted his disregard for the Crown's directives. This bold declaration was documented in the History of Mexico in 1858. Now, Cortes's unguarded comments in this correspondence were likely to, and indeed did, create a negative impression at the court. Not a good way to win friends, that's for sure. But despite the tensions, and tense they were, Cortes's influence was initially significant. He led the construction of Mexico City on the smoldering ruins of the Aztec capital, strategically demolishing Aztec temples and edifices to replace them with European structures that were more to the Spanish taste, thereby cementing, no pun intended, the city's status as a Central European hub in the Americas. Cortes was proactive in expanding Spanish control over New Spain. He founded new cities and assigned men to enforce Spanish rule across the territory, implementing the encomienda system in 1524. He and his close allies kept many encomiendas for themselves, viewing them as just rewards for their roles in the conquest. Well, in all fairness, they did do the heavy lifting. However, this allocation led to grievances among later arrivals and those from opposing factions, who felt excluded from these rewards due to Cortes's favoritism. Well, the tensions between Cortes and the crown were further exacerbated by the actions of his adversaries. In 1523, influenced perhaps by Cortes's enemy Bishop Fonseca, the crown dispatched a military force under Francisco de Garay to conquer and settle the northern part of Mexico, particularly the Panuco region. While this move was a direct challenge to Cortes, who viewed it as a conspiracy against him, involving his well-known enemies, Diego Velázquez de Quesada, Diego Columbus, Bishop Fonseca, and now Francisco Garay. In his fourth letter to the king, Cortes portrayed himself as the victim of an expansive conspiracy. His strategic appeal to the king proved to be effective, and the monarch issued a decree that curtailed Garay's interference in New Spain's affairs. This intervention by the crown allowed Cortes to maintain his position, as Garay retreated without initiating a conflict. Despite Cortes's defiance of Diego Velázquez's authority by leading the controversial expedition to the mainland, his remarkable success in the conquest of Mexico was acknowledged by the Spanish crown with the award of a coat of arms, a significant honor. I'm sure that Velázquez was seething when he was hearing about that. Can't really blame him. Well, the royal decree granting this coat of arms praised Cortes's, and I quote, many labors, dangers, and adventures. It aimed to ensure that his achievements and those of his descendants were honored and remembered. And, well, we're still talking about him, aren't we? So, seems that came to pass. The coat of arms features a black two-headed eagle on a white field, symbolizing the empire, and a golden lion on a red field representing Cortes's efforts and success in the conquest. Additionally, it included imagery of the three Aztec emperors, Moctezuma, Cuauhtémoc, and Cuauhtémoc, all very poorly pronounced. Sorry about that. Also, it had an image of the city of Tenochtitlan. The design also encompassed symbols of the 7 city-states around the lake, depicted with their lords as prisoners, emphasizing Cortes's victories over these regions. Around the summer of 1522, Cortes's wife, Catalina Suarez, arrived in New Spain with her siblings. Well, by this point their marriage was strained, to say the least. Not least because Catalina was related to Cortes's rival Diego Velázquez. Lacking the noble title of Doña, Catalina could no longer elevate Cortes's social standing. Moreover, their union had not produced any children, and Cortes had fathered several with other women, including a son named Martin with Doña Marina, his translator. Well, his wife was not very happy about this revelation. Don't really blame her for that. Well, this son, often referred to as El Mestizo, was Cortes's only male heir at the time, albeit illegitimately. Now, the mysterious death of Catalina Suarez on the night of November 1st to the 2nd, 1522, of course led to rumors and accusations that Cortes had been involved in her demise. An investigation was conducted, involving interviews with various members of the household and others. The records of this investigation, discovered centuries later, did not conclusively prove Cortes's involvement. Well, following Catalina's death, which caused a significant scandal, Cortes was free to marry anybody he liked, but he was pretty much having to marry somebody who was more suited to his elevated status and wealth. That's just the way it is. Well, in 1526, he constructed the Palace of Cortes in Cuernavaca, a testament to his wealth, located near his extensive encomienda holdings. In 1529, Cortes was not only given the noble designation of Don, but was also titled the Marquess of the Valley of Oaxaca. He married Doña Juana de Zúñiga, a Spanish noblewoman, and they had 3 children, including another son named Martin, who, as the firstborn legitimate son, became Cortes's heir and successor to his titles and estates. Cortes also had 3 daughters, Doña Maria, Doña Catalina, and Doña Juana, further securing his family's legacy and influence. He recognized the critical role that the Christianization of indigenous peoples played in cementing Spanish control over these newly conquered territories, and he was particularly aware that the impact of the clergy could have on the newly subjugated populations. Early efforts by the Catholic Church, especially through the mendicant orders in the Caribbean, had shown potential but also highlighted challenges. Cortes, therefore, specifically requested that Franciscan and Dominican friars be sent to Mexico. He believed that these orders, because of their dedication and lifestyle, were better suited to this task than diocesan priests, whom he viewed as potentially negative influences on the Indians due to their vices and profanities common in Spain at the time. Of course, send the guys who never party, never drink, never have any fun, and live a life of celibacy. That ought to get everybody excited to convert to Christianity. Well, Cortes wrote to King Charles V, expressing his concern that if the indigenous people were exposed to the less disciplined clergy, it could significantly harm the faith. He argued that the mendicants should be the main evangelists, and proposed that the Pope grant extensive powers to the leaders of these religious orders due to the geographical distance of the New World to Rome. This, he reasoned, was crucial for providing spiritual support to the settlers and ensuring effective ministry among the indigenous populations. The arrival of the Franciscans in Mexico, especially the symbolic group of 12, known as the 12 Apostles of Mexico, led by Fray Martin de Valencia in May 1524, marked a significant moment in the evangelization efforts. Cortes' reception of these friars was reported to demonstrate his deep piety and humility. According to Franciscan Geronimo de Mendieta, Cortes meeting the friars and kneeling at their feet as they approached the capital was a potent symbol of his submission to spiritual authority, aimed at showing all, including the indigenous people, that his power was subordinate to that of the Church. Despite some accounts, such as that of Fray Toribio de Benavente Motolinia, not mentioning Cortes' dramatic greeting, the alliance between Cortes and the Franciscans was strong. Franciscans viewed Cortes as a figure akin to Moses, opening Mexico to Christian teaching. In defense against criticisms by figures like Dominican Bartholomew de las Casas, Motolinia praised Cortes for his dedication to the spread of Christianity and his respectful treatment of indigenous people. His words, not mine. Well, Fray Bernardino de Sahagún's revision of the Conquest narrative in the Florentine Codex further underscores the evolving view of Cortes. Sahagún added commendations of Cortes in his later texts, contrasting his earlier accounts that ended with the Spaniards' search for gold. Between 1524 and 26, they embarked on an expedition to Honduras to confront one Cristobal de Olid, who had declared himself ruler of Honduras under the influence of Diego Velázquez. Concerned about potential rebellions back in Mexico, particularly fearing that Cuauhtémoc, sorry about my Aztec pronunciation, fearing that Cuauhtémoc could incite an insurrection, Cortes brought him along on the expedition. However, in a move that sparked quite a bit of controversy, Cortes executed Cuauhtémoc during the journey. Certainly raised a few eyebrows, that's for sure. Angered by Olid's betrayal, and convinced that Velázquez was the orchestrator of the treason, Cortes issued a decree to arrest him. This action only served to deepen the mistrust of the Crown of Castile and the Council of Indies, both of which were increasingly weary of Cortes's growing influence and power, getting a little bit too big for his boots, it seems. Well, in his 5th letter to King Charles, Cortes attempted to justify his actions, and criticized his, and I quote, various and powerful rivals and enemies for clouding the king's judgment. That's right. It's not him who's bad, it's just everybody's convinced the king that he's doing the wrong thing. It's the king's fault for being taken in by these swindlers. Well, Charles, who was also the Holy Roman Emperor, was preoccupied with numerous other issues during his reign. And, well, Central America was a long, long way away. Well, he was mainly preoccupied with conflicts with France, German Protestant states, and of course, the Ottoman Empire. In 1521, the year of the Aztec Empire's fall, Charles was dealing with affairs in his German domains, with Bishop Adrian of Utrecht acting as regent in Spain. Well, perhaps if he wasn't so preoccupied, he may have treated the situation a little differently. But he was preoccupied, so we find ourselves in this modern situation. Now, Diego Velázquez, with the help of Bishop Juan Rodriguez de Fonseca, chief of the Spanish Colonial Department, convinced the regent to appoint a commissioner, Luis Ponce de Leon, to investigate Cortes's actions and, fingers crossed, arrest him. Cortes remarked that contending with his own countrymen was more challenging than battling the Aztecs. Soon after Cortes returned from his expedition, Ponce de Leon suspended him from his position as governor of New Spain. However, de Leon fell ill and died soon after his arrival, and Marcos de Aguilar was appointed as the new alcalde mayor. However, Aguilar too fell ill, so they subsequently appointed Alonso de Estrada as governor, a position confirmed by royal decree in August of 1527. Amid suspicions that Cortes was behind these illnesses, he chose not to assume control of the government. Estrada sent Diego de Figueroa south to raid graveyards and extort contributions, but Figueroa met his demise when a ship laden with these ill-gotten treasures sank. After an incident where one of Cortes's supporters was maimed, Estrada exiled Cortes. Frustrated and seeking justice, Cortes sailed for Spain in 1528 to appeal directly to King Charles. In 1528, he travelled back to seek redress and support from his sovereign, and during this period, Juan Altamirano and Alonso Valiente were appointed to represent his interests back in Mexico. Cortes appeared before Charles V's court in a display of considerable grandeur. By then the emperor had returned to Spain, and Cortes boldly addressed the accusations against him. He refuted claims that he had withheld gold owed to the crown, demonstrating that he had, in fact, contributed more than the required 1/5 share. Furthermore, he had invested significantly in constructing the new capital, Mexico City. His efforts were recognized by Charles, who welcomed him with high honors and bestowed upon him the prestigious Order of Santiago. In 1529, as a reward for his contributions to expanding the Spanish Empire, Cortes was elevated to the nobility, receiving the title of Don and being named the Marquess of the Valley of Oaxaca. This period saw him marrying the Spanish noblewoman Donna Juana Zúñiga, following the death of his first wife Catalina Suarez in 1522. The Oaxaca Valley, one of the most affluent regions in Spain, New Spain rather, became part of his extensive estate, with Cortes overseeing 23,000 vassals, distributed across 23 named encomiendas. Well, despite these honors and the confirmation of his landholdings, Cortes was never reinstated as governor, and did not receive any significant administrative role in New Spain thereafter. His properties suffered under the management of neglectful colonial administrators during his absence in Spain. He aligned himself with local natives in legal disputes, supporting their cases against colonial abuses as documented in the Huexotinco Codex. After his return to Mexico in 1530, Cortes was greeted with new honors and titles, but he found that things back in the colonies had significantly changed. Despite retaining military authority and the right to continue conquests, the civil governance of New Spain was now under Don Antonio de Mendoza, the newly appointed viceroy. This division of power between Cortes and Mendoza led to constant conflict, and was a factor in the failure of several of Cortes's ventures. Upon his return, Cortes discovered that Mexico was in a state of disorder, with rampant suspicions of a potential rebellion that he was accused of plotting. Well, after reasserting his authority and restoring some measure of stability, Cortes withdrew to his estate in Cuernavaca, located about 30 miles south of Mexico City. Here he focused on constructing his palace and on further exploration in the Pacific. Between 1530 and 41, while still based in Mexico, Cortes found himself in frequent disputes, notably with Nuño Beltrán de Guzman. He also contested with Antonio de Mendoza, the viceroy, over the right to explore what is today known as California. Cortes's interests were not confined to exploration, however. In 1534 he acquired several silver mines in Zumpango del Rio, and by the early 1540s he owned numerous mines across the region, 12 in Taxco, 20 in Sultepec, and 3 in Zacualpan. He had previously staked claims to silver in the Tamazula area, marking his significant involvement in the mining sector. In 1536, Cortes led an expedition to explore the northwestern parts of Mexico, during which he discovered the Baja California Peninsula. His explorations along the Pacific coast of Mexico continued, with the Gulf of California being named the Sea of Cortes by Francisco de Ulloa in 1539, in honor of its first European discoverer. This exploration was among the last major expeditions undertaken by Cortes, marking the final chapter of his career as a conquistador and explorer before his eventual return to Spain and subsequent activities in Europe. He returned back to Spain in 1541, amidst a storm of legal controversies and challenges from civilians who accused him of abuses and financial mismanagement. In Spain, he sought to defend his reputation and secure his legacy by directly appealing to Emperor Charles V. His audacious approach to the emperor is captured in his bold statement, "I am a man who has given you more provinces than your ancestors left you cities." Can't argue with that. Cortes joined the fleet of Andrea Doria as part of the emperor's grand expedition against Algiers in 1541, part of the Ottoman Empire at the time. The campaign faced severe challenges, including a violent storm that nearly drowned Cortes as he pursued the Pasha of Algiers, showcasing his enduring, adventurous spirit. In 1544, however, he found himself in financial dire straits. Having invested much of his personal fortune in expeditions, he made a significant claim against the royal treasury, which went unaddressed for 3 years, leaving him deeply frustrated and disillusioned. Deciding to return to Mexico in 1547, he fell ill with dysentery and journeyed to Seville, where his condition worsened, leading to his death on December 2nd, 1547, at the age of 62. Cortes meticulously provided for his numerous mestizo and European descent children in his will, ensuring that each was cared for equally alongside their mothers. He expressed desire for his body to be buried in Mexico, and posthumously his children, including Martin Cortes, his son with Doña Marina, were legitimized by the Pope. After his death, Cortes's remains were moved multiple times. Initially buried in the mausoleum of the Duke of Medina in Seville, his remains were relocated several times due to various circumstances. In 1566, fulfilling his wishes partially, his remains were sent to New Spain and buried in the church of San Francisco de Texcoco, alongside his mother and one of his sisters. Cortes's remains faced the risk of desecration, however, following Mexican independence, prompting their secret removal. For a long time, they were lost, until they were rediscovered on November 24th, 1946, by the National Institute of Anthropology and History in Mexico, authenticated and placed in the Hospital of Jesus with a bronze plaque and his coat of arms. This marked the final resting place for a man whose life was as turbulent and controversial as the lands that he conquered. Human sacrifice, an unpleasant but fundamental aspect of Aztec culture, deeply intertwined with the religious beliefs and rituals, primarily to nourish the gods and ensure the continuation of the world and its natural processes. Centered in Tenochtitlan from the 14th to the 16th centuries, these ritual sacrifices often involved the removal of hearts from war captives or slaves, offered to a sun god to sustain his strength against darkness, and to a rain god to guarantee agricultural prosperity. Conducted during elaborate ceremonies on grand pyramids, these acts not only served as religious purposes, but also reinforced the social hierarchy by emphasizing the power of the elite and priesthood, while instilling a mix of fear but also respect among the populous and subjugated tribes. Such practices were crucial to ensure the Aztec Empire's ideology and societal structures, until the conquests of the Spanish disrupted their civilization in the early 16th century. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, a like and subscribe always helps, and if you want to go above and beyond, check the video description. But for now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can explore the topic for today, albeit it's a rather macabre one. Now, first of all, I would like to say that most of our information does come from European sources, and I will be talking about how this can become a little bit of an issue later on in the video, But before anyone comments first about that, I just want to get that out of the way. But we are going to open with a kind of a scene of confrontation between an Aztec priest and a Spanish conquistador. You see, when the Spanish had arrived and observed what was no doubt quite horrifying to them, they insisted that the Aztecs immediately cease from these activities of human sacrifice, to which an Aztec priest had reportedly responded to them as a kind of justification. He said, "Life is because of the gods. With their sacrifice, they gave us life. They produce our sustenance, which nourishes life." The Aztec priest's defense of the practice of human sacrifice shows this spiritual rationale underpinning the gruesome practice. You see, to the Aztecs, the cosmos itself was upheld by the gods' continuous self-sacrifice. According to their cosmological narrative, as recorded in the legend of the Five Suns, each era of the universe, or sun, was created and destroyed through the gods' sacrifices, and humanity's existence in the current era was only made possible by these divine acts. The concept of nextlahuali, or debt payment, was integral to the Aztec spirituality. It encapsulated the belief that humans were eternally indebted to their gods for their very existence and sustenance. All the crops that grew, every drop of rain that fell, and the cycles of life and death were all seen as blessings from the gods that required, of course, reciprocal offerings. The ultimate expression of this indebtedness, of course, was the sacrifice of a human being, viewed not merely as a ritualistic offering, but as a necessary act of cosmic responsibility. Victims were often portrayed as noble participants in a very sacred ritual, willingly paying the debts of humanity to ensure the continuation of the world. Such beliefs were deeply embedded within the very architecture of Aztec society, with the grand temple pyramids serving as both ritual centers and monumental offerings to the gods. These pyramids, adorned with treasures, art, and the remnants of sacrificial victims, were not merely religious buildings, but were themselves an offering dedicated to the gods that were buried beneath them. Thus the confrontation between the Franciscans and the Aztec priesthood after the Spanish conquests reveals this dramatic clash of world views. The Franciscans, armed with Christian doctrine that abhorred human sacrifice, could not reconcile their beliefs with the Aztecs' view that such sacrifices were vital to the sustenance of life of the cosmos. It was just a bridge too far. You can see in other cultures of the world, for example, when Christian missionaries had first went to China, there were practices in Taoism and Confucianism that seemed somewhat secular, things that could be reconciled, didn't view them as so monstrous and beastly. But going and seeing what they saw, those bodies tumbling down those pyramids, well, that was just a little bit too much for the European sensibilities. Thus this profound misunderstanding and the ensuing cultural and religious imposition highlight this tragic consequences of two radically different belief systems colliding. Only one was going to make it. There was no room for compromises. Thus, the multifaceted nature of sacrifice in Aztec society encompassed not only the well-documented human sacrifices, but also extended to animals and even self-inflicted offerings, showing a profound reverence for and dependency on sacrificial rituals. Animals like dogs, eagles, jaguars, and deer were specifically bred for sacrifices, reflecting the importance of these rituals in maintaining the balance and sanctity of the natural world as perceived by the Aztec spiritual elite. These practices were integrally linked to various deities and their associated cults, each demanding a different form of life to sustain the god's favor and vitality, a delicate balance, and each god required something different. For example, the cult of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was unique in its requirement for the delicate sacrifice of butterflies and hummingbirds, animals associated with beauty, gentleness, and precision within nature. Now, self-sacrifice, involving the offering of one's own blood, was equally significant and pervasive across the strata of Aztec society. This form of sacrifice was deeply personal and was often performed as an act of penance or devotion, embodying a physical connection between the divine and the mortal. The Florentine Codex provides a detailed account of these rituals, including the dramatic imagery of gods like Quetzalcoatl mutilating themselves to sustain or even create new life. This mythic narrative underscores the ideology that divine blood was potent and life-giving, a belief mirrored by the actions of the people themselves, who would pierce their tongues, earlobes, and other parts of the body to offer their blood to the gods. The theory proposing human sacrifice as a nutritional substitute due to the scarcity of large game is controversial, but it does highlight the complexities of understanding Aztec sacrificial practices within their environmental and economic contexts. This is a perspective that is not widely accepted, but it does prompt a broader examination of the practical implications of ritual sacrifices, going beyond simply religious or cosmological significance. Debates among scholars about whether these rites served as atonement reflect a broader discourse on the topic. While some view these acts as a means to sustain and assist the gods in their celestial duties, others suggest they served as a form of propitiation or penance, intended to correct spiritual or physical imbalances caused by sin or insult as perceived by the Aztecs. Extreme self-punishments for sins, such as hanging or self-defenestration, which basically means to throw yourself off a building, or out of a window if we're going by the typical French, were indeed documented, though the specifics of such practices are sometimes obscure due to gaps in the historical record. Now, the Aztec sacrificial rituals were of course deeply embedded in the cultural and religious fabric of the society, and they served as a vivid demonstration to their very complex cosmological beliefs and the central role that sacrifices played within them. Each ceremony was thus meticulously planned and executed, no pun intended, often during specific months or significant festivals, and always with a prescribed number of victims and accompanying offerings, which underscored the ritual's importance both to the community and the cosmos. Everybody would get together to watch the sacrifice, kind of like how you get together to watch the cricket, Now, victims were selected based on criteria that matched the religious requirements of the deity being honored. This often included warriors captured in battle who were deemed worthy to be offered to the gods. These individuals were not merely passive participants, but were integrated into the community in the days leading up to the sacrifice. They assumed the persona of specific deities, performing duties that ranged from blessing children to engaging in public dialogues and leading sacred processions. This integration was, of course, dual-purposed. It not only honored the deity, but also reinforced the sacrificial role as a prestigious affair, albeit fatal, but one that is still in service to the divine order, all for the greater good and a great honor. Now, on the day of the sacrifice, the ritual was a communal event involving multiple priests and often witnessed by the larger community. The victim, if we can say that terminology, embodying a god, was led up to the steps of the Great Pyramid to the summit, where the temples and the sacrificial altar, or chakmul in their language, were located. The ascent was symbolic, representing a return to the celestial realm. The chakmul itself, positioned at the top of the pyramid, was not merely a stone slab, but it was a sacred effigy that facilitated the communication between the Aztecs and their gods. Laid upon this altar, the victim was held down by 4 priests, emphasizing the seriousness and solemnity of the moment. It was the high priest, wielding a flint knife, a material chosen for its purity and sharpness, would then perform the heart extraction. This was believed to release the life force, or the tona, which was considered a vital offering to the gods. The extracted heart was believed to nourish the gods and sustain the balance of the cosmos, particularly the sun. And according to Aztec belief, the sun was powered by the hearts of sacrificed warriors. Thus, their ritual killings were seen as essential to the continuation of the world, kind of like putting petrol in the car, throwing some coal into the furnace. The car needs petrol, the furnace needs coal, and the sun needs sacrificed warrior hearts. Well, after the heart was removed and offered to the gods, the body of the sacrifice was thrown from the pyramid's summit to a terrace below, signifying the completion of the transformation from earthly being to divine offering. Thus it was all seen as essential to the continuation of the world. If it stopped, well, the world would stop too. I suppose they'd been doing it for so long that, well, even if they thought about stopping to do it, they were just too frightened of what would happen. Of course, the rituals surrounding the human sacrifices were not only varied, but they were deeply symbolic, driven by a range of divine allegiances and cosmological narrative. Each method of sacrifice was carefully chosen to align with the attributes and myths associated with specific deities, and it wasn't always the main event of cutting the hearts out and throwing them down the stairs. See, in the bustling ceremonial center, the air filled with the sounds of hymns and the rhythmic beats of drums, the community engaged in collective rituals of self-sacrifice. Priests and laypersons alike participated in auto-sacrificial acts, using sharp instruments to draw their own blood in a show of devotion and shared suffering with the sacrificial victims. This practice is what's believed to strengthen the spiritual potency of the ceremony and forge a deeper connection with the divine. Following the execution of the sacrifice, the ritualistic display continued with the treatment of the remains, which varied depending on the specific rites being performed. Typically, the viscera might be offered to the animals kept within the sacred zoo, a practice that symbolically linked the wild and divine aspects of nature. The severed head of the victim was prominently displayed on a skull rack that stood as a grim testament to the scale of sacrifice performed, and served as a powerful symbol of life, death, and rebirth. In cases where cannibalism was involved, the ritual distribution of the victim's body followed strict social and religious guidelines. The warrior responsible for capturing the victim was awarded the limbs, which were considered less spiritually significant. In contrast, the core of the body, the stomach and the chest, was reserved as an offering for the gods, reinforcing the hierarchy within both the human and divine realms. Different gods demanded unique forms of sacrifice. Victims might be shot with arrows to honor a god associated with warfare and hunting. Others might face death in ritual gladiatorial combat, or through the ceremonial ball game, which combined elements of sport, battle, and sacrifice into a single highly charged event. Some were burned, some were flayed, some were drowned, each method reflecting the mythic attributes of the specific deity they wanted to please. And of course, not all who were chosen for sacrifice were keen to accept their fate passively. The conquistadors Hernan Cortes and Pedro del Alvarado noted instances where captives, deeply ingrained with the religious significance of their impending sacrifice, refused offers of freedom. To these individuals, the act of sacrifice was a destined honor, a final sacrifice to their gods, promised to a revered place in the afterlife. But of course, not all had this attitude. Some were the captured warriors, the prisoners, and I suppose religious convictions or not. Nobody wants to have their heart ripped from their chest. It seems to be a common human trait that transcends cultures. Well, the accounts of human sacrifice during the reconsecration of the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan in 1487 present vastly different figures, reflecting a complexity of historical evidence, along with its interpretation, but also potential biases of those who recorded these events. Now, there are a wide range, between 10,000 and 80,000 as possible victims that suffered over a mere 4-day ceremony during that reconsecration in 1487. But it does suggest a logistical improbability at the higher end of this range. It would require an average of 15 sacrifices per minute to achieve such a number, a feat that, quite honestly, stretches the bounds of practicality. Further complicating the historical record are the accounts from the Codex Telleriano Remensis, which, based on discussions with older Aztecs, cites approximately 4,000 victims, which is of course a stark contrast to other figures. Now, this discrepancy raises questions about the motivations of different sources. Spanish accounts, like those from Bernal Diaz, may exaggerate numbers to underscore the perceived barbarity and justify the conquest of the Aztec Empire. But even if it's 4,000, That's still 4,000 too many human sacrifices. Far be it for me to push my morality onto others. But in contrast, Aztec records might inflate numbers of their own to display power and, of course, instill fear in rivals. The discussion continues with Michael Harner's reference to Bora, suggesting as many as 250,000 annual sacrifices in central Mexico during the 15th century, which would account for about 1% of the estimated population. Now, this figure, alongside other claims that 1 in 5 children of Mexica subjects was annually sacrificed, seems pretty improbable, and has led some scholars to propose lower, but still significant numbers such as 20,000 per annum. Now, in terms of archaeological evidence, while invaluable, also presents limitations in confirming these historical accounts. For instance, the discovery by Raúl Barrera Rodriguez of extensive remains near the Templo Mayor complex suggests a significant scale of human sacrifice. Yet the physical evidence, as of 603 skulls, found at least as of 2020, does not conclusively support the highest estimates. Thus, these varying archaeological accounts reflect not only the methodological challenges of historical and archaeological scholarship, but also the potential use of exaggeration as a tool by both the Aztecs and the Spanish conquerors. Of course, each group had motives for manipulating the narrative. The Aztecs might have sought to emphasize their power and divine favor, while the Spaniards likely aimed to justify their colonial and religious goals. Every Aztec male was trained as a warrior from a young age, but only those who succeeded in capturing enemies were considered for elevation to that elite warrior class. This requirement shows the significant role that military skill and the ability to provide sacrificial victims played in their society. Collaboration among young warriors to capture a single prisoner points to the challenging nature of this task. The practice not only increased the chances of success for an individual warrior, but also fostered a sense of teamwork and strategic planning within the military structure. Regarding the victims of these sacrifices, there is a notable diversity in their social backgrounds. While it might be assumed that the victims were primarily commoners or foreigners, viewed as more disposable, historical records do suggest a more nuanced picture. Slaves, often used as sacrificial victims, did not belong to any distinct or permanent social class. They could be individuals from any level of society who had fallen into debt, committed crimes, or were captured in war. This fluidity in the status of slaves challenges the notion of a rigidly stratified society in terms of sacrificial eligibility. And then, of course, there is the prisoners of war, who constituted a significant portion of the victims, coming from various social strata, and that included the nobility. Notably, children of noble lineage were also sacrificed, often offered up to the sacrificial plate by their own parents. While the discovery of a skull rack, also called a zompantli, at the Templo Mayor in 2015 provides physical evidence that women and children were also included among the victims, further showing the non-discriminatory nature of Aztec sacrificial practices. Interestingly, in 1454, an Aztec edict prohibited the sacrifice of captives from distant lands in the capital's temples, suggesting a shift towards using individuals who were friends of the royal house, a euphemism for warriors from allied states. This directive might have been influenced by political considerations, aiming to maintain and strengthen alliances with neighboring states, rather than alienate them through the sacrifice of their citizens, which of course tends to leave a poor taste in people's mouths. Now, visual depictions of Aztec sacrificial practices are predominantly sourced from the codexes crafted during the 16th century, often under patronage of the Spanish colonizers. This influence suggests that these illustrations may carry European biases, reflecting more about the Spanish perception and interpretations of Aztec culture rather than the Aztecs' own viewpoints. Among these, the Codex Rios, Codex Tudela, and Codex Magliabechiano are paramount among the main sources that we have left. These documents vary in their detail and perspective, but they collectively offer a rich visual narrative of Aztec religious life. But in contrast, surviving Aztec statuary provides a more indigenous perspective on sacrificial rites. These artifacts often focus on the mythological and theological underpinnings of sacrifice, rather than on the concepts such as debt repayment. A notable example of this is the Coyolhuaque stone, which depicts the dismembered body of Coyolhuaque and serves a dual purpose. Mythologically, it commemorates the victory over Coyolhuaque and her allies, underscoring the cosmic justification for human sacrifice. But politically, it was strategically placed at the Templo Mayor to symbolize the fate of those who would oppose the Aztec state, thereby reinforcing the state's military and divine authority. Now, the first-hand accounts of the Spanish conquerors, including those of Juan de Grijalva, Hernan Cortes, and Bernal Diaz, provide additional descriptions of Aztec sacrifices. However, it's important to remember that these accounts were often colored by the author's motivations to justify the conquest and colonization of the Aztec Empire by simply depicting its people as barbaric and in sore need of salvation and governance. This portrayal does raise questions about the reliability of their descriptions. Other historical sources, such as the writings of Bartholomew de las Casas and Sahagún, who had direct interactions with indigenous people, offer potentially more balanced perspectives. Las Casas in particular is noted for his defense of native rights in criticism of Spanish colonial practices. Sahagún, through his extensive work with native informants, compiled detailed ethnographic accounts that remain critical to understanding Aztec society. Juan de Grijalva, a key figure in the early Spanish exploration of Mexico, embarked on his expedition in 1518. He was accompanied by Juan Diaz, among others. Diaz, a chronicler of the expedition, later authored the work The Itinerary of Grijalva, a document composed before 1520 that provides a detailed observations from their journey. In this account, Diaz vividly describes encountering the aftermath of an Aztec sacrificial ritual on an island off the coast of Veracruz, and it reads as follows. This is from his writings. When we reached said tower, the captain asked him why such deeds were committed there, and the Indian answered that it was done as a kind of sacrifice, and gave to understand that the victims were beheaded on the wide stone, that the blood was poured into the vase, and the heart was taken out of the breast and burned and offered to said idol. The fleshy parts of the arms and legs were cut off and eaten. This was done to the enemies with whom they were at war. Another account by Bernal Diaz adds to Juan's depiction. It goes like this. On these altars were idols with evil-looking bodies, and that every night 5 Indians had been sacrificed before them. Their chests had been cut open, and their arms and thighs had been removed. The walls were covered with blood. We stood greatly amazed, and gave the island the name Ileta de Sacrificios, the Island of Sacrifices. Hernan Cortes also writes extensively about the practices of sacrifice that he witnessed. He wrote as following in his journals. They have a most horrid and abominable custom, which truly ought to be punished, and which until now we have seen in no part, and this is that whenever they wish to ask something of the idols, in order that their plea may find more acceptance, they take many boys and girls, and even adults, and in the presence of these idols they open their chests while they are still alive, take out their hearts and entrails, and burn them before the idols, offering the smoke as sacrifice. Some of us have seen this, and they said it is the most terrible and frightful thing that they have ever witnessed. We also have another account from an anonymous conquistador, and it goes as following. They lead them up to the temple, where they dance and carry on joyously, and the man about to be sacrificed dances and carries on like the rest. At length, the man who offers the sacrifice strips him naked, and leads him at once to the stairway of the tower, where is the stone idol. Here they stretch him on his back, tying the hands to the sides and fastening the legs. Soon comes the sacrificing priest, and this is no small office among them, armed with some stone knife, which cuts like steel, and is as big as one of our large knives. He plunges the knife into the chest, opens it, and tears out the heart, hot and palpitating. And this is quickly as one might cross himself. At this point the chief priest of the temple takes it, and anoints the mouth of the principal idol with the blood. Then, filling his hand with it, he flings it towards the sun, or towards some star if it be night. Then he anoints the mouths of all the other idols of wood and stone, and sprinkles blood on the cornice of the chapel of the principal idol. Afterwards they burn the heart, preserving the ashes as a great relic, and likewise they burn the body of the sacrifice, but these ashes are kept apart from those of the heart in a different vase. The debate over the ecological motivations behind Aztec human sacrifices is one that is highly nuanced. Of course, different anthropologists and historians offer their own contrasting and sometimes contradicting theories. One anthropologist, Michael Harner, suggests that the primary driver for the Aztec practice of cannibalism was a nutritional deficiency in their diet, specifically a lack of sufficient protein. According to him, the Aztecs faced high population pressures and relied heavily on maize agriculture, which of course did not provide essential amino acids. Thus, with limited access to large game due to increasing population and competition with other carnivores, Harner suggests that human sacrifice and the subsequent cannibalism of war captives became a grim solution to this problem. Marvin Harris supports this viewpoint in his work Cannibals and Kings, suggesting that human flesh was considered an elite food, consumed as a reward by the aristocracy to supplement a protein-deficient diet. This theory proposes that the ecological pressures of a densely populated agricultural society lacking domesticated animals for meat led to ritualistic cannibalism. But conversely, there are those who challenge these claims, criticizing the foundation of Hernan's argument and questioning the reliability of his sources. Ortiz de Montellano points out that the Aztec diet included a variety of protein sources, such as salamanders, fowl, armadillos, and even weasels, which were abundant in and around Lake Texcoco, the Aztecs' homeland. Moreover, he highlights that amaranth, a plant integral to the Aztec diet, was rich in both leaves and seeds that provided the necessary protein. Now, Ortiz de Montellano further argues that the Aztecs' advanced agricultural techniques, such as chinampas or floating gardens, along with a tribute system, did well enough to ensure a good surplus of food resources, which of course contradicts this notion of a protein crisis. He also criticizes Hernan's dependence on historical sources from Spanish conquerors, which he believes could have been biased to justify certain colonial aspects by depicting Aztec society as barbaric and negative. Now, the whole system of sacrifice in Aztec culture was of course so intertwined that it had become a completely normal thing. No one had really batted an eyelid at the daily spectacle. It had simply been going on for so long, and it was not only a spiritual duty, but evolved into this grand theatrical performance that involved the entire community. Thus it was far from the mere killing of war captives or criminals, but it was a ritualized expression of cosmological beliefs, meticulously designed to maintain cosmic order and communicate with the gods. Thus victims were not merely individuals. They were transformed into what the Aztecs called Teixipla, representatives or embodiments of gods, taking on the divine persona through elaborate ceremonial dress and behavior. During the numerous Aztec festivals, these chosen individuals, often warriors captured in battle or slaves bought specifically for this purpose, were adorned with the attributes of specific deities, dressed up the best way they could do it. This transformation was both physical and symbolic. It involved costumes, masks, and even the enactment of mythical narratives associated with the gods. This process, of course, culminated in the crescendo of ritualistic death, which was believed to nourish the gods, just like feeding a bird. Now this concept of netio to quilici, which, sorry about my Aztec pronunciation, we didn't learn that in school, but the rough translation is the desire to be regarded as a god, highlights the profound sense of honor and duty that was associated with being chosen as a sacrifice. Now, far from being seen as merely victims, these individuals were revered and honored. Their presence was celebrated with dances, music, and public adoration. Thus, in the year leading up to their sacrifice, they were treated as living deities, a temporary but awe-inspiring status that elevated them above their earthly existence. Diego Duran's historical accounts provide vivid descriptions of how these sacrifice rituals permeated Aztec culture. The use of a victim's skin, particularly in the festival of Xipe Tokek, or Our Lord the Flayed One, exemplifies the deep symbolic connection between the sacrificial act and agricultural fertility. The person who donned the flayed skin was believed to acquire divine attributes, a transformation that showed the profound interplay between death, renewal, and the sustenance of life. And such rituals underscored the Aztec belief in the cyclical nature of life and death, where human sacrifice was seen as a vital conduit, completely necessary act to ensure their ongoing life. Thus the remains of the sacrificed, whether bones, skulls, or skin, were treated with great reverence and respect, considered powerful relics that held ongoing religious significance. At the apex of Aztec society was the Tlatoani, the emperor, who held absolute power and was considered semi-divine. Below him were the nobles, the Pipiltin, who managed the lands and were closely tied to the royal family through blood or marriage. Warriors held a special place in this hierarchy. Their ability to capture enemies destined for sacrifice directly influenced their social standing and potential for upward mobility. This unique aspect of Aztec culture made the role of the warrior pivotal, as success in battle was one of the few ways individuals could achieve greater status and recognition. The importance of bravery and honor in the context of sacrifice was paramount. Those chosen were simply expected to joyously embrace their fate with courage and dignity. If a captive showed fear or reluctance, it reflected poorly on their character and status, and they were subjected to a dishonorable death. This not only affected their legacy, but also their supposed journey in the afterlife. Aztec beliefs held that those who died honorably in sacrifice or battle ascended to a higher form of heaven, whereas those who died less noble deaths faced a more perilous and demeaning afterlife. The Salem witch trials, conducted from February 1692 to May 1693 in Colonial, Massachusetts, stand as one of the most notorious episodes of mass hysteria in the history of America. Initiated in the village of Salem, Massachusetts, the trials began when young girls, including Elizabeth Parris and Abigail Williams, exhibited convulsions and other unexplainable symptoms, which local clergyman John Hale described as beyond natural disease. These events were quickly attributed to witchcraft, leading to widespread panic and accusations among the small community. A special court of oyer and terminer was set up, employing questionable practices, such as the use of spectral evidence and a presumption of guilt, leading to the execution of 19 people and several others who died in custody. Eventually, the trials subsided due to growing skepticism about their validity and fairness, leading the colony to finally admit their mistakes and compensate the affected families. The witch trials of Salem have since become a symbol of the dangers of isolationism, religious extremism, and failures in judicial process, continuing to fascinate and serve as a cautionary tale nearly 3 centuries later. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Today we're going back to the early days of the colonies in Massachusetts, the New World, quite removed from the Enlightenment of Europe at the time, where superstition was primed to run rampant. As always, I'm going to pin the top comment. Do you have something to say about the witch trials? Perhaps you're still a little bit annoyed by them. Well, tell me your thoughts in the comments, and I'll pin the most insightful one. But for now, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. We go back to February of the year 1692, where in Salem village one 9-year-old Betty Paris and her cousin Abigail Williams, 11 years old at the time, the daughter and niece respectively of Reverend Samuel Paris, started experiencing strange fits that were described by the minister of the nearby town of Beverly, John Hale, as beyond the capacity of normal epilepsy or even natural disease to cause. According to Reverend Deodat Lawson, a previous minister of Salem village, the girls exhibited behaviors such as screaming, throwing objects, making unusual sounds, hiding beneath the furniture, and contorting themselves into unusual positions. Well, the girls expressed their dissatisfaction at experiencing pinches and pricks caused by pins, but no physical proof of any sickness could be found by a doctor. Well, the doctor believed to be examining them was one William Griggs, a local of the village, the best that they had on hand. Subsequently, other adolescent girls in the village started to display conduct that was somewhat similar. During Lawson's sermon as a guest in the Salem village meeting house, he was frequently interrupted by the outbursts of these afflicted individuals. Well, the initial individuals, accused and apprehended for purportedly causing harm to Betty Paris, Abigail Williams, 12-year-old Ann Putnam Jr., and Elizabeth Hubbard, were Sarah Good, Sarah Osborne, and Tituba. According to several historians, the charge that was made by Ann Putnam Jr. indicates that a dispute was there inside a family that may have been a significant factor contributing to the witch trials. Nothing gets fingers pointing like family grievances. Well, during that period, there was also an intense and hostile competition, between the Putnam and Porter families, which caused a strong division among the residents of Salem. Politics at the family level. Citizens frequently engaged in intense disputes that would evolve into full-blown conflicts, primarily driven by their differing opinions on the rivalry. It was red team versus blue team. Think about a Romeo and Juliet sort of thing, the feuding families. Somewhat similar, except with significantly less romance. Well, several of the bodily signs had similarities to convulsive ergo intoxication, as suggested nearly 3 centuries later, but we will get to all of those specific causes towards the end of the video. Now, on to Sarah Good. She was a poverty-stricken woman, not much to her name, and she was accused of witchcraft based on her reputation. You see, during her trial, she faced allegations of deviating from Puritan principles of self-restraint and order by deliberately tormenting and ridiculing children instead of guiding them towards spiritual redemption. Well, Sarah Osborne was infrequently present at church gatherings, and that raised a few red flags of its own. You see, Osborne was charged with witchcraft due to the Puritans' belief that she prioritized her own personal interests after marrying an indentured servant. The townspeople expressed their disapproval of her attempts to exert control over her son's wealth from her former marriage, too. Now, on to the third. That was Tituba, a Kalina lady from the West Indies who was enslaved in South America, was likely singled out due to her ethnic dissimilarity from the majority of the people. She was charged with enticing youngsters, such as Abigail Williams and Betty Paris, by recounting tales of sorcery from the Malleus Maleficarum. I have a video on that too. It's basically a guide on how to spot, hunt, and prosecute witches. Quite interesting. Well, these stories of sexual encounters with demons, manipulation of men's thoughts, and fortune-telling were believed to provoke the imaginations of young girls, making Tituba an easy target for allegations. Well, each of these ladies was marginalized and displayed numerous characteristics commonly associated with those who are often accused of witchcraft. And, unfortunately, they were left to fend completely for themselves. Summoned before the regional magistrates due to the allegations of practicing witchcraft, they underwent extensive questioning processes lasting multiple days, commencing on March the 1st, 1692, before being formally incarcerated. In March, several individuals were implicated in witchcraft allegations. Martha Corey, young Dorothy Good, and Rebecca Nurse in Salem village, as well as Rachel Clinton in the neighboring town of Ipswich. Martha Corey's doubts regarding the reliability of the girl's charges had attracted attention. The community was extremely upset by the claims against Martha Corey and Rebecca Nurse, because both women were fully committed members of the church in Salem village and Salem town, respectively. The villagers believed that if individuals of high moral character could be witches, then that means that anyone could be a witch, and being a member of the church did not provide immunity from being accused. You can see where all this is going, right? Well, let's continue on. Dorothy Good, who was the daughter of Sarah Good, while being a mere 4 years old, was not spared from interrogation by the magistrates. Her responses were interpreted as an admission that incriminated her mother. Rachel Clinton was apprehended for practicing witchcraft in Ipswich around the end of March, on separate charges that were not connected to the sufferings experienced by the girls in Salem village. The early tests involved conducting physical assessments on the accused individuals to identify distinctive bodily features, such as moles and birthmarks, which were frequently considered to be indicative of the devil's influence. It was believed that such symbols symbolized the devil consuming blood from the accused women. Now, Sarah Cloyce, who was the sister of Nurse, and Elizabeth Proctor, also known as Elizabeth Bassett, were apprehended in April and then presented before John Hathorne and Jonathan Corwin at the gathering in Salem town. Both men served as local magistrates, but were also members of the Governor's Council. The examination was attended by Deputy Governor Thomas Daneforth, as well as assistants Samuel Sewell, Samuel Appleton, James Russell, and Isaac Addington. Elizabeth's husband, John Proctor, was arrested that day due to his objections during the hearings. But of course, one can hardly blame him. Your wife gets arrested on trumped-up charges of being a witch. Well, you'd definitely be quite angry about that one. Certainly act as a character reference at least, albeit a little biased. Well, within a span of 7 days, Giles Corey, who was Martha's spouse and a member of the church in Salem town, together with Abigail Hobbs, Bridget Bishop, Mary Warren, and Deliverance Hobbs, were apprehended and subjected to questioning. Abigail Hobbs, Mary Warren, and Deliverance Hobbs were all admitted guilty and started identifying more individuals as collaborators. Whether this was under torture, well, that's for the courts to decide. Additional arrests ensued, including Sarah Wilde's William Hobbs. That's right, it wasn't all just women. That was the spouse of Deliverance Hobbs and the parent of Abigail. Also, Nehemiah Abbott Jr., along with Mary Easty, the sibling of Cloyce and Nurse, Edward Bishop Jr. and his spouse Sarah Bishop, and finally Mary English, all arrested, dragged away kicking and screaming for questioning. Well, Reverend George Burroughs, Lydia Dustin, Susanna Martin, Dorcas Hoare, Sarah Morey, and Philip English, who was Mary's spouse, were apprehended on April 30th. Nehemiah Abbott Jr. was released due to the consensus that among accusers, that he was not the individual responsible for the hauntings that they had experienced. Mary Easty was temporarily released following her original arrest due to the accuser's inability to definitively identify her as the one responsible for afflicting them. However, she was then detained again when the accusers simply changed their minds. It's not very fair, isn't it? In May, an influx of accusations persisted. However, certain individuals among the suspects started to elude capture. John Willard and Elizabeth Colson were detained after many warrants were obtained. However, George Jacobs Jr. and Daniel Andrews evaded capture. Up until now, all the actions taken were for the purpose of gathering information. However, on May 27, 1692, William Phipps issued a command to create a special court of oyer and terminer for Suffolk, Essex, and Middlesex counties. This court was tasked with prosecuting the individuals who were currently imprisoned. Additionally, individuals were also issued new warrants. Sarah Osborne, one of the initial 3 individuals charged, unfortunately passed away in custody on May the 10th, 1692. You can probably imagine that conditions were not the best in the prisons. Now, another 36 warrants were issued for individuals as examinations continued in Salem village. The individuals included Sarah Dustin, Anne Sears, Bethia Carter Sr., and her daughter, Bethia Carter Jr., along with George Jacobs Sr. and his granddaughter, Margaret Jacobs, John Willard, Alice Parker, Anne Predator, Abigail Soames, and George Jacobs Jr., the son of George Jacobs Sr. and the father of Margaret Jacobs, along with many others. Well, by the end of May, when the court of oyer and terminer assembled, there was a total of 62 individuals in detention awaiting their fate. Cotton Mather corresponded with John Richards, a fellow member of his congregation and a judge, on May 31st, 1692. In his letter, he expressed his endorsement of the prosecutions, but also advised Richards to use prudence. And here we have a excerpt from his letter. The correspondence from Cotton Mather with John Richards, and he wrote, "Do not lay more stress on pure spectral evidence than it will bear. It is very certain that the devils have sometimes represented the shapes of persons not only innocent, but also very virtuous. Though I believe that the just God, and then ordinarily provides a way for the speedy vindication of the persons thus abused." And so, with that, the court of Oyer and Terminer was assembled in Salem town, June the 2nd, 1692, with William Stoughton, the recently appointed lieutenant governor, serving as the chief magistrate. Thomas Newton acted as the Crown's attorney, responsible for prosecuting the cases, while Stephen Sewell served as the clerk. The grand jury was presented with Bridget Bishop's case first, and they approved all the charges against her. Bishop was characterized as deviating from the Puritan lifestyle, if you can call it a lifestyle, due to her choice of black attire and unconventional clothing, which was contrary to the Puritan rule. During her pre-trial examination, Bishop was questioned about her coat, of all things, which had been inexpertly severed and ripped in 2 different manners. So the jury concluded that she was indeed a witch based on her immoral lifestyle. She was immediately brought to trial and found guilty on the same day. Rebecca Nurse and John Willard were indicted by a grand jury on the 3rd of June, but their trial did not start immediately due to circumstances that to this day remain a little unclear. Either way, Bishop met her demise through the method of hanging on the 10th of June, 1692. Rest in peace. Now, after the first execution took place during the Salem witch trials, the court paused proceedings for 20 days to seek counsel from influential ministers in New England. On the 15th of June, a response was received, authored once again by Cotton Mather. The ministers expressed deep concern for the afflicted individuals, but they also praised the government's efforts to uncover this malevolent witchcraft and urged caution in further prosecutions. They warned against relying solely on spectral evidence or superficial signs, noting that such evidence could be manipulated by the devil. Ooh. Well, they advocated for careful and discreet investigations, stressing the importance of protecting the reputations of those accused. But despite these cautions, they supported the continued prosecution of those who were justly suspected of witchcraft according to the laws of God and England. Now, a little off track here, but as far as I'm concerned, that is an accusation that never goes away, even if you are found innocent. Now you imagine it, if you're hauled off on the charge of witchcraft, kicking and screaming, being dragged out by the guards or the police force, whatever it is. Everyone in the village looking out their windows thinking, they got another one. Well, if you come back and you say, well, they found me innocent, a lot of people are still going to be a little bit cautious around you. You see, perhaps it is so that the devil was so powerful within you that you were so gifted with a silver tongue to talk your way out of things. People who believe very strongly will find any way to put the guilt on you. So be very careful with that one. And that's just, well, human nature, I'm afraid. Well, heading back to the topic at hand, according to Thomas Hutchinson, the letter's initial and last portions weakened the impact of the other sections, resulting in increased intensity in the prosecutions. And when Cotton Mather republished the letter in the Magnalia years later, he omitted that two first and last sections. Now, Major Nathaniel Saltonstall resigned from the court around June 16th, and this was perhaps due to his dissatisfaction with the letter itself, which did not explicitly prohibit the use of spectral evidence. Saltonstall, according to Upham, should be credited for being the sole public figure of his time who possessed wisdom and bravery to denounce the actions from the very beginning. Perhaps so, or perhaps the others were simply too afraid to speak up. Additional individuals were of course implicated, apprehended, and interrogated in Salem town by former local magistrates John Hawthorne, Jonathan Corwin, and Bartholomew Gedney, who had assumed the role of judges in the court of Oyer and Termini. Roger Toothaker, the suspect, passed away while incarcerated on the 16th of June, 1692, chalking up another victim of the witch hunt. Now, between June 30 and the early days of July, grand juries approved indictments against Sarah Good, Elizabeth Howe, Susanna Martin, Elizabeth Proctor, John Proctor, Martha Carrier, Sarah Wilds, and Dorcas Hoare. Sarah Good, Elizabeth Howe, Susanna Martin, and Sarah Wilds, together with Rebecca Nurse, underwent a trial during this period, in which they were, yes, convicted. The execution of all 5 women took place on the 19th of July, 1692, by means of hanging. In mid-July, the constable in Andover extended an invitation to the afflicted girls from Salem village to meet with his wife in order to ascertain the source of her problems. Anne Foster, her daughter Mary Lacey, and granddaughter Mary Lacey Jr., all admitted to practicing witchcraft. Anthony Checkley was selected by Governor Phillips to succeed Thomas Newton as the Crown's attorney, after Newton accepted a position in New Hampshire. In September of the same year, 1692, an additional 18 individuals were indicted by grand juries. William Proctor, who was re-arrested on fresh allegations, was not indicted by the grand jury. Giles Corey, on September 19, 1692, chose not to enter a plea at his trial, and as a result, he was subjected to peine forte et dure, a method of torture where the individual is gradually crushed under the progressively heavier weight of stones, with the intention of forcing them to give information. 4 individuals admitted their culpability, while 11 others were subjected to a trial and were convicted. But of course, we can't just skip past Giles Corey just like that. You see, something rather remarkable happened during his execution. Of course, the more weight that was added, the more people expected that he would cry out for mercy and give up the information or beg for them to stop. But he didn't. He simply endured it, more and more weight, without making a single sound. And apparently, the last words of Giles Corey, when they knelt down to him and said, "Don't you want mercy? Say something." Apparently he had replied, "More weight." Now that's a pretty badass way to go, isn't it? Well, rest in peace to Giles Corey. Very brave in the face of death and torture. Certainly not easy. Now, in a letter dated September 20, Cotton Mather requested Stephen Sewell to provide him with a detailed account of the evidence presented during the trials of 6 or 12 of the main witches who had been found guilty. Mather expressed his desire to be better equipped to combat the evil forces, and what better way of doing that than having written documents of how other people had combated them. You're going to start somewhere, don't you? Well, on September 22nd, 1692, a further 8 individuals were put to death. After the execution, Mr. Noyes, facing the bodies, expressed his sorrow at witnessing the sight of 8 individuals who were considered wicked, and they were all condemned to hell. Dorcas Hoare was granted a temporary respite, with the endorsement of multiple ministers to provide a confession of practicing witchcraft. Mary Bradbury, who was 77 years old, successfully fled with the assistance of her relatives and acquaintances. Good for her, I suppose. Abigail Faulkner Sr. was pregnant at the time and granted a brief postponement. According to some sources at the time, Abigail's postponement later turned into a suspension of charges. Now, Mather expeditiously concluded his narrative of the trials, titled Wonders of the Invisible World, and it was presented to Governor Phipps upon his return from the conflict in Maine in early October. It's asserted that both Phipps' letter and Mather's manuscript were likely sent to London on the same ship in mid-October, and this is a line from the letter from Governor Phipps, dated October 12, 1692, in Boston. I hereby declare that as soon as I came from fighting and understood what danger some of their innocent subjects might be exposed to, if the evidence of the afflicted persons only did prevail either to the committing or trying of any of them, I did, before any application was made unto me about it, put a stop to the proceedings of the court, and they are now stopped till their Majesties' pleasure be known. End of the letter from Governor Phipps. Well, October 29th, some few weeks later, Judge Sewell stated that the court of Oyer and Terminer considered themselves dismissed. When questioned if the court of Oyer and Terminer should continue, the governor expressed concerns about potential inconvenience and stated that it simply must be disbanded. Now, coincidentally, the wife of Governor Phipps, Lady Mary Phipps, was one of the individuals who had been summoned during this period. But following Phipps' directive, all executions ceased. Now, the Superior Court of Judicature, the Court of Assize, and General Jail Delivery, led by William Stoughton as Chief Justice, reconvened in Salem, Essex County, in January of 1693. Anthony Checkley remained the Attorney General, and Jonathan Elletson served as the clerk of the court. The initial 5 trials conducted in January of 1693 involved individuals who had been formally accused, but had not yet undergone trial in September, waiting around in those dirty rat holes of their cells. It's no wonder people die in those terrible places. And you must remember too, this was in the winter months, all the way through January. No heating. Ugh. Not good at all on those cold stone floors. I'm sure they gave them some hay to lie on. Well, the individuals who were on the chopping block in September were Sarah Buckley, Margaret Jacobs, Rebecca Jacobs, Mary Whiteridge, and Job Tukey. All individuals were acquitted, however. Lucky for them. Grand juries were convened for the individuals who were still incarcerated, while charges were dropped against several other individuals. An additional 16 persons were formally accused and subjected to trial, resulting in the conviction of 3 individuals, being Sarah Wardwell, Mary Post, and Elizabeth Johnson, Jr. Upon receiving the warrants for the execution of these 3 individuals and others who were still awaiting trial from the previous court, Governor Phipps granted pardons, so saving their lives. I'm sure he's got their vote. Well, at the latter part of January or February, the court reconvened at Charlestown, located in Middlesex County. During the session, grand juries were convened, and 5 individuals were put on trial, that being Sarah Cole from Lynn, Lydia Dustin and Sarah Dustin, Mary Taylor, and Mary Toothaker. Although all individuals were acquitted, they were not released until they settled their incarceration expenses. Unfortunately for Lydia Dustin, she passed away while incarcerated on the 10th of March, 1693. In late April, the court assembled in Boston, Suffolk County, and exonerated Captain John Alden through a proclamation. The court received allegations against a domestic worker, Mary Watkins, for making false accusations of witchcraft on her employer. Last time she makes her work overtime. Well, in May, the court assembled in Ipswich, Essex County, and conducted multiple grand jury proceedings. All charges against everyone, except for 5 individuals, were completely dropped. Susanna Post, Eunice Fry, Mary Bridges, Jr., Mary Barker, Jr., and William Barker, Jr. were acquitted through trial, therefore concluding the sequence of legal proceedings and capital punishments. Upon determining that a loss, disease, or death was attributed to witchcraft, the individual who made this conclusion proceeded to file a formal accusation against the suspected witch with the magistrates in the area. If the accusation was considered credible, the magistrates would apprehend the individual and bring them in for a public examination, which essentially involved the magistrates interrogating the accused in order to elicit a confession. A lot of the time, of course, it's leading questions. Could you imagine? Yes or no answers only. Have you stopped talking to the devil? You can only answer yes or no. You answer yes, so you have been talking to the devil. You answer no, so you're still talking to the devil. Perhaps not exactly like that. But leading questions, you don't get away with that in a modern courtroom. Now, if the local magistrates were convinced that a complaint was actually valid, they would transfer the suspect, or prisoner at this point, to a higher court for further action. In 1692, the magistrates chose to postpone action until the new charter and governor arrived. The new governor would establish a court of oyer and terminer to address these matters. Subsequently, the next course of action at the higher court level involved summoning witnesses to appear before a grand jury. An individual may face indictment for practicing witchcraft, or even entering into an illicit pact with the devil. Upon being formally charged, the accused individual proceeded to a legal proceeding, often occurring immediately, as exemplified by the initial person charged and tried on June 2nd, Bridget Bishop, who was put to death only 8 days later, June 10th, 1692. There were a total of 4 execution dates during the Salem witch trials. On June the 10th, 1692, 1 person was executed. On July 19th, 1692, 5 were executed, that being Rebecca Nurse, Susanna Martin, Elizabeth Howe, Sarah Good, and Sarah Wilds. Another 5 individuals were executed on August 19th, including Martha Carter, John Willard, George Burroughs, George Jacob Sr., and John Proctor. Lastly, on September 22nd, 1692, 8 individuals were executed, namely Mary Easterly, Martha Corey, Anne Pudiater, Samuel Wardwell, Mary Parker, Alice Parker, Wilmot Redd, and Margaret Scott. Several other individuals, namely Elizabeth Bassett Proctor and Abigail Faulkner, were found guilty, but were granted short reprieves due to their pregnancies. 5 other women were found guilty in 1692, but the execution of the death penalty was simply never carried out. Perhaps a little bit of introspection was applied. These women were Mary Bradbury in absentia, Anne Foster, who later died while in prison, Mary Lacey Sr., the daughter of Foster, Dorcas Hoare, and Abigail Hobbs. Now, a little bit more about Giles Corey. I want to talk about him in a little greater detail. Well, he was an octogenarian farmer residing in the southeastern region of Salem, known as Salem Farms. And of course, we've mentioned his defiance by refusing to enter a plea during his trial in September. The judges employed an antiquated method of punishment known as the peine forte de jour, when stones were stacked against his chest until he was unable to breathe. Well, Corey died without entering a plea after enduring 2 days of torture. The historian Chadwick Hansen argues that the reason for Corey's refusal to plead is often attributed to his desire to protect his estate from being taken by the crown. However, he also points out that a significant portion of Corey's property had already been confiscated, and Corey had even made a will while in prison. Therefore, Corey's death can be seen as a kind of form of protest against the court's methods. Now, it's also been stated by another modern critic, Robert Califf, that Giles Corey declared his innocence to the charges against him, but refused to be tried by a jury, as they had not acquitted anyone during the trials, sort of going on trends and not wanting to be up against it. Corey was aware that the same witnesses would testify against him, and therefore opted to endure whatever form of death they would oppose upon him. Now, Rebecca Nurse and Martha Corey, who were both found guilty, were expelled from their churches and deprived of appropriate funerals. Immediately after the bodies of the accused were removed from the trees, they were swiftly placed into a shallow grave, and the crowd scattered. According to oral tradition, the deceased's families allegedly retrieved their bodies during nighttime and interred them in unmarked graves located in their own land. The historical records of the era unfortunately don't document the fatalities of any individuals who were executed. Now, a significant portion, although not all, mind you, of the evidence presented against the defendant consisted of spectral evidence. Now, what is this? Well, it mainly refers to the testimony of the afflicted individuals who asserted that they witnessed the appearance or form of the person who was believed to be causing them harm. The theological controversy that followed regarding the utilization of this evidence revolved around the question of whether an individual needed to grant consent to the devil for their form to be employed in causing harm. Now, opponents argued that the devil had the ability to manifest in the form of any person to harm others, kind of like shape-shifting, putting on a mask, an impostor. However, the court maintained that the devil could not assume someone's appearance without their consent. Consequently, when the afflicted individuals claimed to witness the apparition of a particular person, it was considered as proof that the accused had willingly invited the devil in for a collaboration of sorts. While the primary objective of Cotton Mather's The Wonders of the Invisible World was to demonstrate the meticulousness with which the court handled the trials. Regrettably, the dissemination of the work occurred only after the conclusion of the trials, but Mather elucidated his book that he considered spectral evidence to be conjectural and insufficient on its own to justify a conviction. Certainly inclined to agree with him. While Robert Califf, a vehement detractor of Cotton Mather, asserted in his own publication titled More Wonders of the Invisible World, certainly got the one-up on him on that one, didn't he? That individuals accused of witchcraft, such as Tituba and Dorcas Good, may avoid standing trial by simply confessing. It's a bold strategy. See how far that gets you. Well, in a letter titled The Return of Several Ministers Consulted, Increase Mather and the other clergy members implored the court to refrain from convicting individuals based on only spectral evidence. Now, the court then determined that spectral evidence was not permissible, leading to a significant decrease in the number of convictions and potentially expediting the conclusion of the cases. A duplicate of this letter was included in Increase Mather's Cases of Conscience, which was published in 1693. The magistrates at Salem referred to the publication A Trial of Witches, which pertained to the 1662 Bury St. Edmunds witch trial, in order to find a precedent for admitting spectral evidence. due to the endorsement of the esteemed philosopher, physician, and author Thomas Browne, as well as the jurist Sir Matthew Hale. The evidence in question was allowed in the Bury St. Edmunds witch trial and the trials of 2 women from Lowscroft. The colonial magistrates also acknowledged the credibility of this evidence and proceeded with the trials. In the records of the Salem village church, there is a March 27, 1692 record by Paris, stating that Mary Sibley, who was a church member and lived near Reverend rather, instructed John Indian, a man who was owned by Paris, to prepare a kind of witch cake. Well, this action could have been a superstitious endeavor to repel malevolent entities, based on an account ascribed to Deodat Lawson. This event took place approximately on March the 8th, which was more than a week after the initial grievances were reported, and 3 ladies were apprehended. According to Lawson's description, the cake was considered a method to uncover witchcraft. It was constructed with rye meal and urine from the affected girls, and it was given to a dog. Paris recounts in the church records that on March 25th, 1692, he had a private conversation with Sibley regarding her grave mistake, and acknowledged her regretful admission. Following the primary sermon on March 27th, once the larger group of worshippers had been departed, Paris specifically spoke to the members of the church who had made formal commitment, cautioning the entire congregation against seeking assistance from the devil to combat the devil. You see, he claimed that the calamities in his household did not become widely known until satanic methods were employed, specifically the baking of a cake by his Indian servant, who had received instructions from Mary Sibley. This contradicts, however, Lawson's report, which places a date around March the 8th. Either way, the initial grievances were reported on February 29th, and the initial apprehensions took place on March the 1st. Well, according to tradition, it is reported that the girls were believed to be affected by the situation were entertained by Tituba, who was a slave owned by Paris. According to many secondary accounts, including Charles W. Upham in the 19th century, it is commonly reported that a group of girls assisted by Tituba attempted to practice fortune-telling. They used the albumen of an old egg and a reflective surface to fashion a rudimentary crystal sphere for the purpose of telling the future and telling the occupants their prospective life partners. Which sounds like something that a bunch of teenage girls would do on a sleepover. Set up a little crystal ball and say, "Oh, wow, you're going to marry Zac Efron." I don't know. Someone like that. Maybe Timothy Chalamet in this day and age. Showing my age a little bit. Well, however, their endeavor took a disconcerting turn when one individual purportedly perceived an apparition of a coffin instead of a dashing husband. Now, that's not something you want to see. This narrative, whether it be true or not, is derived from John Hale's book on the trials, where he recounts that only one of the girls, rather than a collective, admitted to him afterwards that she had done all of this. But Hale made no mention of the involvement of Tituba in the incident, nor did he specify the exact time it occurred. However, the transcript of Tituba's preliminary interrogation, reveals her providing a vigorous admission, addressing the court about, I quote, entities that reside in the imperceptible realm and the sinister ceremonies that unite them in the service of Satan. She implicates that both Good, that being Sarah Good, and Osborne, while asserting that numerous individuals in the colony were involved in the diabolical plot. Well, later versions frequently depict Tituba's race as either Caribbean, Indian, or perhaps African, while contemporary sources simply refer to her as Indian. Elaine Breslau's research indicates that Tituba may have been taken captive in present-day Venezuela and then transported to Barbados, potentially making her an Arawak Indian. While in subsequent accounts, including in Governor Thomas Hutchinson's historical writings on the Massachusetts Bay Colony during the 18th century, he characterizes her as a Spanish Indian. Now, on to the actual trials themselves. Well, we talk about something called the touch test, which relied on the belief in effluvia, which gained notoriety for its application during the preliminary tests in Andover in September of 1692. Paris had cautioned his audience about engaging in such inspections. Observers inferred that if the accused witch made physical contact with the victim during a fit, and the fit subsequently ceased, it was considered that the accused was responsible for afflicting the victim. According to the testimonies of numerous individuals who were later accused, this is the quote from their writings. "We were blindfolded, and our hands were laid upon the afflicted persons, they being in their fits and falling into their fits at our coming into their presence, as they said. Some led us and laid our hands upon them, and then they said they were well, and that we were guilty of afflicting them, whereupon we were all seized as prisoners, by a warrant from the justice of the peace, and forthwith carried to Salem town." The Reverend John Hale provided an explanation for this phenomenon. I quote, "The witch, through the power of her gaze, releases a harmful poison into the bewitched individual, causing them to experience a fit. Consequently, when the bewitched individual touches the witch's hand, the poison is transferred back into the witch's body through a sympathetic connection." Additional evidence comprised the admissions of the defendants, statements made by a self-proclaimed witch who implicated others as witches, the finding of dolls, books on divination and astrology, or containers of ointments in the possession or residence of the defendants, and the observance of protuberances on the body of the accused known as witches' teats. A witch's teat refers to the mole or imperfection on the body that lacks sensitivity to touch, something that was put there by the devil as kind of a mark of ownership. The identification of these insensitive regions was seen as undeniable proof of witchcraft. Of course, we talk about things like the pricking test. You would have a little needle, and every tiny little blemish on the body would be pricked to see if it bled. Of course, you can imagine how this would be, one, humiliating to be stripped naked first, and two, very painful to have every little freckle, every little mark pricked. Well, that's just one of the methods that they used. Of course, the trial held great attention for Puritan preachers throughout the Massachusetts colony, and a number of individuals journeyed to Salem to gain a little bit of information on the trial. These ministers put forward their diverse perspectives in writing somewhat afterwards. In November of 1692, Increase Mather, the father of Cotton Mather, simultaneously finished writing Cases of Conscience Concerning Evil Spirits and Wonders, and published it. The purpose of this book was to carefully recognize the increasing skepticism towards spectral evidence, while ensuring the fidelity of Cotton's revised and sanitized text. Similar to his son, Increase limited his direct participation, but he did publish a complete text of his August plea to Salem court in favor of spectral evidence. Based on the apologetic tone of the Cases of Conscience, it can be inferred that the moral panic had certainly diminished. Thomas Brattle even publicly mocked the superstitions of Salem, and openly criticized Increase's defense of his son in a letter that was characterized by its mocking tone. Well, despite the conclusion of the last trial in May of 1693, the public's reaction to the events persisted. After the trials, survivors, family members, and their advocates made efforts to prove the innocence of the condemned individuals and obtain compensation. In subsequent generations, the progeny of individuals who were unfairly accused and convicted have endeavored to commemorate their legacies. Events held in Salem and Danvers in 1992 were utilized to memorize these trials. And in 1936, the city of Salem acquired the land in the region and changed its name to Witch Memorial Land. However, no memorial was built on the location, and widespread misunderstanding about it all continued to exist until January 2016, when the University of Virginia disclosed that its project team had identified the specific location on Gallows Hill in Salem, where 19 individuals accused of witchcraft were publicly executed. In 2017, the city took ownership of the property and established the Proctor's Ledge Memorial to honor the victims. Matthew Flinders was an innovative English navigator and cartographer who was one of the most eminent explorers of his day. He gained widespread recognition for his comprehensive examinations of the Australian coastline, during which he became the first person to sail around the entire continent and recognize it as a unified landmass, so establishing the use of the name Australia for the continent that was previously referred to as New Holland by the Europeans. At the age of 15 years old, he commenced his career in the Royal Navy and served under Captain William Bligh on a voyage to Tahiti. In 1801, he embarked on a more significant expedition with the objective of mapping the Australian coastline. He made significant geographical findings, but faced numerous challenges, including being shipwrecked and even imprisoned during the journey. In 1803, he was apprehended by the French on the island of Mauritius while sailing back to England, and held captive there for a period of over 6 years. Regardless of all of the turmoil, his contributions, particularly his significant publication, A Voyage to Terra Australis, released shortly before his death in 1814, has been of immense use in the exploration and cartography of Australia. Welcome to the channel, everyone, and welcome back to those who are returning. Well, if you enjoyed the video about James Cook, you're certainly going to enjoy this one too. The same flavor, different dish. It's Matthew Flinders this time. So it is the second great figure in the founding of my country. Now, as always, before we start, you're already supporting the channel by just enjoying it, and I certainly hope that you are. Now, if you want to do a little bit of a solid for me, then just click the like and subscribe button. That really helps, as we're always trying to grow the channel. And if you want to have a look at the links in the description, if you feel inclined to do so, then go ahead. But first, let's all get nice and comfortable. It's the life of Matthew Flinders today. Now, we begin the story in Donington, Lincolnshire, when on the 16th of March, 1774, Matthew Flinders was born. His father, who also shared his name, Matthew Flinders, was a surgeon, and his mother's name was Susanna. Now, he received his education at Cowley's Charity School in Donington, starting in 1780, and he later attended the Reverend John Shingler's Grammar School in Horbling, Lincolnshire, a bit of a larger town. Now, according to his own account that we have from his own writings, he was compelled to embark on a maritime journey, despite the objections of pretty much everyone that he knew. In fact, he was inspired to do so by reading the novel Robinson Crusoe, which is of course about the man who gets stranded on an island, which I don't know why that would inspire somebody to go and be a sailor. I thought that would rather prevent somebody, but, well, I suppose it's all in the eye of the beholder. Adventure is adventure. Now, in 1789, at the age of 15 years old, he went to the Royal Navy and signed up, putting his name on the dotted line for a life of adventure in that golden age of maritime exploration. Because what else would a 15-year-old boy do? Go and be a blacksmith? Go and work at one of the Oliver Twist-like little factories? I don't think so. So, with the support of Captain Thomas Pasley, Flinders began his service on the HMS Alert as a servant. We all have to start somewhere. However, he was quickly moved on to HMS Scipio as an able seaman. In July of 1790, which was the following year, he was quickly promoted to midshipman on the new ship, the HMS Bellerophon. So certainly getting up the ranks quite quickly, especially for a 15-year-old. The apprentice doing quite well, it seems. Now, May of 1791, he enlisted in Captain William Bligh's mission aboard the HMS Providence, as he was advised to do so by Paisley. The purpose of the trip was to bring breadfruit from Tahiti to Jamaica. This was Bligh's second expedition to collect the said breadfruit, which came under the unfortunate journey of HMS Bounty. Video on that one soon enough. Well, the voyage navigated through the Cape of Good Hope and reached Adventure Bay on the eastern shore of Bruny Island, located off the southeastern coast of present-day Tasmania, in February of 1792. Now, Tasmania, by the way, is that little triangular island to the southeast of Australia. Well, the southeast of Australia in general, but the province of Victoria directly to the south of it. And it's really nice, by the way. Well, the officers and crew spent more than a week in the area, acquiring water and lumber, and they also engaged with the indigenous Aboriginal people who were there. This marked Flinders' initial encounter with any of the territory that currently constitutes the Commonwealth of Australia. Following the arrival of the expedition in Tahiti in April of 1792, and the successful acquisition of several breadfruit plants for transportation to Jamaica, they embarked on a westward journey. Bligh opted to bypass Adventure Bay, and instead sailed north of the Australian continent, navigating through the Torres Strait. At this location near Zagai Island, they engaged in naval conflict with armed indigenous individuals in a group of sailing canoes, leading to the fatalities of multiple islanders and one crew member. Still pretty brave for the guys in canoes to go after those boats. Perhaps they didn't know what they were up against. Well, in February of 1793, the expedition reached Jamaica, and finally had the chance to unload the breadfruit trees. Afterwards, they sailed back to England, with Flinders disembarking in London in August of 1793, marking the end of a more than 2-year-long journey at sea. Not bad for an early career. Well, the thing is with long sea voyages then, well, you're pretty lucky if you made it back. Of course, technology had gotten a lot better as the British and the Spanish and the French, the Portuguese were generally excelling at shipbuilding technologies, but still, it was mainly a diet sort of thing. Fortunately, James Cook solved a lot of the scurvy issues by bringing aboard lots of limes and sauerkraut and all the rest, but, well, some people it hadn't quite caught on yet. Now, back to Flinders, who returned to HMS Bellerophon in September of 1793, 1 month after he'd gotten back to London. So he was obviously very keen to get back on the waves, and once again he was serving under the leadership of Captain Pasley. In 1794, Flinders participated in the glorious 1st of June combat aboard this ship. This battle was the initial and most significant fleet engagement between the Kingdom of Great Britain and the First French Republic during the French Revolutionary Wars. Flinders documented the hard combat in a comprehensive notebook, detailing how Captain Pasley suffered the loss of his leg due to an 18-pound shot that penetrated the barricade on the quarter-deck. Ouch! You imagine a cannonball just ripping your leg off. Not a good way to go. Of course, amputations back then were no anesthetic, just bite the dirty rag and hope for the best. Bring out the bone saw. Well, either way, both Pasley and Flinders did manage to escape, but Flinders made the choice to prioritize exploratory naval commissions above military naval ones. After all, that's slightly less dangerous. Well, driven by his yearning for adventure, Flinders joined the crew of the HMS Reliance as a midshipman in 1795. The ship was en route to New South Wales, which is one of the provinces in Australia just above Victoria, East Coast. That's where Sydney is, by the way, transporting Captain John Hunter, the newly appointed governor of the British territory. Now, during his journey, Flinders formed a friendship with one George Bass, the ship's physician, who was 3 years older than him and had been born in Aswarby, a mere 11 miles away from Donington. Small world. Well, September of 1795, the HMS Reliance arrived at Port Jackson, where explorers George Bass and Matthew Flinders quickly organized an expedition. They embarked on this journey in a small open boat named Tom Thumb, accompanied by the young lad William Martin. Together they sailed to Botany Bay and explored up the Georges River. In March of 1796, Bass and Flinders, again with William Martin, set out on another expedition in a larger vessel called Tom Thumb II. They sailed south from Port Jackson, but were soon forced to land at Red Point, which is now called Port Kembla. Now, at Red Point, modern-day terms Port Kembla, they enlisted the help of two indigenous men who guided them to the entrance of Lake Illawarra. Here they dried their gunpowder and resupplied their water provisions with the assistance of a local indigenous community, who were reportedly quite happy to help. Now, as they returned to Sydney, they sought refuge at Guatemala and also ventured into parts of Port Hacking, known to the local Dharawal people as Debun. Oh, and by the way, a lot of Australian town names are, well, they're taken from the local indigenous names. So when you have names like Guatemala, Wagga Wagga, Woolloomooloo, they're usually from the local tribal names for those places. Now in 1798, Flinders, now promoted to lieutenant, congratulations to him, was assigned the command of his own sloop, and that sloop was called Norfolk. And he had a mission. This mission was to navigate past Fourneau's Islands and determine whether a strait separated Van Diemen's Land from the mainland. Van Diemen's Land was the old name for Tasmania, that landmass that is south of Australia. Now, Flinders and Bass had previously undertaken separate expeditions in the area, but neither had definitively proven the existence of a strait. The time had come. Flinders, along with Bass and several crew members, navigated the Norfolk around the uncharted northern and western shores of Van Diemen's Land, circumnavigating Cape Pillar, and then returning to Fourneau's Islands. Through this voyage, Flinders successfully completed the first full circumnavigation of modern-day Tasmania, and confirmed the existence of a strait, which, to this very day, is named Bass Strait. Flinders had named that in honor of his close friend and companion, and that's really nice of him, I think. He could have named it Flinders Strait, but he didn't. In fact, the main street of my city, Melbourne, is called Flinders Street. It's probably best not to go there. Well, the largest island in the strait was named Flinders Island in his honor, by the way, so there is that. Now, during this expedition, Flinders and Bass also explored several kilometers of the River Derwent in a small boat, where they had their only recorded interaction with Aboriginal Tasmanians. In 1799, this following year, with Bass having returned to Britain, Flinders received orders to explore the coastline north of Port Jackson. He was once again assigned the sloop Norfolk, and embarked on this expedition with his brother Samuel Flinders, and an Aboriginal man from the Ku-ring-gai tribe named Bungaree, who would later gain fame as a navigator and intermediary between indigenous Australians and the European settlers. They set sail on the 8th of July, 1799, arriving at Moreton Bay 6 days later. Flinders landed at Woody Point and named a nearby area Red Cliff, due to the striking red cliffs, obviously, and the name persists to this day. It's still called Redcliffe. As Flinders continued his exploration of Moreton Bay, he discovered a narrow body of water that he named the Pumice Stone River, unaware that this channel actually separated Breby Island from the mainland. This waterway is now known as Pumice Stone Passage. Now, Flinders' encounters with the indigenous people of Moreton Bay were mostly peaceful. Key word is mostly. There was a notable incident on the 15th of July near the southern tip of Breby Island, where a spear was thrown, resulting in a local man being shot in retaliation. Flinders named the location of this confrontation Point Skirmish. While anchored in Pumice Stone Passage, Flinders, along with Bungaree and other crew members, undertook an overland journey, during which they climbed Mount Beerborum. They also attempted to traverse the steep cliffs of Mount Tibrogargan before deciding to turn back around on July 26th, retracing their steps to rejoin the Norfolk and continue their expedition. Departing from Moreton Bay, Flinders proceeded northward, conducting explorations as far as Harvey Bay, before retracing his route back south. They returned to Sydney on the 20th of August 1799. Flinders then reunited with the ship Reliance and made his way back to Britain in the March of 1800. Now, while he was on this journey, the Antipodes Islands were uncovered and accurately mapped. It was on the way. May as well add it to the list. Flinders' work had attracted the notice of other scientists during the time as well, especially the influential Sir Joseph Banks, to whom Flinders devoted his observations on the coasts of Van Diemen's Land and Bass's Strait, etc. Banks utilized his sway over Earl Spencer to persuade the Admiralty of the significance of an expedition to survey the shoreland of New Holland. Consequently, in January of 1801, Flinders was appointed as the commander of HMS Investigator, a sloop weighing 334 tons, and was elevated to the rank of commander in the subsequent month. The Investigator embarked on a voyage to New Holland on the 18th of July 1801. The trip included the botanist Robert Brown, the botanical artist Ferdinand Bauer, the landscape artist William Westall, the gardener Peter Good, a geology assistant John Allen, and John Crossley as the astronomer. Now, the Borden voyage did have a larger group of scientific gentlemen in comparison to this one, which indicates that the British tendency to be a little frugal in their scientific pursuits. After all, there's only so many scientists you want to put on a boat in 1801, going halfway across the world. In case something happens, well, you don't want to lose them. And it's very easy to lose them. Well, John Franklin, a future explorer who was related to Flinders, through marriage, by the way, on this time worked as a midshipman too. So it's good to have a little family along for the trip. Now, on the 6th of December 1801, Flinders aboard the ship Investigator arrived at and officially named Cape Lewin. He then began a detailed exploration of the southern coast of the Australian mainland. The crew anchored in King George Sound, staying for a month to explore the surrounding area. Initially, the local Aboriginal people expressed a desire for Flinders' crew to leave, but after a little bit of diplomacy, relations start to improve, with one local even participating in musket drills with the ship's marines. They actually brought him on the boat and showed him how to do it. Well, that's interesting. That's a cultural exchange, I suppose. I don't know how interested the British were in learning the indigenous cultures, but, well, it is what it is, isn't it? Now, during this time, Flinders discovered a copper plate in nearby Oyster Harbour, left the previous year by Captain Christopher Dixon of the ship Elligood. But tragically, during a return trip to the ship from an exploration of the mainland, 8 of Flinders' crew members were lost when their sailing cutter collapsed. Remember what I said about it's easy to lose people on a ship in 1801? Well, case in point. Flinders named this area Point Lincoln, after his home county of Lincolnshire, and the neighbouring bay Memory Cove, in honour of the lost men. On the 21st of March, 1802, the expedition reached a large island, where they observed numerous docile kangaroos. Flinders and his crew slaughtered 31 of them to replenish their meat supply, and named the island Kangaroo Island in recognition of this event. However, the seals on the island were less friendly, and one crew member received a nasty little bite. Now, just quickly, a little cultural note about kangaroos. You're probably thinking, oh my goodness, they shot the kangaroos and they ate the kangaroos. Quite right, they did. Kangaroos are great on the barbecue. I don't care what anyone says. Now, during my time in China, I mentioned to many people that Australians eat kangaroos, and they were quite shocked, because you see, in China, they view kangaroos as giant rats. In fact, the Chinese word for kangaroo is dai shuo, and that shuo is kind of like the way they have mouse or rat. It's one of the characters that are interchangeable, but you'll also see it in those different sort of marsupial animals when they spell them out in Chinese. So basically, they're quite shocked because they think it's the same as eating rats. Now, I've never eaten a rat myself, at least not yet. I know that in Vietnam they have field rats that they use, so I'm not sure if I ever will, but I don't think that the taste is quite the same. Well, moving on from my love of kangaroo, perhaps you think I'm quite beastly now. I hope I don't get cancelled for that. Now, on the 8th of April 1802, while sailing east, Flinders encountered the French corvette Geography, led by the explorer Nicholas Bowden, who was on a government-sponsored expedition also. Despite the ongoing conflict between their nations, the two explorers exchanged information about their discoveries. A bit of mutual respect between two people in the same field, but on different sides of the coin. In fact, Flinders named the site of their meeting Encounter Bay. As Flinders continued his journey along the coast, he explored Port Phillip, where the city of Melbourne would later be founded. Now, speaking of the founding of Melbourne, the founder of Melbourne was purported to be John Batman. That's right. His last name is Batman, and in fact, they originally called the city Batmania after John Batman. Of course, they changed it later on to Melbourne, but still, in Melbourne today you can find many roads. One of the main roads leading down to the river is Batman Avenue. You also have Batman Lane, and many streets throughout Melbourne suburbs called Batman Road, Batman Street. So that's why. I think we should have called it Batmania. I think that's a much cooler name. I like Melbourne, but you can't argue with a name like that, surely. Now, unbeknownst to Flinders, when he had got to Melbourne, the area had already been surveyed by one John Murray on the HMS Lady Nelson just 11 weeks before he got there. Flinders climbed Arthur's Seat, which is the highest point in the Southern Bay area, describing the land as pleasant and in numerous areas fertile. On the 1st of May, after ascending the Yo-Yangs to the northwest of Port Phillip, Flinders left a scroll with the ship's name atop a small pile of stones at the summit. Due to dwindling supplies, Flinders made his way back to Sydney and reached his destination on the 9th of May 1802. Flinders dedicated a total of 12 weeks and 2 days in Sydney to replenish supplies and recruit additional crew members for the ongoing expedition to the northern coast of Australia. Now Bungaree, an indigenous individual who had previously accompanied him on his coastline survey in 1799, joined the voyage, along with another local indigenous man named Nanbaree. Captain John Murray and his ship, the Lady Nelson, were designated to accompany the Investigator as a supply vessel for this expedition. On the 22nd of July, 1802, Flinders embarked on a voyage northward to survey the coastline that would later be named Queensland, and it still is. Now the expedition quickly anchored at Sandy Cape, where, with Bungaree as an intermediary, they shared a meal of porpoise blubber with a group of ud-Daulah people. In early August, Flinders arrived at a bay that he named Port Curtis, where local indigenous population resisted their landings by throwing rocks at them. Flinders ordered musket shots fired above their heads as warning shots to disperse them, and it seemed to have worked quite well. As they continued northward, the expedition faced increasing difficulties navigating the Great Barrier Reef, which Flinders referred to as barrier reefs in his 1814 book due to their obstruction of safe passage. The ship Lady Nelson, deemed unseaworthy, returned to Sydney with Captain Murray, his crew, and Nanbaree. Flinders, meanwhile, navigated Investigator north past the Whitsunday Islands, reaching the Torres Strait. On October the 29th, they landed on Murray Island and traded iron for shell necklaces with the local population. Entering the Gulf of Carpentaria on the 4th of November, the expedition mapped the coastline up to Arnhem Land. At Blue Mud Bay, a conflict with Aboriginal men doing timber collection resulted in one crew member being wounded by spears, and in retaliation, 2 Aboriginal men being shot dead. Flinders captured a 14-year-old boy named Wagga at Caledon Bay, hoping to exchange him for a stolen axe. Although the axe was not returned, Flinders released the boy after holding him captive for a day anyway. Now, on the 17th of February 1803, near Cape Wilberforce, the expedition encountered a fleet of Marquesan Trepagangers led by Pabasso, whom Flinders obtained valuable local information. During this part of the journey, significant decay was found in the Investigator, prompting Flinders to abandon further detailed exploration and focus on completing the circumnavigation. Thus, he sailed back to Sydney via Timor, along Australia's western and southern coasts. Along the way, he discarded 2 wrought iron anchors, which were later discovered, by the way, by divers in 1973 at Middle Island. These anchors are now displayed at the South Australian Maritime Museum in Port Adelaide and the National Museum of Australia in Canberra. The Adelaide Museum is better, I think. Now, upon returning to Sydney on the 9th of June 1803, the Investigator was declared unfit for further sea travel. It had deteriorated to a state beyond repair. At least the game was not worth the candle. Costs were too much. But this was a problem, because now Flinders was lacking a suitable vessel for further exploration. Thus he attempted to return to Britain as a passenger aboard the HMS Porpoise. However, they didn't get too far. The ship wrecked on the wreck reefs within the Great Barrier Reef, 700 miles north of Sydney. Flinders, however, skillfully navigated the ship's cutter back to Sydney, arranged the rescue of the stranded crew, and then took command of the 29-ton schooner HMS Cumberland to continue his journey back to England. Well, unfortunately, the deteriorated condition of Cumberland forced him to stop at the French-controlled Isle of France, which is now called Mauritius, by the way, on the 17th of December 1803 for repairs, just 3 months after the death of the French explorer Nicholas Bowden at the same location. Rest in peace to Mr. Bowden. Flinders was optimistic that despite the war with France that had started the previous May, he would be able to proceed with his journey. He believed that his French passport, even if it was granted for the ship Investigator and not the Cumberland, along with his scientific purpose of his voyage, would enable him to continue. Despite being aware of Bowden's previous encounter with Matthew Flinders, the French governor of Mauritius, Charles Matthew Isidore Dequian, decided to detain Flinders upon his arrival. Of course, relations between the two quickly soured, and Flinders was no doubt offended by this treatment. And also, Dequian felt humiliated when Flinders declined a dinner invitation with him and his wife. He also became suspicious of Flinders' scientific expedition, especially since there were no scientists aboard the Cumberland. Certainly sets off a few red flags, doesn't it? Well, upon a thorough inspection of the vessel, Dequian discovered a trunk containing various documents, including unauthorized dispatches from Governor Philip Gidley King of New South Wales. Among these papers were requests for additional British troops to defend against a potential French invasion of Port Jackson. He confiscated the logs of the Investigator, returning only the first 2 volumes to Flinders, which are now held by the State Library of New South Wales, while the 3rd volume resides in the National Archives in the United Kingdom. Now, back to Dequian, who referred the matter to the French government, but due to the chaos of war and the long journey, a decision on the matter was delayed until further notice. Although Napoleon eventually approved Flinders' release on the 11th of March 1806, Dequian continued to hold him, fearing that Flinders' knowledge of the island's defences would prompt Britain to attempt its capture. It wasn't until June of 1810, after the Royal Navy began blockading the island, that Flinders was finally granted parole. While en route to England aboard the ship Olympia, Flinders was promoted to the rank of post captain. Now, during his term of imprisonment with the French, Flinders was initially restricted, but later allowed more freedom to explore the island and retrieve his documents. In November 1804, he sent the first cartographic representation of the continent he had surveyed, titled Australia or Terra Australis, to England. This map is significant, as it marked the first recorded instance of Flinders using the name Australia instead of the usual term of New Holland, the term previously used by James Cook, by the way, derived from the Dutch version, coined by Abel Tasman in 1644. Now, Flinders' map, however, still referred to the western portion of the continent as New Holland. The first comprehensive map of Australia, the Freycinet map of 1811, was also delayed due to the prolonged captivity of Baudin's expedition members. Well, finally, in October of 1810, Flinders had the chance to return to England. Very homesick, no doubt, by this point. Well, despite his deteriorating health, he immediately got to work on his book, A Voyage to Terra Australis, which, alongside his maps, was published in July of 1814. The book, which provided a detailed account of his expeditions between 1801 and 1803, included descriptions of his shipwreck on the Porpoise and his detention on Mauritius, along with his explorations aboard the Investigator, Porpoise, and Cumberland. The Mitchell Library in Sydney holds the original editions of the Atlas to Flinders' Voyage to Terra Australis, which includes 16 maps, 4 plates of views, and 10 plates of Australian flora. In 1964, the book was republished in 3 volumes, accompanied by a reprint of the portfolio. Flinders' map of Terra Australis, later known as Australia, was first released in January 1814, preceding the publication of his atlas and book. Matthew Flinders passed away at the age of 40 years old in the year 1814, the 19th of July, reportedly due to kidney disease. Now, 40 is pretty young, so that's not good. Well, at least he got to die back at home soil. In fact, quite peacefully at his home in London, located at 14 London Street, which is now Maple Street, and it's actually where the BT's tower stands today, that is British Telecoms. But tragically, Flinders died the day after the publication of his book and atlas, A Voyage to Terra Australis. Now, although he was asleep and never saw the completed work, his wife placed the volumes on his bed, so he could at least touch them. Flinders was buried on July 23rd in the cemetery of St. James Church, Piccadilly, near Hampstead Road in Camden. Now, by 1852, his grave's exact location was lost due to changes in the cemetery, which was later transformed into St. James's Gardens, and part of the gardens was built over during the expansion of the Euston railway station, leading to speculation that Flinders' grave may be under one of the platforms. But don't worry, we'll get there in a moment. Now, in January 2019, archaeologists uncovered Flinders' burial during an excavation for the high-speed rail project. His coffin was identified by a well-preserved lead plate. A documentary about this discovery aired in September 2020, and plans were made to reinter his remains after examination by osteoarchaeologists. Osteo being bones, by the way. Now, following the discovery, there was a significant increase in visitors to Flinders' birthplace in Donington, Lincolnshire. Advocacy from the Matthew Flinders Bring Him Home group, the Britain-Australia Society, and his descendants led to his remains being reburied at the Church of St. Mary and the Holy Rood in Donington, where he was baptized. On October the 17th, 2019, the High Speed Rail 2 company announced this decision, and the Diocese of Lincoln approved the reburial, which took place on the 13th of July, 2024. That's right, only a few months ago. It was kind of a big deal, in Australia at least. I don't know how much news coverage it got in the United Kingdom, and I'm guessing it got absolutely zero coverage in the United States. But in Australia it was front page news. Of course. He's one of ours. Now, the casket used for the reinterment was an exact replica of the original, crafted by one of the archaeologists who excavated his grave, and he did a damn good job of it too. The church now displays a newly discovered portrait, which is possibly of Flinders in his later years, attributed to William Westall from the Investigator Expedition. The voyages of James Cook, a British explorer and navigator in the 18th century, represent some of the most significant exploratory expeditions in maritime history. Undertaking 3 major voyages across the Pacific Ocean between 1768 and 79, he achieved the first recorded European contact with the eastern coastline of Australia and the Hawaiian Islands. Add to the list the first recorded circumnavigation of New Zealand, and it's not a bad roster of achievements. These voyages not only filled in vast areas of the unknown map of the world, but also substantially contributed to the scientific knowledge of the time through Cook's detailed observations of the natural environment, astronomy, and of course the collection of numerous plants and animals that were previously unknown in Europe. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you. And for those who are coming back, it's a pleasure to have you with me again. If you want to support the channel, that's as easy as doing what you're doing right now. Just enjoy the videos. But the like and subscribe are only 2 clicks away, and if you want to go further than that, refer to the video description. You'll find where you need to go. But for now, with the introduction out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed. And we're going to talk about the voyages of James Cook. It's going to be in 3 parts, as there were 3 voyages. We're not going to be talking about the earlier parts of James Cook's life. Perhaps we'll do a full biography at a later date. But just for tonight's video, we're going to talk about the voyages in particular, as that was what defined the life of Cook. Let's begin with the first voyage. On the 16th of February, 1768, the Royal Society approached King George III with a request for funding to support a scientific expedition aimed at observing the transit of Venus in 1769. It was this celestial event that would allow astronomers to calculate the distance between Earth and the Sun. Well, the king, after some convincing, was finally in agreement, and after his endorsement, the Admiralty decided to merge this scientific endeavor with a mission of great secrecy, that being to explore the southern Pacific in search of the hypothesized continent known as Terra Australis Incognita. The expedition's dual purposes were not kept secret for long, however. Reports soon surfaced in the media, detailing the departure of notable figures such as Banks, Solano, and Green the astronomer, who were to join Captain Cook aboard the ship known as the Endeavour. Their journey was to take them past Cape Horn to the South Seas, primarily to chart the path of Venus, of course, but also to scout for new lands to claim for the king. The London Gazette explicitly noticed on the 18th of August, 1768, that the team was set to explore the vast unknown reaches beyond the 40th latitude. Their starting point was the recently discovered island in the Pacific, referred to as George's Land. The importance of this location, particularly Tahiti, was highlighted as a strategic base for further exploration of the southern hemisphere. In preparation for the voyage, the British Admiralty outfitted 2 sloops of war. Reports from the Gazette of France on June 20th, 1768, indicated that these ships would launch from the newly identified island to commence their quest for the southern continent. Originally, the Royal Society recommended Alexander Dalrymple, a Scottish geographer who was passionate about establishing contact with the supposed 50 million inhabitants of the southern continent. Dalrymple believed that even minimal trade with this land could significantly bolster Britain's economy. He requested a captain's commission in the Royal Navy as a condition for leading the expedition. However, Edward Hawke, the First Lord of the Admiralty, vehemently imposed appointing a non-seaman to command a naval vessel. After all, he didn't have the experience, and it was a decision influenced by past mutinies, such as the one on the HMS Paramore under Edmund Halley's civilian command in 1698, and they did not want another mutiny. Well, the deadlock was resolved when James Cook, a naval officer skilled in mathematics and cartography, was suggested as a compromise. Cartography, by the way, is the art of making maps. Now, both the Royal Society and the Admiralty agreed, and Cook was promptly promoted to lieutenant and given command of the historic expedition. And just like that, the adventure was about to begin. In June 1764, a robust merchant collier, the Earl of Pembroke, was launched from the bustling coal and whaling port of Whitby in North Yorkshire. This ship was characterized by her broad and flat bow, square stern, and a long box-like structure that featured a deep hold, making her ideally suited for the shallow waters she was often navigated through. This flat-bottomed design allowed her to be beached for cargo operations and minor repairs without the need for dry dock facilities, a very big advantage when you're heading out into the great unknown, especially since you don't know what repairs you're going to have to make. Measuring 106 feet in length and 29 feet 3 inches in beam, she registered at 368 tons. Now, the Admiralty acquired the Earl of Pembroke in May 1768 for the sum of almost £3,000, and promptly sent her to Deptford on the River Thames to undergo necessary modifications for the impending voyage, an outfitting for a very long journey. At Deptford, her hull was reinforced, caulked, and a third deck was added to accommodate cabins, a powder magazine, and additional storage. Now just quickly, that word caulked, basically what they mean by that, you know in Oliver Twist how you have all the boys separating all of the old ropes into the little threads? Well, that was essentially for the ships. So between the beams of each ship, they would fold over this deconstructed rope, push it inside there really tight as a waterproof seal, and then they would run a bead of wax along it. At the end of the process, all you'd really see was this black line which they would polish off. But that was the best way of waterproofing the hull of a ship, and they called it caulking. So that's why it was such a big deal and a big industry back in those days for the workhouses in Victorian times, that they needed as much of this as possible. Anyway, back to the topic. So essential to her operation of this Earl of Pembroke were a longboat, a pinnace, and a yawl, as well as a 28-foot sweeps to enable rowing when winds failed, or perhaps in the event of demasting, heaven forbid. And so, after all the repairs and necessary preparations were made, it was rechristened as His Majesty's bark, the Endeavour, and armed with 10 4-pounder cannons and 12 swivel guns to protect against potential threats during her Pacific explorations. Better safe than sorry. Now the Endeavour was provisioned with extensive supplies, including 6,000 pieces of pork, 4,000 of beef, large quantities of bread, flour, and even sauerkraut, alongside a diverse assortment of cheese, salt, peas, oil, sugar, and oatmeal. The journey also included significant stocks of alcoholic beverages, with 240 barrels of beer, 44 barrels of brandy, and 17 barrels of rum. Because what's a cruise without a good drink? Well, remarkably, the livestock on board included a well-travelled goat that had previously circumnavigated the globe with Samuel Wallace. The strategic and secretive nature of the expedition was underscored by the Admiralty's instructions to Cook, split into 2 confidential sections. Initially, the mission focused on reaching Tahiti for the transit observation, followed by an exploration southwards in search of the mythical southern continent. Subsequently, Cook was to navigate westward towards New Zealand, from where he could chart his course finally back to England, deliberately avoiding mention of New Holland, known today as Australia. On the 30th of July, 1768, the Admiralty confirmed a crew of 73 sailors and 12 Royal Marines for the voyage under the command of the 40-year-old Lieutenant Cook. His team included 2nd Lieutenant Zachary Hicks and 3rd Lieutenant John Gore, an experienced naval veteran of 16 years. The expedition also featured notable scholars and artists, including the official astronomer Charles Green, and the appointed botanist Joseph Banks, who was accompanied by a Swedish naturalist Daniel Solander, a Finnish naturalist Herman Sporing, 2 artists, a scientific secretary, and 2 servants from his estate. Thus, on the 26th of August, 1768, they set sail from Plymouth aboard the Endeavour, with a crew of 94 and provisions sufficient for 18 months. The voyage first reached Rio de Janeiro on November 15th, where it remained until the 2nd of December for resupplying and repairs. The local viceroy, Marquess de Azambuja, was skeptical of the British intentions, suspecting ulterior motives beyond the stated scientific goals due to the recent British expansions post-7 Years' War. And Cook was reportedly quite irritated by the viceroy's mistrust. In his journal he detailed the fortifications of Guanabara Bay, remarking on the city's vulnerability to naval assault, suggesting it could fall to a squadron of 6 line ships. And that sounds like fighting words to me. Well, they didn't end up coming to blows, at least. It was time to leave. Continuing their journey, the Endeavour rounded Cape Horn, crossing the expansive Pacific to anchor at Matatavi Bay in Tahiti by April 13th, 1769. Here, preparations for observing the transit of Venus were underway, scheduled for June the 3rd. Cook established a fort and an observatory at what is now known as Point Venus for this exact purpose. The appointed astronomer for this critical observation was Charles Green, assistant to the recently appointed Astronomer Royal, Neville Maskelyne. The observation's main goal was to accurately measure the distance from Venus to the Sun, which would enable the calculation of distances to other planets and solve the longitude problem on Earth. On the day of the transit, Cook recorded the event with hopeful precision, and we read from his diary. Saturday the 3rd. This day proved as favorable to our purpose as we could wish. Not a cloud was to be seen the whole day, and the air was perfectly clear, so that we had every advantage we could desire in observing the whole of the passage of the planet Venus over the Sun's disk. We very distinctly saw an atmosphere or dusky shade around the body of the planet, which very much disturbed the times of the contacts, particularly the 2 internal ones. Dr. Solander observed as well as Mr. Green and myself, and we differed from one another in observing the times of the contacts much more than could be expected. Despite ideal conditions, the measurements made by Green, Cook, and Solander differed more than was usual, which raised questions about the accuracy of their instruments. Though adequate for the time, the equipment could not circumvent all observational errors. Later comparisons with other observations of the transit revealed inconsistencies, and the results were less inclusive than they had all hoped. It's now believed that these discrepancies were due to optical phenomena like the black drop effect, which hindered precise measurement, particularly with the instruments at their disposal. And just getting off script a little bit quickly to explain what the black drop effect is. I can't quite just gloss over that one without giving you a brief explanation. So basically this effect is an optical phenomenon. It occurs during the transit of Venus or Mercury across the Sun. So when these planets move across the edge of the Sun, they appear to be connected by the Sun's edge by a thin black line or drop, hence the name, and it makes it difficult to precisely determine the exact moment when the planet fully enters or exits the solar disk. Now, it's caused by a combination of the telescope's optical limitations, which at the time, definitely a fair few of them, but also the blurring effect of the Earth's atmosphere, and added to that the properties of light itself as it passes through the different mediums. Well, that's my simplistic explanation of it. I hope that makes sense. Now back to the essay. So, following the successful observation of the transit of Venus, as successful as it could be, Cook was tasked with the next phase of the mission, as outlined in the sealed orders he opened thereafter. He was directed to scour the southern Pacific for the elusive Terra Australis, a hypothetical southern continent that the Royal Society and Alexander Dalrymple in particular were quite convinced actually existed. Of course, many believed that it didn't and it was just completely made up, but, well, I'm talking from Australia right now, so looks like they were wrong. Well, they believed that discovering it was crucial for Britain, especially to claim it before any other European nation could. Before embarking on this ambitious search, Cook chose to first survey the surrounding islands. During this period, a local priest and mariner named Tupaya joined the crew of the Endeavour. His expertise as a pilot, interpreter, and mediator proved indispensable, facilitating smoother interactions between Cook's crew and the indigenous populations they encountered. On July 13th, the Endeavour set sail from Tahiti, reaching Hua Hin 3 days later. Here, Cook presented Ori, the island's chief, with a nice little gift, an inscribed plate. It's very nice of him, isn't it? He intended it as a permanent marker of their discovery, stating it was a lasting testimony of having first discovered the island as we could leave behind. Continuing his exploration, he arrived at Raiatea on July the 20th, where he ceremoniously claimed Raiatea and the nearby islands of Hua Hin, Bora Bora, and Tupai, along with Murawa, for Great Britain, collectively naming them the Society Islands, due to their proximity to one another. By August the 9th, adhering to his Admiralty instructions, he set course southwards in pursuit of the mysterious Terra Australis. After navigating approximately 2,400 kilometers, the Endeavour reached the 40 degrees south latitude by early September. Yet the supposed continent remained unseen. But sticking to his orders, Cook altered his course somewhat westward, aiming for New Zealand, while maintaining a trajectory between the latitudes of approximately 29 and 40 degrees south. On October 6th, 1769, Cook arrived in New Zealand, marking only the second time Europeans had reached the islands since the voyages of Abel Tasman some years ago in 1642. The following day, Cook and his landing party set foot on Poverty Bay, located on the northeast coast of the North Island. The initial interactions with the indigenous Maori people were tragic, to say the least, resulting in the deaths of 4 or 5 locals within the first 2 days, certainly not off to a good start. A subsequent encounter near Cape Kidnappers, which is a very ominous name, on October 15th, led to 3 more Maori deaths. These incidences filled Cook with deep regret, as he had expressly instructed to avoid hostilities with the native populations, so don't blame him for it. Sometimes people disobey orders, and he was deeply affected by this. He took it personally. Anyway, despite the early tensions, subsequent interactions proved to be more harmonious, particularly at Anaura Bay and Tologa Bay. Tupaya, the Polynesian priest and navigator who had joined the village in Tahiti, was instrumental in these peaceful exchanges. Definitely a good guy to have around, especially since he looked a lot more like the locals than Cook and his crew did, that's for sure. His ability to understand and communicate in the Maori language greatly facilitated trade and cooperation, allowing the Europeans to resupply essential provisions, such as water and fresh vegetables. In early November, the Endeavour anchored at Mercury Bay, where Cook observed the transit of Mercury on the 9th of November. And at this time, relationships with the Maori here were mostly peaceful, marred by only one isolated incident during a trading dispute that resulted in the death of a local, the last such incident recorded during the voyage. Cook formally claimed Mercury Bay for Great Britain on November 15th, before setting sail again. Continuing northwards, Cook's ship anchored at Bream Head, and then the Bay of Islands. They circumnavigated North Cape amidst the strong gales, narrowly missing a rendezvous with the French expedition led by Surville aboard the St. Jean-Baptiste. By the 6th of January 1770, the weather had improved, and Cook navigated the west coast of the North Island without going ashore. By mid-January, he reached Queen Charlotte Sound on the north coast of the South Island, a location he would return to in subsequent voyages. A few weeks later, on the 22nd of January, he led an expedition to nearby Arapawa Island, where he ascended the Kaitapea Peak and sighted the strait separating the North and South Islands, which he named Cook Strait, confirming that the North Island was distinct and not a part of the larger southern continent. Cook formally claimed Queen Charlotte Sound and the surrounding territories for King George III on the 31st of January, marking the final act of British territorial claim in New Zealand during this voyage. Departing on the 5th of February, the Endeavour sailed through Cook Strait and turned north, allowing Cook to map the coastline from Cape Palliser to Cape Turnagain, completing his circumnavigation of the North Island. Cook continued his exploration by navigating south along the east coast of New Zealand's South Island, meticulously charting the region and perpetuating the search for the fabled southern continent. March the 10th. As the Endeavour rounded the South Cape, the reality began to set in. Even the most fervent of believers like Joseph Banks, that the South Island was not part of any larger unknown landmass. The discovery challenged the long-held European myth of this vast southern continent. Perhaps it really was not there. Well, Cook wasn't so keen to give up. He then sailed north along the island's west coast, avoiding any landings, before re-entering Cook Strait and arriving at Admiralty Bay on the 27th of March, thus completing the circumnavigation of the southern parts of New Zealand. Throughout these travels, Cook demonstrated exceptional navigational skills, mapping a territory nearly the size of Italy with remarkable accuracy, and marking only 2 significant cartographic errors. You look at his maps from the time and our current maps and, well, they're pretty good. Well, due to time constraints, he did mistakenly identify Banks Peninsula as an island, and believed that Stewart Island, located at the southern tip, was actually connected to the mainland. Of course, this latter point has stirred some debate among historians. There is one Margaret Cameron Ashe who suggests that Cook might have been aware of a strait separating Stewart Island from the mainland, but chose to conceal this knowledge for strategic, military, and colonial reasons. However, historians such as Maurer, aligning with Geoffrey Blaney's analysis, suggest that Cook likely erred due to the pressing nature of his mission and the challenging conditions which hindered a more detailed exploration of the potential strait. Either way, on the 31st of March 1770, reflecting on his journey in his journal, he asserted that the findings from the Endeavour's voyage had effectively debunked the theories of many scholars about the existence of a southern continent north of the 40th parallel south. He remained somewhat agnostic about the regions beyond this latitude, not giving them up completely, but leaving the question of what might lie further south open to future explorations. One day, he resolved to leave New Zealand, and he made a crucial decision regarding the next leg of the journey. He recorded his deliberations on setting course back home, when opting to explore the uncharted eastern coast of New Holland, as Australia was then known. He wrote in his journal, "Being now resolved to quit this country altogether, and to bend my thought towards returning home by such a route as might conduce most advantage of the service I am upon, I consulted with the officers upon the most eligible way of putting this in execution. To return by the way of Cape Horn was what I most wished, because by this route we should have been able to prove the existence or non-existence of a southern continent, which yet remains doubtful. But in order to ascertain this, we must have kept in a higher latitude in the very depth of winter, but the condition of the ship in every respect was not thought sufficient for such an undertaking. For the same reason, the thoughts of proceeding directly to the Cape of Good Hope was laid aside, especially as no discovery of any monument could be hoped for in that route. It was, therefore, resolved to return by way of the East Indies by the following route. Upon leaving this coast, to steer to the westward until we fall in with the east coast of New Holland, and then to follow the direction of that coast to the north, or whatever direction it might take us, until we arrive at its northern extremity. And if this should not be found impracticable, then to the endeavour to fall in with land or islands discovered by Quiros." Now, Cook's plans reflected a shift in British exploratory and colonial ambition, somewhat influenced by earlier works on navigation and travel. One such influence was evident in the recommendations found in John Campbell's editions of John Harris's Navigantium Atque Bibliotheca, or the Voyages and Travels, which Cook carried on the Endeavour. The work had suggested a strategic approach to British colonization as follows, and I quote from that work. "The first point, with respect to a discovery, would be to send a small squadron on the coast of Van Diemen's Land, and from thence round, in the same course taken by Captain Tasman, by the coast of New Guinea, which might enable the nations that attempted it to come and to an absolute certainty with regard to its commodities and commerce. By this means, all the back coast of New Holland and New Guinea might be roughly examined, and we might know as well, and as certainly as the Dutch, how far a colony settled there might answer our expectations." Oh, by the way, Van Diemen's Land. That was the old name for Tasmania. That is the island state in Australia just off the southeast coast. While setting his sights westward, Cook aimed for Van Diemen's Land, initially charted by Abel Tasman, hence the name Tasmania, to determine if it was part of the elusive southern continent. However, relentless gales forced the endeavour to veer northward, delaying their approach. On the morning of the 19th of April 1770, land was finally sighted at 6 a.m. To this new land, which Cook named Point Hicks, after Lieutenant Zachary Hicks, who first spotted it, marked the first recorded European sighting of Australia's eastern coastline, complementing previous Dutch explorations of the northern, western, and southern boundaries. Cook described this pivotal moment in his journal, noting the precise coordinates he estimated for Point Hicks, and crediting Lieutenant Hicks for the discovery. Despite his initial intent to head directly south to Van Diemen's Land, the southeastern trajectory of the coastline prompted Cook to reconsider the connectivity of this landmass to the supposed southern continent. The actual location of Cook's Point Hicks is believed to be somewhere between the modern towns of Orbost and Malakuta in Victoria. Interestingly, a survey in 1843 mistakenly named it Cape Everard, but on the 200th anniversary of Cook's landing, it was officially renamed Point Hicks. Historical assessments do suggest that the real point of land Cook referenced might be slightly southwest of today's Point Hicks. Perhaps by the time you watch this video, we'll have a little more information. Fingers crossed. You know that's where I'll be. It's only a few hours' drive for me. Now, regarding the timing of these events, it's a little complicated. The ship's log from that day reflects the use of nautical time, which during the 18th century ran from noon to noon, aligning events in the afternoon and then the following morning under the same date. This system did not adjust for Cook's westward circumnavigation until completing a full 360-degree relative to his home port's longitude. And as a result, while the land was sighted on the morning of what was nautically the 19th, this corresponded to the morning of April 20th by local civil time, due to the time zone difference between Britain and Eastern Australia. But that's only if we really want to get technical. While continuing their voyage northward, the Endeavour skirted closely along the coastline, with Cook meticulously charting and naming geographical features. On the 29th of April, they encountered a large but shallow inlet and anchored near a low headland adorned with sand dunes, now known as Silver Beach in Botany Bay. Upon marking their first continental landing there, Cook and his crew were confronted by two Guyagal men of the Darawal or Eroa nation, who perceived the strangers as spirits of the dead, shouting "Wara Wara Wai," meaning "You are all dead," and brandishing their spears. That's not a very nice welcome, isn't it? Well, Cook and his crew were obviously not wanting to be speared to death, so in an attempt to show peaceful intentions, his party offered beads and nails. But it seems that the locals did not really know what these things were, and the tensions only escalated. After one of the Aboriginal men threw a rock, Cook retaliated by firing a warning shot. That wasn't really much of a warning shot because it did manage to land in one of the Aboriginal men's leg. That's a pretty stern warning. Well, following this, of course, everything just, well, it all fell to pieces. The Gweagal men threw 2 spears before retreating, as Cook fired another round of small shot. The explorers encountered several children in nearby huts, however, leaving gifts for them, before collecting numerous spears and other artifacts. During their week-long stay at Botany Bay, Cook's crew gathered water, timber, and botanical specimens, while exploring the area extensively. The local indigenous people, after the failed attempts at diplomacy, kept their distance, watching the Europeans warily and retreating when approached. Now, despite several attempts by the explorers to engage with them peacefully, offering them food and gifts, the indigenous residents generally avoided interaction and occasionally threw spears and rocks, other projectiles, to ward off the newcomers. Initially, Cook named the inlet Stingray Harbor due to the abundance of stingrays, but it was later named Botanist Bay, and eventually Botany Bay, in honor of the unique plant specimens collected by botanists Joseph Banks and Daniel Solander. The site would later be advocated by Banks as a potential location for British settlement. And today it's not bad. It's all right. Well, on the 6th of May 1770, the Endeavour departed from Botany Bay. Sailing north past an inlet Cook named Port Jackson, which is now known as Sydney Harbour. Unbeknownst to those on board, their line of sight missed several islands within the harbour, obscured by the high promontories of South Head and Bradley's Head. These islands, however, were possibly known to Captain Arthur Phillip before he left England in 1787 with the First Fleet. Video on him soon. Well, Cook continued his detailed exploration along the Australian coastline, anchoring at Bustard Bay, now known as 1770. I know, it's a strange name. On the evening of May 23rd, 1770, in shallow waters off the bay's southern point. And that night, a disturbing incident occurred involving Cook's clerk, Orton, who was found severely intoxicated and assaulted. His clothes and part of his ears had been cut off. Very gruesome. Cook immediately suspended and confined the suspect, Magra. Well, the following day, alongside Joseph Banks and the other crew members, ventured ashore. They explored Round Hill Creek, discovered a freshwater stream, and noted the area's suitability for anchoring a few ships. Cook also observed significant signs of Aboriginal presence, noting numerous fires on the hills and remnants of their occupation around them. On June 11th, the Endeavour tragically ran aground on the Great Barrier Reef, causing serious damage and halting their journey for nearly 7 weeks for repairs near modern-day Cooktown, at the mouth of the Endeavour River. During this unintended stay, Banks, Herman Sporing, and Daniel Solander made extensive collections of the Australian plants. Interactions with the local Gugu Yimidir people were generally peaceful, but tensions escalated over a disagreement involving green turtles, leading Cook to fire shots that lightly wounded one individual. It was during these interactions that the word kangaroo, derived from the Gugu Yimidir word Ganguru, entered the English language. Well, by August 22nd, repairs were complete, and Cook resumed his journey, reaching the northernmost tip of the coast, which he named Cape York, without disembarking. He then skillfully navigated the treacherous waters of Torres Strait, confirming that New Holland, Australia, and New Guinea were completely distinct land masses, contrary to some geographical speculations and uninformed maps of the time. From a vantage point on what he named Possession Island, Cook claimed the entire eastern coastline he had charted for good old Britain. Throughout the voyage, Cook had implemented innovative measures to combat scurvy, a common deadly affliction on long sea voyages, and not an illness you want to come down with. He persuaded the crew to eat a metric ton of sauerkraut and other vitamin C rich food, initially by setting an example with the officers. His strategy proved to be effective, fostering a demand among the crew and significantly enhancing their health. This proactive approach helped ensure that by the time they reached Batavia, not a single crew member was listed as sick, which was a stark contrast to the fate of many other expeditions, especially those going over to the New World, America, North, South, West Indies. Many of them just get sick on the way, on the ship. And by the time the ship got to its destination, well, it was only carrying half the crew. Well, after navigating through the treacherous waters of the Torres Strait, Cook directed the Endeavour towards the island of Savu, where they briefly halted for 3 days to recuperate before setting sail to Batavia, the bustling capital of the Dutch East Indies. Known for its perilous health conditions, particularly rather nasty outbreaks of malaria, Batavia was a necessary stop for much-needed repairs, but proved hazardous due to the health of the crew. Now, while in Batavia, many of Cook's company fell ill due to the prevalent diseases, notably malaria and dysentery. Tragically, several significant members of the expedition succumbed to these ailments, including the Tahitian navigator, Tupaya, Banks' Finnish secretary and fellow scientist Herman Sporing, astronomer Charles Green, and the illustrator Sidney Parkinson. In remembrance of Sporing's contributions, Cook later named an island off the coast of New Zealand Sporing Island in his honor. Following their perilous time in Batavia, Cook continued his homeward journey, rounding the Cape of Good Hope and making a stop at St. Helena. The voyage then proceeded towards England, and on the 10th of July 1771, Nicholas Young, the boy who had first sighted New Zealand for the expedition, once again spotted home, England's coastline. By the morning of the 12th of July, the Endeavour was navigating the English Channel, passing Beachy Head, and by that afternoon it finally anchored in the Downs. Cook disembarked at Deal, Kent, to a somewhat unexpected homecoming. His return caught many by surprise, as various newspapers and journals had speculated that the Endeavour might have been lost at sea or destroyed in an encounter with French naval forces. Well, it didn't. Cook was back, safe and sound, achievement unlocked, and thus ended the first voyage. Well, I know what you're thinking. If the first voyage was so good, then why wasn't there a sequel? Well, of course there was, and here we are. Alright, so let's start with the second voyage now. which was in 1752. Now, you may remember the recurring character Alexander Dalrymple, the distinguished member of the Royal Society of London. Well, he made a significant discovery while translating Spanish documents seized in the Philippines. He uncovered Luis Valles de Torres's testimony, which confirmed the existence of a strait south of New Guinea, which is now known as Torres Strait. Inspired by this finding, Dalrymple published an historical collection of the several voyages and discoveries in the South Pacific Ocean between 1770 and 1771, sparking considerable interest in his theory of an undiscovered continent. Following his return from the initial voyage in 1771, Cook was promptly commissioned by the Royal Society for a second expedition aimed at locating the mythical Terra Australis Incognita. For this voyage, Cook took command of the HMS Resolution, a bit of an upgrade, while Tobias Furneaux helmed the companion ship, the HMS Adventure. The Resolution, originally a North Sea collier named Marquis of Granby, was launched in Whitby in 1770, acquired by the Royal Navy in 1771, and refitted for naval service. And despite initially being named HMS Drake, most likely after Francis Drake, I would assume, look that up for me if you could, concerns about Spanish reactions prompted a change to HMS Resolution on Christmas Day 1771. Well, both ships couldn't just be taken right off the lot and thrown into the expedition. There was work to be done. They both went under considerable modifications to meet the demands of their rigorous journey. The Resolution, which was 111 feet in length and 35 feet wide, was equipped with cutting-edge navigational tools, like an azimuth compass, ice anchors, and innovative water distillation apparatuses. That's a difficult word, isn't it? Well, additionally, Cook personally financed the installation of brass hinges in the cabin, ensuring durability and precision. Meanwhile, the HMS Adventure started at the Marquis of Rockingham, another Whitby-built collier. After her purchase and renaming, she measured 97 feet by 28, with a draft of 13 feet, and was armed with 10 guns. Both ships were built at the Fishbone Yard in Whitby, and acquired from Captain William Hammond of Hull. On this voyage, Cook also tested the Larsom-Kendall K1 chronometer, a precise timekeeping device essential for accurate navigation, which proved its reliability early on, a prudent choice. Alongside, the ships were loaded with extensive provisions and innovative health measures to prevent scurvy, including large quantities of sauerkraut once again, and quite many preserved carrots in a marmalade form. Livestock and various trinkets for trade or gifts were also on board, in case some diplomacy needed to be done. Nothing like a little present to grease the wheels. Well, Tobias Furneaux, an accomplished explorer with previous experience from Samuel Wallis's global voyage aboard the Dolphin in 1766–68, took command of the Adventure for this significant journey. His crew, numbering in at 81, included First Lieutenant Joseph Shank and Second Lieutenant Arthur Kemp. The complement was bolstered by 12 Marines under the leadership of Lieutenant James Scott, alongside Furneaux's personal servant James Tobias Swilly and master's mate John Rowe, a relative of Furneaux. As far as the ship's astronomer, well, they had a pretty good one on board. William Bailey, expert in the field at the time, adding once again to the vessel's scientific capabilities. A dream team this time, for an even more important voyage. Well, the original plan for the voyage had included the renowned naturalist Joseph Banks, who was to accompany Cook on the Resolution. Anticipating Banks's needs, the ship underwent an extensive and costly refit, including a heightened waist, an added upper deck, and a raised poop deck, which totaled around £10,000. However, sea trials revealed that these modifications had rendered the ship top-heavy, which is obviously a bit of a problem. Following Admiralty directives, a subsequent refit at Sheerness, costing an additional £882, removed the problematic structures. Dissatisfied with the alterations, Banks decided that he was simply not going to show up, citing the adverse conditions. Come on, Banks, you should have a bit more grit than that, especially when going on that sort of a journey. Well, in place of Banks, they had someone ready to replace him. The Royal Society appointed Johann Reinhold Forster and his son George as the voyager's scientists. The Resolution thus carried a crew of 112, including Senior Lieutenants Robert Cooper and Charles Clerk, Midshipmen George Vancouver and James Burney, with Joseph Gilbert as master and Isaac Smith, the relative of Cook's wife, also on board. The scientific team was further strengthened by astronomer William Wales and artist William Hodges. Overall, the Resolution was manned by 90 seamen, 18 Royal Marines, along with other additional personnel, quite ready for the challenges of an ambitious journey. And thus they embarked on the second voyage of discovery on the 13th of July 1772, setting sail from Plymouth Sound aboard the Resolution. The first destination was Funchal in the Madeira Islands, where they arrived on the 1st of August. Cook praised the sailing qualities of the ship in a report to the Admiralty, noting its stability and maneuverability. After resupplying with fresh water, beef, fruit, and quite a few onions in Funchal, and later in the Cape Verde Islands, Cook directed the expedition south towards the Cape of Good Hope, arriving in Table Bay on October 30th. The crew remained in good health, thanks to Cook's stringent regime on diet and cleanliness, constantly ramming that sauerkraut down their throats. I don't know what they're complaining about. I love it. I eat it all the time. Anyway, it was here that the Swedish botanist Anders Sparman joined the expedition. Departing the Cape on November 22nd, 1772, Cook aimed to investigate claims by French navigator Bouvet of land he had named Cape Circumcision. I suppose it was a little bit cut off from the greater landmass, perhaps that's why they called it that. I don't know. Hard to make jokes about that. Well, facing severe cold, the crew were issued with warm jackets and trousers, and soon encountered a thick fog and even icebergs. Despite searching, Cook found no trace of Bouvet's Island, and instead encountered pack ice. By January 1773, during the southern midsummer, they managed to navigate southwards through the ice, reaching the Arctic Circle on the 17th of January. Hindered by ice the following day, Cook altered course to the northeast. On February 8th, the Resolution and the Adventure were separated by Antarctic fog. Tobias Fourneau, commanding Adventure, headed towards Queen Charlotte Sound in New Zealand, a location previously chartered by Cook. En route, Adventure chartered the coast of Tasmania, mistakenly assuming it to be part of the Australian mainland, and arrived at Queen Charlotte Sound on the 7th of May. Cook continued eastward, reaching 61 degrees latitude, 21 degrees longitude in late February, before deciding in mid-March to head for Dusky Bay, New Zealand, where he stayed until April 30th. The Resolution finally reached Queen Charlotte Sound on May the 17th. From June to October, the ships explored the southern Pacific, reaching Tahiti on August 15th, where they took on Omai of Raiatea, a significant figure who later became one of the first Pacific Islanders to visit Europe. After visiting Tonga and returning to New Zealand, the ships were again separated by a storm on October 22nd. Cook left a message in the sand detailing his plans and left before Fourneau, who arrived 4 days later, could find him. Fourneau, after losing men in an encounter with the Maori, opted to return to Britain, departing on December 22, 1773, and arriving back on July 14, 1774. But Cook was undeterred. He pushed further into the Antarctic, reaching a new southernmost point on January the 30th, 1774, before the swaths of sea ice halted their progress. He then navigated a wide arc across the Pacific, visiting numerous islands before returning to Queen Charlotte Sound, continually driven by his ambition to explore as far as possible. And so, on November the 10th, 1774, Cook's expedition resumed its voyage across the Pacific, reaching the western end of the Strait of Magellan by December 17th. They celebrated Christmas in a bay they named Christmas Sound, situated on the western side of Tierra del Fuego. After navigating Cape Horn, Cook ventured into the South Atlantic in search of a mysterious coastline anticipated by Alexander Dalrymple. When this endeavor proved fruitless, they turned northwards and discovered an island which they named South Georgia. Continuing his exploration, Cook also discovered the South Sandwich Islands during a futile attempt to locate Bouvet Island, and there he speculated about the polar regions, suggesting in his journal that, quote, "There is a tract of land near the pole. Where is the source of most of the ice which is spread over this vast southern ocean?" His subsequent reflections in February 1775 led him to deem the existence of a polar continent probable, as he noted in another version of his journal, I quote, "I firmly believe it, and it's more probable than we have seen a part of it." Well, the expedition anchored in Table Bay, March 21st, 1775, for a 5-week stay to refit the ship's rigging, eventually returning to Spithead, Portsmouth. On July 30th, 1775, after stops at St. Helena and Fernando de Noronha. Upon his return, Cook's findings effectively dispelled the long-standing myth of Terra Australis. A notable achievement of this second voyage was the successful use of that Larkham-Kendall K1 chronometer, which significantly improved the longitudinal calculations. Cook's detailed logs and precise charts he produced of the southern Pacific were acclaimed for their accuracy and remained in use well into the mid-20th century. For his extensive contributions, Cook was promoted to captain and offered an honorary retirement as an officer at Greenwich Hospital, a position which he accepted reluctantly, reserving the right to return to active duty if called upon. His renown extended beyond maritime circles. He was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society, received the Copley Gold Medal, and was painted by Nathaniel Dance Holland, dined with James Boswell, and was lauded in the House of Lords as the first navigator in Europe. Not a bad epithet to wind up the second voyage. All right, and now we get to our third and final voyage. Well, the primary objective of the third voyage was the elusive Northwest Passage, a supposed maritime route linking the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans north of the North American continent. The British Admiralty, motivated by the prospect of enhancing trade routes and guided by the 1745 Act, renewed in 1775, offered a substantial reward of £20,000 to whoever could chart this passage effectively. Not a bad price. You could retire on that. Well, initially the Admiralty had considered Charles Clerk to lead the expedition, with the recently retired Cook acting merely as a consultant. However, Cook's extensive research into the Vitus Bering's earlier expeditions, coupled with his proven expertise, of course, swayed the Admiralty to entrust him with command, assigning Clerk as his second-in-command. The strategic plan involved a two-front approach. Cook would advance through the Bering Strait from the Pacific side, while Richard Pickersgill in the frigate Leon would attempt the Atlantic route, with both aiming to rendezvous in the summer of 1778. In a concurrent narrative, the journey also catered to a secondary and more publicized objective. In August 1773, Omai, a young man from Raiatea in the Society Islands, had journeyed to Europe aboard the Adventure under Tobias Furneaux, who had previously visited Tahiti during Cook's second Pacific voyage. Omai arrived in London in October 1774, where he was introduced to high society by Sir Joseph Banks, quickly becoming a celebrated figure. Although the third voyage was publicly framed as a mission to return Omai to Tahiti, the underlying goal remained focused on the Northwest Passage. On his final expedition, Cook once again took the helm of HMS Resolution, a vessel with a distinguished service history. Initially a North Sea collier named Marquis of Granby, she was launched by Whitby in 1770, and still going strong. Well, after completing her service in Cook's previous voyage, including a return to Britain in 1775, the Resolution was briefly decommissioned. However, in February 1776, she was recommissioned in preparation for Cook's third voyage, and this time the ship carried a diverse array of livestock: sheep, cattle, goats, pigs, and poultry. Gifts from King George III to the South Sea Islanders, showcasing the dual objectives of exploration and diplomatic engagement. Now, to equip his crew against the harsh conditions expected on the voyage, Cook requisitioned an extensive list of clothing items, that being 100 kersey jackets, 60 kersey waistcoats, 40 pairs of breeches, 120 linsey waistcoats, 140 linsey drawers, 440 checked shirts, amongst a whole bunch of other cold and warm weather clothing. This preparation showed again the extensive logistical planning necessary for such a long and arduous journey. Thousands of items of clothing. Well, complementing the Resolution was the HMS Discovery, commanded by Captain Charles Clerk. It was also built in Whitby and originally named Diligence, constructed in 1774 before being purchased by the Admiralty. She was a smaller vessel, weighing 299 tons and measuring 27 feet across with a whole depth of 11 feet. Together, these ships were to tackle the challenges of the uncharted territories, and so they set sail from Plymouth on the 12th of July 1776. Aboard HMS Resolution, Cook set off for his third voyage, with Clerk following him nearly 3 weeks later in HMS Discovery, due to a few delays in London. Cook's journey to Cape Town included a stop in Tenerife to replenish supplies before reaching Cape Town on October 17th. Upon arrival, he discovered that the Resolution was leaking, and it was leaking bad, particularly through the main deck, prompting immediate recorking efforts. Now remember I told you about the corking, with that desiccated rope, and you've got to stuff it between the boards and then cover it over with tar. It usually works very well, until it doesn't, like in this case. Also, when the Discovery showed up on the 10th of November, it similarly required the same recorking process. Well, on December the 1st, the two ships resumed their voyage together, and by December the 13th they had located and named the Prince Edward Islands. Shortly thereafter, Cook rediscovered the Kerguelen Islands on December 25th, which he had missed during his second voyage. A nice little Christmas present. Well, driven by the strong westerly winds, they finally reached Van Diemen's Land on the 26th of January 1777, where they briefly interacted with the local tribesmen and resupplied with water and food. Continuing their journey, they arrived at Queen Charlotte Sound in New Zealand on February the 12th. The local Maori were reportedly apprehensive, fearing retaliation from Cook for the deaths of 10 men from the Adventure during his second voyage in December of 1773. But nothing really happened. After a 2-week stay, the ship set sail for Tahiti, but were diverted to Mangaia by contrary winds on March 29th. The expedition then followed the westerly winds to the Friendly Isles, nowadays called Tonga, arriving on April 28th and staying until mid-July. From Tonga they sailed to Tahiti, arriving on August 12th. Cook delayed his departure from Tahiti until December 7th to return Omai, the Raiatean, who had traveled to Europe. On January the 18th, 1778, Cook became the first European to visit the Hawaiian Islands, naming them the Sandwich Islands, in honor of the Earl of Sandwich, the First Lord of the Admiralty. He then ventured northeast on the 2nd of February to explore the North American west coast north of the Spanish settlements in Alta California. He made landfall on the 6th of March near Cape Foulweather on the Oregon coast, which he named, presumably because of the weather. In fact, the bad weather drove the ships south, about 43 degrees north latitude, before they could head northward again. But I'm sure they all expected that. Well, Cook also unknowingly passed the Strait of Juan de Fuca and entered Nootka Sound on Vancouver Island, anchoring near Yukot, in what he called Ship Cove, which is now Resolution Cove. During their month-long stay in Nootka Sound, from March 29th to April 26th, 1778, interactions with the Yukot villagers were generally amicable, but occasionally tense, with the locals effectively controlling the trade. Unlike previous interactions in Hawaii, where trinkets were enough to suffice, the Yukot demanded more valuable items, quickly disfavoring the initially traded metals like lead, pewter, and tin. The most prized items obtained by the British were sea otter pelts. Throughout this period, trade dynamics were reversed, with the natives predominantly visiting the British vessels rather than the British visiting the Yukot village at Friendly Cove. After leaving Nootka Sound, Cook embarked on a comprehensive survey of the Pacific Northwest coastline, all the way to the Bering Strait. During this expedition, Cook meticulously charted what is now known as Cook Inlet in Alaska. His efforts during this single visit marked a significant achievement. He documented the majority of the North American Northwest coastline for the first time, delineated Alaska's extent, and bridged the exploratory gaps left by earlier Russian and Spanish explorers. In August of 1778, he passed through the Bering Strait and ventured into the Chukchi Sea, pushing northeast along Alaska's coast until sea ice halted their progress. Failing to move northward, he headed west to the Siberian coast up Cape North, present-day Cape Schmidt, only to be stopped again by the impassable ice barriers. Retracing his route to the Bering Sea, he returned to the Bering Sea by early September 1778, setting his course for the Hawaiian Islands. While his final voyage was marked by increasing frustrations and health issues, which affected his final decision-makings and interactions with his crew, notably in an incident where he insisted that they eat inedible walrus meat. In October, Cook's expedition stopped at Unalaska in the Aleutian Islands to recaulk their leaky ship and interact with local Russian traders and native populations. Finally, the expedition sighted Maui on November 26, 1778, and spent the subsequent weeks searching the Hawaiian archipelago for a suitable anchorage, finally landing at Kealakekua Bay on the Big Island on January 17, 1779. The arrival of Cook's ships coincided with the Makahiki Festival, a period that was dedicated to the Hawaiian god Lono. The Hawaiians were drawn to the ship, of course. It was pretty interesting for them, laden with gifts, and Cook was received with significant ceremonial pomp. It was a big old party, influenced perhaps by the resemblance of his ship's features to those associated with the god Lono. This series of cultural coincidences led some Hawaiians to treat Cook as a manifestation of Lono, a view that remains a little bit debatable by historians, and quite reminiscent of the situation with Hernan Cortes, once I think of it. Well, after spending a month in the Hawaiian Islands, Cook resumed his exploration of the northern Pacific. However, shortly after departing from Hawaii Island, the foremast of the Resolution broke, necessitating a return for repairs. Now, arriving at the start of the Makahiki festival, that's a good omen. But arriving at the end of the Makahiki festival, that's bad. The reappearance of Cook's ships during this period was likely seen as inauspicious by the Hawaiians, heightening tensions between the visitors and the locals. The situation escalated on the 14th of February, when a small boat from Cook's ship was stolen by the Hawaiians. Cook responded by attempting to take the Hawaiian king hostage, a tactic he had used previously for other islands to recover stolen items. However, the Hawaiians quickly realized Cook's intentions when he tried to lure the king aboard under false pretenses. As Cook led the king towards the boats, the Hawaiians sounded the alarm. The king sat down. He refused to move any further. And Cook found himself surrounded by an increasingly hostile crowd. They knew what he was up to. Well, Cook and his men retreated towards the beach, and in a very tragic turn of events, as Cook was assisting with the boat's launch, he was struck on the head by a club and then fatally stabbed as he fell forward into the surf. The chief, named Kalani Manoka Huaha, is traditionally credited with delivering this fatal blow. Not bad pronunciation there, isn't it, for an hour and 20 minutes into the video? Well, the confrontation also resulted in the deaths of 4 Marines and injuries to 2 others. Not a good day. Not at all. Well, despite this violent end to Cook's life, being bludgeoned and then stabbed to death in the shallows of the beach, he was still deeply respected by many Hawaiians, which influenced the subsequent treatment of his body. In accordance with Hawaiian funerary traditions typically reserved for their own high-ranking chiefs, Cook's body was disemboweled, baked to remove the flesh, and the bones were cleaned and preserved. I'm not sure if the Europeans thought that that was as respectful as a European funeral, but hey, when in Rome. These rituals were somewhat analogous to the veneration of relics of European saints, however, during the Middle Ages, so there is that. Well, some of Cook's remains were later returned to the British, who conducted a formal burial at sea after negotiations with the Hawaiian elders. Either way, it's complex, and I think it's a very exciting life that he lived. A terrible end, of course, but it's all got to end somewhere. I suppose that's what happened when you show up to people's countries unannounced. But that is just the way of history, and it marches on in the way it does, whether we like it or not. Hello and welcome. Today we're going to do a reading from the work of Daniel Defoe, A General History of the Pirates. It was first published in 1724. The section we are doing is about Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard. A link to this public domain source will be provided in the description of the video if you want to read it for yourself. Now, that being said, best way to support the channel is to like, subscribe, comment, all that good stuff. And let's begin, nice and relaxed. From the work of Daniel Defoe, A General History of the Pirates. Edward Teach was a Bristol man born, but had sailed some time out of Jamaica in privateers in the late French War. Yet though he had often distinguished himself for his uncommon boldness and personal courage, he was never raised to any command till he went to pirating, which I think was at the latter end of the year 1716, when Captain Benjamin Hornigold put him into a sloop that he had made a prize of, and with whom he continued in consortship till a little while before Hornigold surrendered. In the spring of the year 1717, Teach and Hornigold sailed from Providence for the Main of America, and took in their way a billup from Havana with 120 barrels of flour, and also a sloop from Bermuda, Thurber master, from whom they took only some gallons of wine and then let him go, and a ship from Madeira to South Carolina, out of which they got a plunder to a considerable value. After cleaning the coast of Virginia, they returned to the West Indies, and in the latitude of 24 made a prize of a large French Guineaman, bound to Martinico, which by Hornigold's consent Teach went aboard as of captain, and took a cruise in her. Hornigold returned with his sloop to Providence, where at the arrival of Captain Rogers, the governor, he surrendered to mercy, pursuant to the king's proclamation. Aboard of this Guineaman, Teach mounted no guns, and named her the Queen Anne's Revenge, and cruising near the island of St. Vincent, took a large ship called the Great Allen. Christopher Taylor, commander, the pirates plundered her of what they thought fit, put all the men ashore upon the island above mentioned, and then set fire to the ship. A few days after, Teach fell in with the Scarborough man of war of 30 guns, who engaged him for some hours, but she finding the pirate well manned, and having tried her strength, gave over the engagement, and returned to Barbados, the place of her station, and Teach sailed towards the Spanish America. In this way he met with a pirate sloop of 10 guns, commanded by one Major Bonnet, lately a gentleman of good reputation and estate in the island of Barbados, whom he joined, but in a few days after, Teach, finding that Bonnet knew nothing of maritime life, with the consent of his own men, put in another captain, one Richards, to command Bonnet's sloop, and took the major on board his own ship, telling him that as he had been used to the fatigues and care of such a post, it would be better for him to decline it, and live easy at his pleasure in such a ship as his, where he should not be obliged to perform duty, but follow his own inclinations. At Turniff, 10 leagues short of the Bay of Honduras, the pirates took in fresh water, and while they were at an anchor there they saw a sloop coming in, whereupon Richards in the sloop, called the Revenge, slipped his cable, and ran out to meet her, who upon seeing the black flag hoisted struck his sail and came to, under the stern of Teach the Commodore. She was called Adventure. From Jamaica, David Harriet Master. They took him and his men aboard the great ship, and sent a number of other hands with Israel Hands, master of Teach's ship, to man the sloop for the piratical account. The 9th of April, they weighed from Turniff, having lain there about a week, and sailed to the bay, where they found a ship and 4 sloops. 3 of the latter belonged to Jonathan Bernard of Jamaica, and the other to Captain James. The ship was of Boston, called the Protestant Caesar, Captain Wire commander. Teach hoisted his black colours and fired a gun, upon which Captain Wire and all of his men left their ship and got ashore in their boat. Teach's quartermaster and 8 of his crew took possession of Wire's ship, and Richards secured all the sloops, one of which they burned out of spite to the owner. The Protestant Caesar they also burned, after they had plundered her, because she belonged to Boston, where some men had been hanged for piracy earlier, and the 3 sloops belonging to Bernard they let go. From hence the rovers sailed to Turkey, and then to the Grand Caymans, a small island about 30 leagues to the westward of Jamaica, where they took a small turtler, and so to the Havana, and thence to the Bahama wrecks, and from the Bahama wrecks they sailed to Carolina for 5 or 6 days. They took here a ship as she was coming out, bound for London, commanded by Robert Clark, with some passengers on board for England. The next day they took another vessel coming out of Charlestown, and also 2 pinks coming into Charlestown. Likewise a brigantine with 14 slaves aboard, all of which, being done in the face of the town, struck a great terror to the whole province of Carolina, having just before been visited by the Vane, another notorious pirate, that they abandoned themselves to despair, being in no condition to resist their force. There were 8 sail in the harbour, ready for sea, but none dared to venture out, it being almost impossible to escape their hands. The inward-bound vessels were under the same unhappy dilemma, so that the trade of this place was totally interrupted. What made these misfortunes heavier to them was a long, expensive war. The colony had had this with the natives, which was but just ended when these robbers had infested them. Teach detained all ships and prisoners, and being in want of medicines, resolved to demand a chest from the government of the province. Accordingly, Richards, the captain of the Revenge sloop, with 2 or 3 more of the pirates, were sent up along with Mr. Marks, one of the prisoners whom they had taken in Clark's ship, and very insolently made their demands, threatening that if they did not send immediately the chest of medicines, and let the pirate ambassadors return without offering any violence to their persons, they would murder all of their prisoners, send up their heads to the governor, and set the sails they had taken on fire. Whilst Mr. Marks was making application to the council, Richards and the rest of the pirates walked the streets publicly, in the sight of all people, who were fired with the utmost indignation, looking upon them as robbers and murderers, and particularly the authors of their wrongs and oppressions, but durst not so much as think of executing their revenge, for fear of bringing more calamities upon themselves, and so they were forced to let the villains pass with impunity. The government were not long in debating upon the message, though 'twas the greatest affront that they could not have been put upon them. Yet, for the saving so many of men's lives, among them Mr. Samuel Ragg, one of the council, they complied with the necessity, and sent aboard a chest, valued between 300 and 400 L, and the pirates went back safe to their ships. Blackbeard, for so Teach was generally called, as we shall hereafter show, as soon as he had received for the medicines and his brother's rogues, let go the ships and prisoners, having first taken them in of gold and silver about 1,500 sterling, besides provisions and other matters. From the bar of Charlestown, they sailed to North Carolina, Captain Teach in the ship, which they called the Man of War, Captain Richards and Captain Hands in the sloops, which they termed privateers, and another sloop serving them as a tender. Teach began now to think of breaking up the company and securing the money and the best of the effects for himself, and some others of his companions he had the most friendship for, and to cheat the rest. Accordingly, on the pretence of running into Topsail Inlet to clean, he grounded his ship, and then, as if it had been done undesignedly and by accident, he orders Hans' sloop to come to his assistance, and get him off again, which he, endeavouring to do so, ran the sloop on shore near the other, and so were both lost. This done, Teach goes into the tender sloop with 40 hands, and leaves the Revenge there, and takes 17 others, and maroons them upon a small sandy island, about a league from the main, where there was neither bird, beast, nor even herb for their subsistence, and where they must have perished if Major Bonnet had not 2 days after found them and taken them away. Teach goes up to the governor of North Carolina with about 20 of his men, surrender to his Majesty's proclamation, and receive certificates thereof from his Excellency. But it did not appear that their submitting to this pardon was from any reformation of manners, but only to wait a more favourable opportunity to play the same game over again, which he soon after effected, with greater security to himself, and with much better prospect of success, having in this time cultivated a very good understanding with Charles Eden, the governor above mentioned. The first piece of service this kind governor did to Blackbeard was to give him a right to the vessel which he had taken when he was pirating in the ship called the Queen Anne's Revenge. For this purpose, a court of vice-admiralty was held at Bathtown, and though Teach had never any commission in his life, and the sloop belonging to the English merchants, and taken in time of peace, yet was she condemned as a prize taken from the Spaniards by the said Teach. Now these proceedings shew that governors are but men. Before he sailed upon his adventures, he married a young creature of about 16 years of age, the governor performing the ceremony. As it is accustomed to marry here by the priest, so it is there by a magistrate, and this, I have been informed, made Teach's 14th wife, whereof about a dozen might still be living. His behaviour in this state was something extraordinary, for while his sloop lay in Ocracoke Inlet, and he ashore at a plantation where his wife lived, with whom after he had lain all night, it was his custom to invite 5 or 6 of his brutal companions to come ashore, and he would force her to sell herself to them all, one after another, right before his eyes. On June the 18th, he went to sea, upon another expedition, and steered his course towards Bermudas. He met with 2 or 3 English vessels in this way, but robbed them only of provisions, stores, and other necessities, for his present expense. But near the island aforementioned, he fell in with 2 French ships. One of them was laden with sugar and cocoa, and the other light, both bound for Martinico. The ship that had no lading he let go, and putting all the men of the loaded ship aboard her, he brought home the other with her cargo to North Carolina, where the governor and the pirates shared the plunder. When Teach and his prize arrived, he and 4 of his crew went to His Excellency and made affidavit that they found the French ship at sea, without a soul on board, and then a court was called and the ship condemned. The governor had 60 hogsheads of sugar for his dividend, and one, Mr. Knight, who was his secretary and collector for the province, 20, and the rest was shared among the other pirates. But the business was not done yet. The ship remained. It was possible for one or the other might have come into the river, that might be acquainted with her, and so discover the roguery, but Teach thought of a contrivance to prevent this, for upon a pretence that she was leaky, and that she might sink, and so stop up the mouth of the inlet or cove where she lay, he obtained an order from the governor to bring her out into the river and set fire to her, which was accordingly executed, and she was burned down to the water's edge, her bottom sunk, and with it their fears of her ever rising in judgment against them. Captain Teach, alias Blackbeard, passed 3 or 4 months in the river, sometimes lying at anchor in the coves, at other times sailing from one inlet to another, trading with such sloops as he met for the plunder he had taken, and would often give them presents for stores and provisions he took from them, that is, when he happened to be in a giving humour. At other times he made bold with them, and took what he liked, without saying, "By your leave," knowing well they dared not send him a bill for the payment. He often diverted himself with going ashore among the planters, where he revelled night and day. By these he was well received, but whether out of love or fear I cannot say. Sometimes he used them courteously enough, and made them presents of rum and sugar, in recompense from what he took from them. But as for the liberties, which it is said he and his companions often took with the wives and daughters of the planters, I cannot take it upon me to say whether he paid them ad valorem or no. At other times he carried it in a lordly manner towards them, and would lay some under the contribution. Nay, he often proceeded to bully the governor, not that I can discover the least cause of quarrel betwixt them, but it seemed only to be done to show he dared to do it. The sloops trading up and down this river, being so frequently pillaged by Blackbeard, consulted with the traders, and some of the best of the planters, what course to take. They saw plainly it would be in vain to make any application to the governor of North Carolina, to whom it properly belonged to find some redress, so that if they could not be relieved from some other quarter, Blackbeard would be like to reign with impunity. Therefore, with as much secrecy as possible, they sent a deputation to Virginia to lay the affair before the governor of that colony, and to solicit an armed force from the men of war lying there to take or destroy this pirate. This governor consulted with the captains of 2 men of war, viz. the Pearl and the Lime, who had lain in St. James's River about 10 months. It was agreed that the governor should hire a couple of small sloops, and the men of war should man them. This was accordingly done, and the command of them given to Mr. Robert Maynard, first lieutenant of the Pearl, an experienced officer, and a gentleman of great bravery and resolution, as will appear by his gallant behaviour in this expedition. The sloops were well manned and furnished with ammunition and small arms, but no guns had been mounted. About the time of their going out, the governor called an assembly, in which it was resolved to publish a proclamation, offering certain rewards to any person or persons who, within a year after that time, should take or destroy any pirate. The original proclamation, being in our hands, is as follows. By His Majesty's Lieutenant Governor and Commander-in-Chief of the Colony and Dominion of Virginia, a proclamation publishing the rewards given for apprehending or killing pirates. Whereas by an act of assembly made at the session of assembly begun at the Capitol in Williamsburg, the 11th day of November, in the 5th year of His Majesty's reign, entitled An Act to Encourage the Apprehending and Destroying of Pirates, it is, among other things, enacted that all and every person or persons who from hereafter the 14th day of November in the year of our Lord 1718 and before the 14th day of November, which shall be in the year of our Lord 1719, shall take any pirate or pirates on the sea or land, or in case of resistance, shall kill any such pirate or pirates between the degrees of 34 and 39 of northern latitude, and within 100 leagues of the continent of Virginia, or within the provinces of Virginia, North Carolina, upon the conviction or making due proof of the killing of all and every such pirate and pirates before the governor and council, shall be entitled to have and receive out of the public money, in the hands of the treasurer of this colony, the several rewards following. That is to say, for Edward Teach, commonly called Captain Teach or Blackbeard, £100. For every other commander of a pirate ship, sloop, vessel, £40. For every lieutenant, master, or quartermaster, boatswain, carpenter, £20. For every other inferior officer, £16, and for every private man taken on board such a ship, sloop, vessel, £10, that for every pirate which shall be taken by any ship, sloop, or vessel belonging to this colony, or North Carolina within the time aforesaid, in any place whatsoever, the like rewards shall be paid according to the quality and condition of such pirates. Wherefore, for the encouragement of such persons as shall be willing to serve His Majesty and their country in so just and honourable an undertaking as the suppressing a sort of people who may be truly called enemies to mankind, I have thought it fit, with the advice and consent of His Majesty's Council, to issue this proclamation, hereby declaring the said rewards shall be punctually and justly paid in current money of Virginia, according to the directions of the said Act, and I do order and appoint this proclamation to be published by the sheriffs at their respective county houses, and by all ministers and readers in the several churches and chapels throughout this colony. Given at our council chamber at Williamsburg, this 24th day of November 1718, in the 5th year of His Majesty's reign. God save the King. A. Spotswood. The 17th of November, 1718, the lieutenant sailed from Kikutan in James River in Virginia, and the 21st in the evening came to the mouth of Ocracoke Inlet, where he got sight of the pirate. This expedition was made with all imaginable secrecy, and the officer managed with all the prudence that was necessary, stopping all boats and vessels he met with in the river, and going up, and thereby preventing any intelligence from reaching Blackbeard and receiving at the same time an account from them all of the place where the pirate was lurking. But, notwithstanding this caution, Blackbeard had information of the design from His Excellency of the province, and his secretary, Mr. Knight, wrote him a letter particularly concerning it, intimating that he had sent him 4 of his men, which were all he could meet with, in or about town, and so bid him be upon his guard. These men belonged to Blackbeard, and were sent from Bathtown to Ocracoke Inlet, where the sloop lay, which is about 20 leagues. Blackbeard had heard several reports, which happened not to be true, and so gave the less credit to this, nor was he convinced till he saw the sloops, whereupon he put his vessel in a posture of defence. He had no more than 25 men on board, though he gave out all the vessels he spoke with that he had 40. When he had prepared for battle, he sat down and spent the night drinking with the master of a trading sloop, who 'twas thought to have had more business with Teach than he should have had. Lieutenant Maynard came to anchor, for the place being shoal and the channel intricate, there was no getting in where Teach lay, that night, but in the morning he weighed, and sent his boat ahead of the sloops to sound, and coming within gunshot of the pirate received his fire, whereupon Maynard hoisted the king's colours and stood directly toward him, with the best way that his sails and oars could be made. Blackbeard cut his cable, and endeavoured to make a running fight, keeping a continual fire at his enemies with his guns. Mr. Maynard, not having any, kept a constant fire with small arms, while some of his men laboured at their oars. In a little time, Teach's sloop ran aground, and Mr. Maynard's drawing more water than that of the pirate, he could not come near him. So he anchored within half gunshot of the enemy, and ordered to lighten his vessel that he might run him aboard. The lieutenant ordered all his ballast to be thrown overboard, and all the water to be staved, and then weighed and stood for him, upon which Blackbeard hailed him in this rude manner: "Damn you for villains! Who are you? And from whence came you?" The lieutenant made him answer, "You may see by our colours that we are no pirates." Blackbeard bid him send his boat on board, that he might see who he was, but Mr. Maynard replied thus: "I cannot spare my boat, but I will come aboard of you as soon as I can with my sloop." Upon this, Blackbeard took a glass of liquor, and drank to him with these words: "Damnation seize my soul if I give you quarters, or take any from you." In answer to which, Mr. Maynard told him that he expected no quarters from him, nor should he give him any. By this time, Blackbeard's sloop fleeted, and Mr. Maynard's sloops were rowing towards him, which being not above a foot high in the waist, and consequently the men all exposed, as they came nearer together, there being hitherto little or no execution done on either side, the pirate fired a broadside, charged with all manner of short shot, a fatal stroke to them, the sloop that the lieutenant was in having 20 men killed and wounded, the other sloop 9. This could not be helped, for there being no wind, they were obliged to keep to their oars. Otherwise, the pirate would have gotten away from him, which it seems the lieutenant was resolute to prevent. After this unlucky blow, Blackbeard's sloop fell broadside to the shore. Mr. Maynard's other sloop, which was called the Ranger, fell astern, being for the present disabled, so that the lieutenant, finding his own sloop had way, and would soon be on board of Teach, he ordered all his men down for fear of another broadside, which must have been in their destruction, and the loss of the expedition entirely. Mr. Maynard was the only person that kept the deck, except the man at the helm, whom he directly lie down snug, and the men in the hold were ordered to get their pistols and swords ready for close fighting, and to come up at his command, in order to which 2 ladders were placed in the hatchway for the more expedition. When the lieutenant's sloop boarded the other, Captain Teach's men threw in several new-fashioned sort of grenades, viz. Case bottles filled with powder, and small shot, slugs and pieces of lead or iron, with a quick match in the mouth of it, which being lighted without sight, presently runs into the bottle of the powder, and is instantly thrown on board, and generally does a great execution, besides putting all the crew into a confusion. But by good providence, they had not that effect here, the men being in the hold, and Blackbeard, seeing few or no hands aboard, told his men that they were all knocked on the head, except 3 or 4, and therefore, says he, let's jump on board and cut them to pieces. Whereupon, under the smoke of one of the bottles just mentioned, Blackbeard enters with 14 men over the bows of Maynard's sloop, and were not seen by him until the air cleared. However, he just then gave a signal to his men, who all rose in an instant, and attacked the pirates with as much bravery that was ever done upon such an occasion. Blackbeard and the lieutenant fired the pistol at each other, by which the pirate received a wound, and then engaged with swords, till the lieutenant's unluckily broke, and stepping back to cock a pistol, Blackbeard, with his cutlass, was striking at that instant, that one of Maynard's men gave him a terrible wound in the neck and throat, by which the lieutenant came off with a small cut over his fingers. They were now closely and warmly engaged, the lieutenant and 12 men against Blackbeard and 14, till the sea was tinctured with blood round the vessel. Blackbeard received a shot into his body from the pistol that Maynard discharged, yet he stood his ground, and fought with great fury, till he received 25 wounds, 5 of them by shot. At length, as he was cocking another pistol, having fired several before, he fell down dead, by which time 8 more of the 14 dropped, and all the rest, much wounded, jumped overboard, and called out for quarters, which was granted, though it was only prolonging their lives for a few days. The sloop Ranger came up, and attacked the men that remained in Blackbeard's sloop with equal bravery, till they likewise cried for quarter. And here was the end of that courageous brute, who might have passed in the world for a hero, had he been employed in a good cause. His destruction, which was of consequence to the plantations, was entirely owing to the conduct and bravery of Lieutenant Maynard and his men, who might have destroyed him with much less loss, had they had a vessel with great guns. But they were obliged to use such small vessels because the holes and places he lurked in would not admit of others of greater draught, and it was no small difficulty for this gentleman to get to him, having grounded his vessel at least 100 times in getting up the river, besides other discouragements, enough to have turned back any gentleman without dishonour who was less resolute and bold than this lieutenant. The broadside that did so much mischief before they boarded, in all probability saved the rest from destruction, for before that Teach had little or no hopes of escaping, and neither had posted a resolute fellow, a slave, whom he had bred up with a lighted match in the powder room, with commandments to blow up when he should give them orders, which was as soon as the lieutenant and his men could have entered, so that he might have destroyed his conquerors. And when the slave found how it went with Blackbeard, he could hardly be persuaded from the rash action by prisoners that were then in the hold of the sloop. What seems a little odd is that some of these men, who behaved so bravely against Blackbeard, went afterwards to pirating themselves, and one of them was taken along with Roberts, but I do not find any of them were provided for, except one that was hanged. But this is a digression. The lieutenant caused Blackbeard's head to be severed from his body and hung up at the bowsprit end. Then he sailed to Bathtown to get a relief for his wounded men. It must be observed that in the rummaging of the pirate ship they found several letters and written papers, which discovered the correspondence betwixt Governor Eden, the secretary and collector, and also some traders at New York and Blackbeard. It is likely that he had regard enough for his friends to have destroyed these papers before the action, in order to hinder them from falling into such hands, where the discovery would be of no use, either to the interest or reputation of these fine gentlemen, if it had not been his fixed resolution to blow up together when he found no possibility of escaping. When the lieutenant came to Bathtown, he made bold to seize the governor's storehouse, the 60 hogsheads of sugar, and from honest Mr. Knight 20, which it seems was their dividend from the plunder taken in the French ship. The latter did not long survive this shameful discovery, for being apprehensive that he might be called to an account for these trifles, fell sick with the fright, and died within a few days. Well, after the wounded men were pretty well recovered, the lieutenant sailed back to the man-of-war in James River, Virginia, with Blackbeard's head still hanging at the bowsprit end, and 15 prisoners, 13 of whom were hanged. It appearing upon trial that one of them, Samuel Odell, was taken out of the trading sloop but the night before the engagement. This poor fellow was a little unlucky at his first entering upon his new trade, there appearing no less than 70 wounds upon him after the action, notwithstanding which he lived, and was cured of them all. The other person that escaped the gallows was one Israel Hands, the master of Blackbeard's sloop, and formerly the captain of the same before the Queen Anne's Revenge was lost in Topsail Inlet. The aforesaid Hands happened not to be in the fight, but was taken afterwards ashore at Bathtown, having been some time before disabled by Blackbeard in one of his savage humours, after in the following manner. One night drinking in his cabin with Hans the pilot and another man, Blackbeard, without any provocation, privately draws out a small pair of pistols and cocks them under the table, which being perceived by the man, he withdrew and went up upon deck, leaving Hans, the pilot, and the captain together. When the pistols were ready, he blew out the candle, and crossing his hands, discharged them at his company. Hans, the master, was shot through the knee, and lamed for life. The other pistol did no execution. Being asked the meaning of this, he only answered by damning them, that if he did not now and then kill one of them, they would forget who he was. Hans being taken was tried and condemned, but just as he was about to be executed, a ship arrives at Virginia with a proclamation for the prolonging of the time of His Majesty's pardon to such the pirates as should surrender by a limited time therein expressed. Notwithstanding the sentence, Hans pleaded the pardon, and was allowed the benefit of it, and is alive at this time in London, begging for his bread. Now that we have given some account of Teacher's life and actions, it will not be amiss that we speak of his beard, since it did not a little contribute towards making his name so terrible in those parts. Plutarch and other grave historians have taken notice that several great men amongst the Romans took their surnames from certain odd marks in their countenances, as Cicero, from a mark or vetch on his nose, so as our hero, Captain Teach, assuming the cognomen of Blackbeard from the large quantity of hair which like a frightful meteor covered his whole face, and frightened America more than any comet that has appeared for a long time. This beard was black, which he suffered to grow of an extravagant length. As to breadth, it came up to his eyes. He was accustomed to twist it with ribbons in small tails, after the manner of our Ramillies' wigs, and turn them about in his ears. At the time of action, he wore a sling over his shoulders, with a 3 brace of pistols hanging in holsters like bandoliers, and struck lighted matches beneath his hat, which appearing on each side of his face, his eyes naturally looking fierce and wild, made him altogether such a figure that imagination cannot form an idea of a fury from hell to look more frightful. If he had the look of a fury, his humours and passions were suitable to it. We shall relate 2 or 3 more of his extravagancies, which we omitted in the body of his history, by which it will appear to what a pitch of wickedness human nature may arrive, if its passions are not checked. In the commonwealth of pirates, he who goes the greatest length of wickedness is looked upon with a kind of envy amongst them, as a person of a more extraordinary gallantry, and is thereby entitled to be distinguished by some post. And if one such has but courage, he must certainly be a great man. The hero of whom we are writing was thoroughly accomplished in this way, and some of his frolics of wickedness were so extravagant, as if he aimed at making his men believe he was a devil incarnate. For being one day at sea, and a little flushed with drink, "Come," says he, "let us make a hell of our own, and try how long we can bear it." Accordingly, with 2 or 3 others, he went down into the hold, and closing up all the hatches, filled several pots full of brimstone and other combustible matter, and set it on fire, and so continued till they were almost suffocated. When some of the men cried out for air, at length he opened the hatches, not a little pleased that he held out the longest. The night before he was killed, he sat up and drank until the morning, with some of his own men and the master of a merchantman, and having been intelligence to the 2 sloops coming to attack him, as he had been before observing, one of his men asked him, in case anything should happen to him in the engagement with the sloops, whether his wife knew where he had buried his money. He answered, that nobody but himself and the devil knew where it was, and the longest liver should take it all. Those of his crew that were taken alive told a story that might appear a little incredible. However, we think it would be not fair to omit it, since we had it from their own mouths. that once upon a cruise they found out that they had a man on board more than their crew. Such a one was seen several days amongst them, sometimes below, sometimes upon deck, and yet no man on the ship could give an account who he was, or from whence he came, but that he disappeared little before they were cast away in their ship. But it seems they verily believed that it was the devil. One would think that these things should induce them to reform their lives, but so many reprobates together encouraged and spirited one another up in their wickedness, to which a continual course of drinking did not a little contribute. For in Blackbeard's journal, which was taken, there were several memorandums of the following nature, sound writ with his own hand. Such a day, rum all out, our company somewhat sober, a damned confusion among us, rogues a-plotting great talk of separation, so I looked sharp for a prize. Such a day took one, with a well great deal of liquor on board, so kept the company hot, damned hot. Then all the things went well again. Thus it was these wretches passed their lives, with very little pleasure or satisfaction in the possessions of what they violently stole away from others, and sure to pay for it at last by an ignominious death. Here are the names of the pirates killed in the engagement: Edward Teach, commander; Philip Morton, gunner; Garrett Gibbons, boatswain; Owen Roberts, carpenter; Thomas Miller, quartermaster; John Husk, Joseph Curtis, Joseph Brooks, Nathan Jackson. All the rest, except the two last, were wounded and afterwards hanged in Virginia. John Carnes, Joseph Phillips, Joseph Brooks, James Robbins, James Blake, John Martin, John Gills, Edward Salter, Thomas Gates, Stephen Daniel, James White, Richard Greensail, Richard Stills, Israel Hands, pardoned; Caesar, Samuel Odell, acquitted. There were, in the pirates' sloops and ashore attend, near where the sloops lay, 25 hogsheads of sugar, 11 tierces, and 145 bags of cocoa, a barrel of indigo, a bale of cotton, which, with what was taken from the governor and secretary and the sale of the sloop, came to £2,500. Besides, the rewards paid by the governor of Virginia, pursuant to his proclamation, all which was divided among the companies of the 2 ships, Lime and Pearl, that lay in the James River. The brave fellows that took them coming in for no more than their dividend against the rest, and was paid it within these 3 months. End of the account of Blackbeard. Well, what did you think? Did you like it? I liked it. Henry Morgan, a distinguished privateer, known for his maritime campaigns against the Spanish holdings in the Caribbean during the late 17th century. Originally commissioned by the English government, Morgan's most famous raid was the 1761 attack on Panama City, which was at the time a wealthy Spanish trading hub. But this operation, executed after peace between England and Spain had been declared, led to his temporary arrest. However, subsequent knighthood upon returning to England. Later, he served as the Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica. Thus, his life walks the tightrope between celebrated naval hero and notorious pirate. In a word, complicated. But if we want to get to the bottom of it, we better start from the beginning, don't you think? Welcome to the channel, my friend. If it's your first time here, it is a pleasure to have you with me. And if you're coming back, off we go together again into the mysterious past. We're going to have fun today. If you want to support the channel, just enjoy it. That's the best way to support. But also a like and subscribe is only 2 clicks away. That's pretty easy, don't you think? And if you want to go further than that, just check the video description. You'll find where you need to go. But now let's all get nice and relaxed. It's a special one today. You know, the guy on the bottle of rum, Captain Morgan. Indeed, that's him. Let us begin. Henry Morgan, born Harry Morgan, was born around 1635 in Wales, likely in Llanrumney or Pencan in Monmouthshire. Details about his family background are a little bit of a mystery and somewhat inconclusive, unfortunately. We do have some sources that suggest his father was Robert Morgan, a farmer. Definitive evidence about his parents, however, does remain elusive. But there is one David Williams, a historian who contributed to the Dictionary of Welsh Biography, noted that efforts to identify Morgan's familial lineage have been largely unsuccessful, although Morgan's will does mention distant relatives. Well, his early life and career are equally mysterious. Now, according to an entry in the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, Morgan hinted at a rudimentary education, claiming a greater familiarity with military endeavors than scholarly pursuits. His journey to the Caribbean is also a subject of speculation. He might well have been part of the military expedition led by Robert Venables during Oliver Cromwell's Caribbean campaign against the Spanish in 1754. Or perhaps he traveled as an indentured servant, trading several years of labor as a cutlery apprentice for passage to the region. There is another account by Richard Brown, a surgeon who worked under Morgan in 1670. It suggests Morgan arrived in the Caribbean shortly after the English captured Jamaica in 1655, either as a private gentleman or, more dramatically, a captive who was abducted in Bristol and sold into servitude in Barbados. Bad luck, I suppose. Well, the Caribbean in the 17th century was a place of immense opportunity, but also immense risk. The Wild West before there was a Wild West, offering the promise of a rapid wealth through the burgeoning sugar trade or more perilous means such as, well, robbing people, becoming a pirate. Not the most legitimate career path, but hey, gotta put food on the table. Well, this latter route did involve government-sanctioned piracy too, allowing individuals and ships to legally plunder Spain's expansive and wealthy empire in the Americas. Thus, in the early 1660s, during a period of war between England and Spain, Henry Morgan likely began his career as a privateer under the command of Sir Christopher Mings. During this time, Morgan is believed to have captained a ship within Ming's fleet, participating in notable attacks such as the assault on Santiago de Cuba and the sack of Campeche on the Yucatan Peninsula. These early exploits marked the beginning of his reputation as a formidable figure in Caribbean privateering. By 1664, the political landscape began to shift with the appointment of Sir Thomas Modiford, the governor of Jamaica. Initially, Modiford was instructed to curb the activities of privateers like Morgan. He issued a proclamation on the 11th of June, 1664, aimed at reining in their operations. However, the economic realities of Jamaica, which relied heavily on the wealth brought in by privateers, forced Modiford to rethink the policy. By the end of the same month, it didn't really last very long. Now, Jamaica had a plantation economy, but it was in the beginning stages. It had potential, but it was still vulnerable, and the influx of riches from privateering was essential to stave off economic collapse. While privateers at this time were sanctioned through letters of marque, which were essentially licenses issued by the government that allowed individuals to attack and seize vessels, typically from specified countries. These letters often included conditions and required the privateers to share a portion of their spoils with the issuing sovereign or ambassador, integrating their activities with the national interest. It wasn't a bad deal, but it was still a dangerous job. Now, Morgan's success in privateering continued to garner attention. In the August of 1665, he returned to Port Royal alongside fellow captains John Morris and Jacob Fackman, bearing a substantial cargo of valuables. The wealth they brought back was significant enough to impress Governor Modiford, who reported to the English government that Central America was an ideal target for actions against the Spanish Indies. Well, it was at this period that Morgan's personal life also flourished. In early 1666, he married his cousin, Mary Morgan, daughter of Edward Morgan, who was then the deputy governor of Jamaica. Well, in 1664, as tensions between the English and Dutch escalated, colonial governors were granted the authority to issue letters of marque against Dutch targets. This shift in policy was part of a broader conflict involving multiple colonial powers. Despite the opportunity, many privateers, including Morgan, were hesitant to engage directly under these new commissions. During this period, you see, an expedition aimed at capturing the Dutch island of Sint Eustatius resulted in the death of Morgan's father-in-law, who led a force of 600 men in the assault, showing again the risks involved in such state-sanctioned privateering operations. Oh, and privateer, I suppose that's just a word for a pirate who the government likes. As soon as the government doesn't like you anymore, you become a pirate and no longer a privateer. It's funny how that works. Well, the exact details of Morgan's activities in 1666 are somewhat unclear, and different historians provide varying accounts. Now, in his biography of Morgan, one H.R. Allen suggests that Morgan served as the second in command to Captain Edward Mansfield during this time. Mansfield had received a letter of marque to invade Curaçao, but ultimately refrained from attacking Willemstad, the island's capital. He either deemed it too well defended, or found the potential for plunder lacking. This indecision shows the strategic calculations involved in privateering. And of course, like everything else, risk assessment was crucial. You couldn't just go in all guns blazing. I'm sure there were plenty of privateers who did, but their stories were not very long, and thus we don't really have much of a story to tell about them. Well, on the other hand, historians Jan Rogozinski and Stefan Talty offer a differing perspective. They note that Morgan was engaged in more domestic military duties, overseeing the militia of Port Royal and contributing to the defense of Jamaica against potential threats. Under his supervision, part of Fort Charles at Port Royal was constructed, reinforcing the island's defenses in anticipation of possible attacks. This role showed Morgan's versatility in both the importance and the importance in both offensive and defensive capacities within this overall colonial framework. And it was also during this period that Morgan began to establish himself economically by purchasing his first plantation in Jamaica. This investment marked a significant transition from simply maritime endeavors to more land-based economic activities, which was a pretty common path along successful privateers who sought to secure their fortunes and status within colonial society. And, well, I would hazard to guess that after a few close calls, well, they'd probably be looking for a career change. It's a lot easier to manage a plantation. Well, in 1667, as tensions between England and Spain escalated, Governor Sir Thomas Modiford of Jamaica, amidst rumors of a potential Spanish invasion, authorized privateers to act against Spanish interests. And thus, he issued a letter of marque to Henry Morgan, empowering him to assemble the English privateers and gather intelligence on Spain's plans against Jamaica. Modiford appointed Morgan as an admiral, and by January 1668, Morgan had rallied 10 ships and 500 men, later reinforced by an additional 2 ships and 200 men from Tortuga. Morgan's commission allowed him to attack Spanish ships, but it explicitly excluded attacks on land. Foreshadowing, right? Well, the terms stipulated that any plunder from sea engagements would be divided between the Crown and the ship owners. However, any loot from unauthorized raids on towns would belong solely to privateers, blurring the lines between legal privateering and outright privacy. But of course, there is only one raid that matters, and that is Raid Shadow Legends. I'm just joking. Had to put a joke in there. Now, according to historian Jan Rogozinski, city attacks were lucrative, but unfortunately, they fell under illegal privacy. Remember that exclusion for attacks on land. Now, although if Morgan could prove a Spanish threat, such actions might be justified under his commission. It's a bold strategy. Let's see how he words it to the governor. Well, initially targeting Havana, Morgan found it way too well defended, and instead attacked Puerto del Príncipe, which is now Camagüey, an inland town 50 miles from the coast. But the problem was, they didn't find much treasure. In fact, they were all very disappointed, and the crew was rather discontent. Morgan justified the raid to Mortiford by reporting evidence of Spanish preparations for an assault on Jamaica, citing Spanish military gatherings in Cuba. And the venture was not without internal conflict. Following the Puerto de Príncipe raid, a dispute between an English privateer and a French sailor escalated to violence, resulting in the French sailor's death, which is very out of character for the English and French to be fighting each other. They always get along so well. Well, to prevent further unrest, Morgan arrested the Englishman responsible, maintaining discipline and his authority, and when they got back to Port Royal, they executed him, upholding his promise to the French contingent. Well, after the conquest of Puerto del Príncipe, Henry Morgan set his sights on Portobello, a major trading hub on the Spanish Main. Portobello, which is now in modern-day Panama, was one of the wealthiest cities at the time due to the trade between Spanish territories and Spain, protected by 2 castles in its harbor and another within the town itself. Discontent with the distribution of spoils and the murder of a French compatriot, 200 French privateers left Morgan to return to Tortuga, reducing his force down. Well, Morgan was undeterred, and he proceeded with his plan, briefly stopped at Port Royal before heading to Portobello. On the 11th of July, 1668, he anchored near Portobello and stealthily moved his men in 23 canoes to a landing point 3 miles from their target. They attacked from the landward side, reaching the first castle just before dawn and quickly seizing control of it along the other 2 castles and the town itself. The operation, though successful, resulted in the lives of 18 privateers, with another 32 wounded. Well, either way, it was a victory, and Morgan was congratulated on his cunning tactics and expert timing. In fact, there was one who chronicled the event, Alexandre Exquemelin, who controversially wrote that Morgan had used religious captives as human shields to scale the walls of the 3rd castle, leading to the death of many. But this account led to a libel suit by Morgan against Exquemelin's publishers when the book was translated into English. He gave it a pretty bad review, it seems. But don't worry, Morgan actually won the suit, and the offending passage was retracted in subsequent English editions. The problem is, the cat's already out of the bag, isn't it? I mean, people are going to read it once. They're not going to read the 2nd edition, let's be realistic. You can't get your reputation back. If I was him, I would have asked for money, but hey, that's just me. Well, back to Portobello. Morgan's forces occupied it for a month, during which time he demanded a ransom of 350,000 pesos from Don Agustin, the acting president of Panama. Although the city was stripped of wealth, it is noted that there were no confirmed reports of alleged widespread assaults and debauchery as reported by Exquemelin. After Don Agustin's unsuccessful attempt to recapture the city with 800 soldiers, he negotiated a ransom of 100,000 pesos. Now, upon returning to Port Royal, Morgan and his crew had amassed between 70 and 100,000 pounds in money and valuables. Now, doesn't sound like too much, but put it into perspective, a sum that surpassed the agricultural output of Jamaica and nearly half of Barbados's yearly sugar exports at the time. And that's pretty good. Well, each privateer received £120, significantly more than the average annual sailor's earnings. Morgan earned a 5% share, and Governor Modiford received 10%, as agreed in Morgan's letter of marque. Despite exceeding the terms of his commission, Modiford only reproved Morgan, who was actually celebrated as a national hero in Britain, avoiding any reprimand for his actions in Portobello. Now, in the October of 1668, shortly after his lucrative but controversial raid on Portobello, Morgan hastily departed from Port Royal. He set sail with a fleet of 10 ships and an 800-strong crew, heading towards Ile La Vache, a small island that served as his preparatory base for future operations. Morgan's ambitious target was Cartagena de Indias, a key and wealthy Spanish city on the Spanish Main known for its substantial riches. By December, Morgan's forces were bolstered by the arrival of the Oxford, a former Royal Navy frigate sent from Port Royal to aid in defending Jamaica. Governor Modiford had redirected this vessel to Morgan, who proudly made it his flagship. However, on the 2nd of January 1669, disaster struck during a council of war held aboard the Oxford. A catastrophic spark ignited the ship's powder magazine, resulting in a massive explosion that destroyed the vessel and killed over 200 crew members. Morgan and several captains who were fortuitously seated on the side of the table that was blown into the water survived the blast, while 4 other captains perished. I guess it was the right place at the wrong time, if we could say it that way. Well, the destruction of the Oxford significantly weakened Morgan's fleet, rendering an immediate attack on Cartagena pretty much unfeasible at this point. And consequently, Morgan was persuaded by one of his French captains to shift his focus to a potentially easier target, Maracaibo and Gibraltar in Lake Maracaibo, Venezuela. This route was previously traversed by the infamous pirate François L'Olonnais. The French captain, familiar with navigational routes, played a key role in guiding the fleet. As they approached Maracaibo, the Spanish had constructed the San Carlos de la Barra fortress to defend against such attacks. They'd finally have a chance to use it. But despite its strategic placement and armed with 11 guns, the fortress was grossly undermanned, with only 9 soldiers tasked with its operation. Morgan's men, under the cover of cannon fire from their flagship Lily, successfully stormed the lightly defended fortress, and only to find it deserted, but booby-trapped with slow-burning fuse leading to gunpowder kegs, a trap that Morgan himself narrowly averted by extinguishing the fuse. That was a close one. Well, after disabling the fortress's artillery, Morgan proceeded towards Maracaibo. Well, upon reaching Maracaibo, Morgan discovered the city was largely abandoned, its residents having been alerted and evacuated. Over the following 3 weeks, his crew looted the city, and privateers scoured the surrounding areas, capturing and often torturing those they found to reveal hidden treasures. Morgan then set his sights on Gibraltar, located further south across Lake Maracaibo. This town was a little more resilient, with the local fort managing to deter Morgan's fleet initially with a steady barrage. Undeterred, however, Morgan landed his forces away from the town and approached from the land, facing minimal resistance, as most of the town's residents had already fled. He occupied Gibraltar for around 5 weeks, again resorting to torture to extract information about valuables for the remaining inhabitants. Now, through these exploits, Morgan's tactics were ruthless, demonstrating both his strategic skill in naval and ground assaults, but also his willingness to employ severe measures to achieve his objectives. After his ventures in Maracaibo and Gibraltar, Morgan faced a significant challenge from the Spanish Armada de Barlovento, commanded by Don Alonso de Campo y Espinosa. Really struggle with the Spanish names sometimes, I do apologize. A gap in my learning, seems. Well, Espinosa had fortified the San Carlos de la Barra fortress and armed it with 126 cannons, preparing to intercept Morgan's fleet as it attempted to exit the Maracaibo into the Caribbean. The Spanish commander offered Morgan safe passage to Jamaica, if he relinquished all of the plunder. Well, they didn't like the idea of that. That's the soul of a pirate. And thus, Morgan and his men took a vote, and by the end of it, they had decided that they would fight their way out instead, with all that plunder stuffed into their pockets. Now, Morgan's strategy included the use of a fire ship, a vessel rigged to appear manned and armed, but it was actually filled with barrels of gunpowder, a slow-moving grenade ready to go off. It was designed to set the Spanish flagship Magdalene ablaze. Thus, on the 1st of May 1669, this plan was executed successfully. The Magdalene caught fire, causing chaos among the Spanish fleet. Espinosa abandoned his burning flagship and retreated to the fort. While the privateers took their time, they seized the opportunity to capture another Spanish ship, Soledad, and claimed it as their own. Blow up one ship, capture a new ship. It's a good deal. Well, despite all their successes, Morgan's fleet was still significantly outgunned by the fortress, prompting him to initiate negotiations. He threatened to sack and burn Maracaibo if he was not allowed to pass. Although Espinosa refused to negotiate, the citizens of Maracaibo, fearful of Morgan's threats, agreed to pay a ransom of 20,000 pesos and provide 500 head of cattle. During this time, Morgan had also managed to salvage 15,000 pesos from the wreck of Magdalene. As Morgan prepared for his departure, he distributed the spoils among his ships to minimize losses in case of an attack. He then executed a deceptive maneuver by simulating a landing to distract the Spanish forces at the fortress. As the Spanish prepared for a ground assault, Morgan silently moved his fleet past the fortress under the cover of darkness, managing to escape without further conflict. Upon returning to Port Royal, Morgan found that the political climate had shifted somewhat. A pro-Spanish faction had influenced King Charles II, leading to a reprimand from Governor Modiford, who revoked Morgan's letters of marque. Despite the official censure, no punitive actions were taken against Morgan or his crew. Leveraging his substantial earnings from the raid, Morgan invested in a second plantation, significantly expanding his holdings and solidifying his status as both a fearsome privateer and also a savvy businessman. In 1669, as tensions escalated in the Caribbean, Mariana, the Queen Regent of Spain, authorized offensive operations against English shipping, sparking a series of confrontations. The conflict intensified in March 1670, when Spanish privateers launched an attack on English merchant vessels. In retaliation, Sir Thomas Modiford, the governor of Jamaica, extended Henry Morgan's commission, empowering him to undertake actions to secure and stabilize the region. By December of the same year, Morgan had amassed a formidable fleet of over 30 English and French ships, carrying a substantial force of privateers, the largest of its kind at that time. Morgan's initial strategic move was the capture of the islands of Old Providence and Santa Catalina in December of 1670. These islands served as critical bases from which he would launch his subsequent operations. His next target was Chagres, a vital port for Spanish ships transporting goods back to Spain. He took swift control of the town and fortified San Lorenzo to secure his line of retreat, just in case. Now on January the 9th, 1671, Morgan embarked on a challenging expedition towards Panama City, located on the Pacific coast. The journey was not easy, to say the least, with Morgan and his men navigating through dense rainforests and swamps, much of it on foot. Despite being forewarned of Morgan's approach, the Spanish attempts to ambush the privateers along their route were unsuccessful. Morgan's force was forced to switch to canoes for part of the journey, showcasing quite a bit of versatility and resilience, if I do say so myself. Well, after days of grueling travel, Morgan's forces reached the outskirts of Old Panama City by January the 27th, 1671. They encountered a Spanish force comprised of approximately 1,200 infantry and 1,400 cavalry, but they were largely inexperienced. Morgan ingeniously sent a detachment of 300 men down a ravine to flank the Spanish right. Misinterpreting this move as a retreat, the Spanish forces prematurely broke ranks to pursue, only to be met by Morgan's main contingent in a well-coordinated ambush. During the ensuing battle, the governor of Panama, in a desperate move, decided to release herds of oxen and bulls onto the battlefield, hoping to disrupt the privateers. Okay then. Well, it didn't really work. The animals were panicked by the gunfire, and they simply stampeded over the Spanish troops instead, which of course just made everything a lot more chaotic than it already was. I don't know why they thought that would be a good idea. It's just sinking in right now how silly that is. Well, either way, the battle culminated in a decisive victory for Morgan, with the Spanish suffering significant losses, while Morgan's casualties remained minimal. And I assume that they all had beef for dinner that night. There was plenty of it. Well, following the victory at Panama, Governor Morgan faced the dire prospect of the city being destroyed rather than fall into pirate hands. True to his threat, the governor ordered the detonation of barrels of gunpowder placed throughout Panama's largely wooden infrastructure. The explosions triggered massive fires that raged into the next day, leaving only a few stone structures intact. And the destruction was immense, with much of Panama's wealth either consumed by fire or previously evacuated by ships in anticipation of the privateers' arrival. In the aftermath, Morgan's forces remained in the charred remains of Panama for 3 weeks, salvaging whatever valuables they could find among the ruins. During this period, accounts suggest that Captain Edward Collier, Morgan's second-in-command, resorted to torturing some of the city's residents to locate the hidden treasures. Despite such harsh measures, Richard Brown, the fleet's surgeon, portrayed Morgan as showing nobility towards the defeated Spanish, a narrative that contrasts sharply with other depictions of brutality. The total treasure accrued from Morgan's expedition is still a subject of debate. There are estimates of the spoils, and they range quite significantly, from 140 to 400,000 pesos. Now that's got to be a fair few years of the Barbadian sugar crop, as we mentioned before. Definitely a lot more from last year's takings. However, given the large number of privateers involved, the share of the loot per man was relatively modest, and after they'd worked it all out and split it all up, many pockets within Morgan's ranks were lighter than they thought they'd be. And this led to quite a bit of dissatisfaction, of course. Now, controversy surrounded the distribution of the plunder too, with accusations, notably from Morgan's best friend in the world, the one who wrote that widely read memoir, Excamelin, suggesting that Morgan had appropriated a disproportionate share of the bounty. Well, Morgan returned to Port Royal on the 12th of March, where he was met with enthusiasm by the local populace. The subsequent month, he presented a formal report to Jamaica's governing council, which officially commended and thanked him for his service. Well, during Henry Morgan's absence, the politics once again changed, with England and Spain signing the Treaty of Madrid, aimed at pacifying tensions in the Caribbean. This treaty included a provision to end all privateering activities by revoking letters of marque, which directly impacted the privateers in the region. Governor Thomas Modiford, seen as facilitator of privateering, was removed from his position under one of the likely stipulations of the treaty. His successor, Sir Thomas Lynch, arrested Modiford and sent him to England, indicating a clear shift in the colonial administration's stance towards privateering. Certainly seemed like it was all over, which was pretty awkward, since they just destroyed Panama. Well, the destruction of Panama by Morgan occurred shortly after the treaty's signing, but they didn't know about it. They were too busy destroying and it's not like back then you could make a quick phone call. But either way, it sparked an international crisis. It was not good. Rumors of a potential Spanish declaration of war circulated even, prompting the English government to take conciliatory actions to mitigate the damage. Now, despite Morgan's loyalty and celebrated status as a national hero, akin to that of Sir Francis Drake, he was arrested upon his return to London in April 1672. Now, interestingly, though widely believed to have been imprisoned in the Tower of London, there was no documentary evidence to support this claim, and the Tower of London kept very good records. You see, Morgan's time in London turned out to be quite different than might be expected. He was not only quickly set free, but he also became the talk of the town, a celebrated figure, with the political winds shifting in his favor. He was consulted by the Secretary of State, the Earl of Arlington, and asked to draft a memorandum on fortifying Jamaica's defenses. Morgan claimed he had been unaware of the Treaty of Madrid when he attacked Panama, which was pretty believable, as the timing, well, it was all a little bit too close. There was no way he could have known. This, of course, helped ease his position. For the English, at least. The Spanish were still pretty angry, but, whatever. In fact, in a pretty shocking reverse of fortune, they actually knighted him in November of 1674, marking his formal transition from Harry Morgan to Sir Henry Morgan. This honour came as a part of his appointment as the deputy to John Vaughan, the 3rd Earl of Carbery, who was set to replace Lynch as the governor of Jamaica. Alongside Carbery and the now released Modiford, who was appointed Chief Justice of Jamaica, Morgan also returned to Jamaica. However, their voyage encountered a little setback when their ship, the Jamaica Merchant, was wrecked on the rocks of Ile La Vache, leading to a temporary marooning until they were rescued by a passing merchant ship. Upon his return to Jamaica, Morgan received a significant annual salary from the Jamaican embassy as a token of gratitude for his services, which was much to the displeasure of the Governor John Vaughan, who found Morgan's approach to governance and personal habits a little problematic. Carbery openly criticized Morgan's behavior, particularly his frequenting of taverns and involvement in gambling, which was deemed unfit for someone in Morgan's position. Well, despite being officially tasked with eradicating piracy, Morgan maintained amicable relations with many privateers, and he even invested in their ventures. But his inability to issue letters of marque did not deter him. Instead, he and his brother-in-law, Robert Bindloss, redirected privateers to the French governor of Tortuga to secure their commissions, receiving a fee for each letter issued. Now, the tension between Morgan and Carbery escalated, culminating in a formal accusation by Carbery in 1676 that Morgan was colluding with the French to undermine Spanish interests. Although Morgan defended his interactions with the French as purely diplomatic, the controversy lingered. Once again, the cat's out of the bag. You can't put the toothpaste back into the tube. Well, by 1678, the King and Privy Council decided to recall Carbery, briefly leaving Morgan as the acting governor. During his interim governance, Morgan significantly fortified Port Royal, anticipating a potential French threat. He declared martial law and expanded the town's defenses. Morgan's governance was further complicated by the internal sabotage when his secretary, Roland Powell, forged Morgan's signature on an illegal proclamation that benefited the Royal African Company. This act, along with orchestrated criticisms from the former governors Carberry and Lynch in London, severely undermined Morgan's position. In a striking blow to his authority, Charles II revoked his commissions in response to a substantial payment from Lynch, who was then reinstated as governor. Morgan's final years in office were marked by increasing isolation and health issues, exacerbated by heavy drinking. By 1683, Lynch had effectively removed Morgan and his allies from the Assembly of Jamaica, consolidating power and leaving Morgan sidelined. Lynch's death in 1684 briefly shifted the political landscape, but by this time it was clear that Morgan's era of influence had waned, leaving him a diminished figure in the colony he once dominated. In 1684, an account of Henry Morgan's exploits appeared in the Dutch publication entitled About the Buccaneers of America, authored by Exquemelin. Yes, that one. And this was where he was launching that suit against him. Of course, as we've mentioned, he felt defamed by this. All of the lies that, well, Morgan said they were all lies, and thus he took legal actions against the book's publishers. There was William Crook and Thomas Malthus. He asserted in his affidavit that he had always held a profound abhorrence for piracy and robberies, and that he harbored a deep-seated hatred for buccaneers. Well, the court ruled in Morgan's favor, of course, leading to the retraction of the book, and he actually had an award of £200 in damages to him, which I think is really not enough. Not enough to pay for a man's reputation, not at all. Well, in 1687, Christopher Monk, the second Duke of Albemarle and a friend of Morgan from his time in London, arrived as the new governor of Jamaica. He dismissed Hender Molesworth, who had been acting as governor, and brought Morgan back into an advisory role, though it was unofficial in its capacity. By July of 1688, Albemarle had convinced the king to allow Morgan to regain a seat on the Assembly of Jamaica. But at this time, Morgan's health was in severe decline, a situation worsened by his drinking. He just couldn't stop. Hans Sloane, the private physician to the Duke of Albemarle, diagnosed Morgan with dropsy, which is edema, and noted his unhealthy lifestyle habits. Sloane's observations painted a picture of Morgan as a physically diminished man, plagued by gastrointestinal symptoms and an unhealthy pallor, likely exacerbated by his refusal to moderate any of his consumptions, despite medical advice. Now, at the time of his death, Morgan's considerable estate included 3 plantations, of which he employed a large number of enslaved Africans. In fact, he had 3 large plantations, and they were all very well staffed. Well, he bequeathed most of his property and wealth to his wife to be inherited upon her death by his nephew Charles Bindloss, the second son of Robert Bindloss, who was the Chief Justice of Jamaica, 1681. He also designated a parcel of land in the defunct parish of St. George to Robert Bidlos's eldest son named Robert, who was born around 1673. Additionally, he left land in St. Mary parish to his friend Roger Elletson, who was the ancestor of a future governor of Jamaica bearing the same name. Morgan's will, which was probated in 1689, detailed his ownership of 131 enslaved Africans on his plantations, that being 64 men and 67 women, which included 33 children. These individuals were valued at almost £2,000, a significant sum at the time. How on earth do you put a value on a human? It's monstrous, isn't it? Ugh. Well, moving on. Either way, Henry Morgan passed away August 25th, 1688, at his Lawrencefield estate, which is now part of modern Port Maria, Jamaica. Now, at the time of his death, he had amassed considerable wealth, valued at over £5,000, and all of it passed over to his wife, Mary Elizabeth. Since they had no children, the estate was designated to transfer to his aforementioned nephew upon her death, which occurred on March the 3rd, 1696, and was recorded in St. Andrew Parish, Jamaica. Now, tragically, much of Morgan's final resting place, along with a significant portion of Port Royal, was lost to sea during the catastrophic earthquake of June the 7th, 1692. This earthquake caused about 33 acres of the town to sink into Kingston Harbor, including the cemetery where Morgan had been buried. His body has never been located since this natural disaster. It's still out there somewhere, wandering the deep sea, coming for you. That's stupid. Okay, well, with that, we reach the end of our Life of Henry Morgan. You probably didn't see that one coming, didn't you? But of course, if you are after obscure historical topics that no one really talks about too much, well, you always know you can find it on this channel. I'm always here for you. I'd like to thank my top tier patrons: Scott, Aaron, James, Tim, Wendy, Jeffrey, Stark Factory, JC, and Charles. Love you all dearly. And to you, dear listener, I hope you've had a good time. I hope you've learned. We laughed. We cried. And I hope that we subscribed to the channel, or I'll be making you walk the plank, me matey. Good night, my friends. See you in the next video.